probably people that you know already, family or friends, that you may have lost over the last 12 months. Cut deeply.
Take this opportunity now to spend some time together in reflection and to honour people like Sean Stevens, who made this event what it is. Can I ask you all to remove your hats and to be silent in a tribute to our family, our friends, and people like Sean Stevens.
Of beauty rich and rare, in history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well done, Olivia. Alrighty, as Sean would say, get your gear together, get on your bikes, and let's get organised and get going, eh? Let's have everybody that's not essential out of that pit area, and just the riders and the support crews, and then we'll move you out too. Rightio, let's get organised, guys. Have a safe 23 Hattah, and for the 25th celebrations of this event, have a glorious day, guys, and let's get out there and do what we love doing.
Winter in Australia never looked quite so good, did it? Wow, what an amazing shot. Texas has the hovers in the air already for all the Hattah fields. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 25th anniversary 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. And what a shot that is. Wade Ornger and Liam Ornger joining you in commentary along with the voice of Hattah, John Contract. Liam, what a shot. If that doesn't turn you on, you haven't got a switch.
Where else would you rather be this time of year than at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race in its 25th anniversary? And what a cracking day of action yesterday. We crowned a new junior small wheels and big wheels champion, and then that all-important prologue for today's senior race. How good was that top 10 shootout? Of course, Callum Norton bangs it on the top step. He barely scraped into that top 10 shootout, but importantly, he was still in it and then bangs it straight to the top as we're going over this epic drone footage of our starting lineup. And there is nothing else like it on the planet.
Look at that. It's an amazing. There is Callum Norton's bike. And there he is. These days, a bit of a Miltura resident in the Adams residence with his beautiful girlfriend, Casey. He came from just outside the 10 to sneak into the top 10 shootout. He looks very much game-faced, Liam. No smiles for the camera. Just here with a job to do. Very focused is Callum Norton. Jack Simpson, absolutely a live wire here this weekend. Sam Prashira. How about Sam? Great result for him as well. Another local hero.
Yeah, super strong local contingent. They're just littered right through that top 20. The couple of Adams boys, the Masons, they're right up in this thing. And of course, well and truly inside that top 10 bracket as well. Nathan Trigg calls home just 20 minutes up the road at Oyen. Live wire of this event. He hasn't fallen outside of the top 10 in the last 8 or 9 years. So that's an incredible effort by Triggy. Such a personality on and off the bike, isn't he?
No doubt about it. No doubt about that, Liam. Great result for Connor Adams yesterday. Qualifying P5. Brody Waters. We know the Waters family can do anything. Brody and Nick, phenomenal on a bike. Josh Waters, pretty handy on a super bike. This is what it's all about. The 418 on screen of Mason Simmons, just back from the USA. Todd Waters, that thing is immaculate, Liam, the Husky.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous piece, isn't it? Second in last year's event. Of course, our winner.
Debut.
Not bad, is it? Bangs it up there and well and truly entrenched in that top 10 once again. Keep your eyes on Todd Waters all day. And there he is, Connor Adams on the bike, 26 for MotorX. Strong, strong local showing. Looking for one of his best results in senior competition. And a strong day coming up. And there it is, Sammy Prashira riding for the Simford Motorsport Group, just to the left of screen. And Sammy, born and bred in the Sunraysia, and he looks to get it on for the Simford Motor Group team.
Good on you, Sammy. Nice and relaxed to throw us the shuck up. Happy Hattah, everybody. There is Triggy with the Sherco, the distinctive colours. Clapping their hands together.
Yeah, I know the boys, Belshi and Nick and Tim and the whole crew rally around this bloke. They live and breathe with Triggy, and they're riding this thing as hard as he is, I'm certain. What a day. What a day.
Let's go outside the top 10, Liam. You got Jai Dixon qualified 11th. He was in the top 10 to the last minute when Cal snuck in. Riley McGillivray was 12th. 13th was Corey Hammond. Matt Ryan 14th. 15th, Cody Stevens. Cooper Shido 16th. Angus Reardon 17th. Billy Hargy 18th. Aaron Mason 19th. Shane Mason 20th.
Yeah, big top 20, isn't it? Corey McMahon puts himself inside the top 10 once again as well. He'd love a big spot. He finished at 11th last year, hence him running number 11 on the bike, as well as Andrew Wilkes.
What a shot this is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the unbelievable Penrite Hattah Desert Race. This spectacle of this start, there's nothing like it. The side-by-side will meander down in front of the grid, and they will peel off into the Mallee scrub and get after it.
It's an incredible scene. If you haven't seen it before, it's something to behold, and that's why the fans absolutely pack out this first turn here at the start line. They are chock-a-block under the Penrite banner. right at the timing loop here we are as well, so just off to our left is where they come through to finish that lap, and that becomes one of the most exciting parts of the day when they get back into that acceleration zone out of the pits. It's a very sketchy piece of road on the final lap, that's for certain.
Ado from Blokeswell getting his first experience. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to let him loose. Cal Norton is away. Simpson, Brashira, Waters, Adam, Wilkes, Trigg, McMahon, Simmons, your top 10. Here we go, Liam. What a spectacle. I never get sick of this.
No, the sound change in the air, isn't it? It literally rattles the commentary box as they rip into that first right-hander and then they wind their way back in behind.
Triggy going for a run already. You would think to yourself, we've got probably 4 or 5 hours of riding ahead of us. Why would they go so hard? But you don't want to be behind riders for dust and for roost. There is a magnificent shot.
We're only halfway through the first row. 400 or so bikes.
What did we get to?
About 424 prologued in, I think it was yesterday.
419, we had some DNFs. So 419. We're still, as Liam said, going through the first row. They'll peel through this right-hander now. Then there's a loop. They'll go to the left. That is Mallee Scrub right there.
Well and truly, it's picturesque. And fans are still absolutely packed out here on this start line.
You know, when John Williamson sang about the Mallee boy, I don't know if he had this in mind. I like our version a whole lot better. Look at that. They snake their way out. What an event this is. The good guys, the pros, will get 8 laps in. Anybody else that falls somewhere in the middle will get as many as they can in before the big dogs get the checker 8 laps later. We speed through the pits. The pits is actually part of the racetrack, Liam. It still blows my mind.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite parts of this event, the way they rock and roll through the pits at full speed, those couple of lanes they sift out into before they progress into their pit stop. They pull up onto the enviromats and have a chat with the team if they're talking at all, but it's usually a pretty slick experience. Everyone got a game plan in mind. Whether that goes to plan or not is always another story.
Now remember, nobody has ridden this course. This was absolutely virginal before we did this right now. You can't practice on this track. Not at any point other than a look lap that they got yesterday on the other side of the road. You can't practice. This is natural land provided by the farmers. And what an incredible opportunity for us to rip through the Mallee. We're about 40 minutes away from Mildura in Victoria, Australia. If you just tuned in, this little hamlet, this part of the world, is known as Hattah. It's near Calignan. When you spell it backwards, it's spelled Nangelock. And there's 2 towns. Nobody having any trouble at the moment, which is good news, Liam.
Nice to see.
Last year we had that fall early. It was the only real blemish. Look at Tex. I think it's young Jamie on the FPV drone. We are going to cover the action for you from as many angles as possible before they get out into the deep scrub.
It's a loose stretch of road there, isn't it, in front of so many spectators too. It's not the place you want to drop this thing by any means. It's always the first couple of laps that get a little bit exciting as you've got really no idea what to expect heading out onto the course. The couple that have ridden this in previous years, it's going the same direction as it did last year, but 12 months ago. You can hardly remember the turns to get to the venue, let alone the racetrack itself. So it's tough for the first couple until you can start trying to memorise your lanes, but that's a lot of kilometres of road to try and memorise lap after lap, and then attrition starts to come into it as well. And the boys and girls are absolutely going for it through the scrub already. Still the bikes peel out. There's a row and a half left to rock. And now they're just about ready to kick into row 4. And the bikes from 300 to 399. They're sifting away. And then the final lane, all but ready to roll. Such a slick operation, this start line. There's nothing else like it on the planet. Totally unique and groundbreaking in another year in this 25th anniversary of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Fascinating part as well, Liam, there's no defending champions here this weekend. So there'll be a new champion crowned today. Chucky Sanders, unfortunately injured, not able to defend his title. So someone is going to be crowned the King of Hattah today for the very first time, and that's exciting in itself.
Always groundbreaking. Every year, there's so many stories that go into this thing. Tales of wins and woes, and everyone out there really in their own race. They've all got different goals in mind, whether you're looking to win your class, win outright. There's obviously a lot of boys and girls inside that top 40 currently that are vying for that #1 spot. But you look a little further back and there's a lot of guys that would love to have been in that top 40, and they've got their work cut out for them today.
We've spoken to a lot of the champions and a lot of the stars of this race in the last couple of days, including Ben Grabham, who's won this race twice. So later on the day, we'll be playing back some of the interviews that we've done with some of the major figures. Wow, this is the good part. They head out, there's no real grooves, no ruts, just you against nature and 419 of your closest mates. This is the main straight. They'll come back through there as part of the racetrack. That's a ripping shot, isn't it?
Incredible. It's a super exciting stretch of road as well after they've ridden somewhat slowly down this back straight behind the pits. As soon as they exit the pits, they've got that short straightaway that gets super chatted when they get onto the brakes later on. And then they come through that left-hander and then the main stretch in front of 90% of the crowd here in front of the food vans and the Penrite banner. And passes are plenty at that very moment. A couple of boys and girls that are better on the brakes. They have that little straightaway before it juts through the timing loop and round to the left. And a cracking piece of road. And folks, that is all but everyone entered now into this race. And incredibly, without issue, everyone seems to have gotten away perfectly.
It can happen.
It can be done.
So everybody's going to settle in now. They'll head out into the scrub. And this amazing event just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
And the echo just gets further and further away for the next 20 minutes or so.
One lap is 37 kilometres. Thank you very much. And we did start right on time. Not that I should be surprised about that. Johnny Contract and this amazing team, they do such a wonderful job. Huge committee, actually a small committee, but a huge band of volunteers that pull this race on. Already, you can see how deep that sand is, Liam, to the left there.
You don't want to be in those side pits. It's so hard to judge for the first few laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at it there.
And how do you retain 37 kilometres worth of information when you're absolutely pinned? As soon as both legs have to come off the bike, like we're on screen, it's not an overly good time outside the barrel. Oh.
Jeez,
There's no avoiding it. There just isn't. When you're over 400 riders on the same stretch of road, that's going to happen.
I love how there's just spectators just randomly placed around this course. There's people out there with their lounge chairs, with fires, with TVs, all sorts of stuff out in the scrub.
Oh, have a look at the roost.
That is bottomless there, isn't it? We're getting a look at some parts of the track that we normally don't get to see. Look at that. They got the side-by-side up there. They got the campfire.
It's a tough gig out there, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure they camped out there. There we go. Oh, actually, is that one of our riders?
I think that's a bike smoking. We thought it was a fire. I think that's definitely a bike smoking.
So that's already a retrieval. Not sure if we can get a number.
Wow.
Someone just tapped that guy on the shoulder with the puffer jacket.
I definitely thought that was a fire.
Yeah, I did too. Which is not uncommon in terms of a contained campfire. Not a bushfire.
By any means.
Ado, I don't know if you can hear us. Adrian Knox is going out for a ride with Mr. Hattah, Ken Reid. What an experience that'll be for him. Now, here we go, Liam.
Perfectly in the sun.
So it is a fire in the background, right? I don't think they were running the thing. I don't think they're running the bike as they put it on the trailer. These are such great shots. What a way to spend your Sunday morning. This event has such enormous tourism benefits for the region, Liam. You just felt over the last couple of days, the city of Mildura and the surrounding suburbs of Irimple and Redcliffs and Baronga and Golgol over the river, Wentworth is far away there, and of course Merbeen, those kind of regions. You could feel the city swelling. We'll have a look back at the start here in a moment and just see how they launch them. It is truly a remarkable concept. This is in the pits. This is the bit that's remarkable as well. And we'll show you later on how that's going to work when they come in. I can't wait. Ado is going to go for a ride with, this is the start. Good launch from Cal. Jack Simpson was straight after him along with Sammy. I love how Sammy threw us the shaka just before.
Not bothered, is he?
Cool cat, no doubt about it. This has been such an amazing system for the last few years. And it's remarkable how precise it is, Liam.
Yeah, and you can't practice that sort of start if you're at home trying to plan for the next Hattah. It definitely takes about now to try and start building and preparing the body and a bike. Certainly, you need a bike that's going to go 4.5, 5 hours if you're not on that lead lap. And it takes every bit of 5 hours to get the show ran. So, first of all, you need a bike that you know is going to get you there, and as well have some body left at the end of the race. So you need a comfortable bike, something that's going to hang on, and importantly, you need the body to be right. There's so much that goes into it. You just can't be nursing really any kind of injury unless you're an absolute battler. There's been some fairy tale stories from years gone by, the gladiators rocking into this thing with prior injuries like Chucky Sanders and so many more that have nursed injury and still been able to get through this show, which is just an incredible sign of strength. And most importantly, I think headspace more than anything. You can just block an injury away or whatever's going on outside of this race to get your head right in the game and just focus on this job to be done.
That shot is just remarkable. Nowhere in the world do I see a start like that and the environment that they work in as well. 419 riders today. 5 of them were DNFs yesterday in Prologue, which is effectively qualifying.
Do you think any of them are at home with the daily driver and the wifey in the car trying to practice that sort of a start in the driveway? There's no way to get good at that. There's no way to have that moving gate. Anyone that's in motocross and whatever, they have their starters gates and everyone
guys
lets
in the pit
rip
area,
right at the same time. They're fighting for that whole
DNFs
shot.
today,
It's a totally different setup to this. There's just no way to be absolutely good at this without doing this event constantly.
Just looking back at the rest of that start, look at all the spectators all the way along that pit area. They're predominantly tied up with the teams in some way. And later on, we'll get some aerial views of the pit area.
There's Jet Brian on screen, and the local just took off. Local rider riding in that 250 class. Absolutely loves this. Funny enough, he left his goggles. I seen him on the start line about 10 minutes before riders briefing, sitting there all G'd up. He looked like he'd had 5 Red Bulls and he was ready to rock. And then last second, his sister leaned over and said, "Do you have your goggles?"
Wow.
And he didn't.
Thank goodness for his sister.
Tell me about it. So saved him in a major way. Jet Brian, good local backing behind him.
So they'll actually come back down that straightaway after they leave the pits. One of the very few places where the pit area is actually part of the racing lap. We've got a few rookies here this weekend. We just met Mike and Mike, who are here from the council. Never experienced this before. And I said, have you seen this before? And they said, no. I went, oh.
You're in for a show.
You just love when people see that start for the very first time. Brett Metcalf is here for the first time. Current MX star and a veteran of racing and still a BAD A55. Super competitive. And I know that after seeing the action yesterday, Medi is already planning to ride here next year. He's taking an R&D, Liam. You could see it yesterday. He's like, radio, could do that, I could do that. His dad travels with him a lot as well, and his young son, one of two boys, he races as well. And Medi, I could just see the wheels turning yesterday, Liam. He's playing.
Yeah, absolutely. He was mapping out all of the junior stuff as well for the boys, so much goes into it and taking a whole lot in. A big learning environment here this weekend.
Penrite have a couple of ambassadors here this weekend. Brett Metcalf is one of them. The other one is an 8-time Australian motocross champion, a Mr. Motocross hero, a man who celebrated success both here in Australia and also overseas as well, tying, of course, in Australia with the great Jeff Leask. Glenn Bell is here for the first time. I spoke to him yesterday before we kicked off the action. He really didn't have much to go on or had seen anything at that point, but you could just see the excitement in Belly's eyes. Later on today, we're going to catch up with him, but let's have a look back at yesterday when I caught up with Glenn before the action, before the first day of competition. Look at all the humanity, Belly.
Yeah, look at it.
How good is this? Aussie motocross legend Glenn Bell in the middle of the juniors getting ready for their prologue and their look laps, and of course here representing Penrite. Your first ever Hattah Belly. What are you?
Yes.
You pumped?
Oh, it's unreal. I can't believe how big this is.
Yeah.
840 something riders over the weekend. It's going to be sensational.
Cracking sunrise here over the Sunraysia. It's a little chilly, but you know, nothing you're not used to.
No, it's fine. Like most of the motocross meetings start early, and they normally chilly in winter. So yeah, but it's going to look fantastic.
Yeah, there's got a bit of a bottleneck, Liam, just trying to get out of the place here at the moment. Oh, look at that gorgeous sunrise coming up now. What do you know about this event? What have you heard, Belly?
I know it's pretty fast. It's, pretty big laps. A lot of good riders ride.
Yeah.
And, a lot of legends over the years. And, I'm sort of got my money on Todd Waters this year. So we'll see how he goes. He's been doing all right in the Pro MX.
Yeah.
And so I think he's fit enough, and he loves this type of soil. It's nice sandy and it's perfect conditions. The moisture in the ground from the rain a few days ago has just helped it enormously.
Just heard the briefing just then for the junior big wheels, 22 Ks a lap and 6 laps. So it's over 130 Ks of riding. It's so different to junior motocross, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I can't believe these little juniors on the 85s and stuff can hang on for that amount of time. Like with the speeds and stuff they're going, I can see some of them have the big tanks on it. So, they must be accustomed to this type of racing, and it's going to be great.
It'd be easy, Belly, to think that dirt bikes are dirt bikes, right? Motocross, supercross, desert racing, it's all the same. It's not.
No, definitely not. Supercross is totally different to motocross. Motocross really gets into your arms a lot. And same with this desert racing, it's so different to motocross even because you got so much speed going, you're gearing your bikes up to do, 175 kilometres an hour and in places that's what they do every lap. So, you got to have your bike set up like perfect for these conditions. It's really difficult.
This is the pit lane right here next to the start line, and they're going to travel certain speed through there and be nice and slow. But tomorrow we go across the road, there's a race line through the pits, race speed through the pits. That doesn't happen in any other form of motocross or motorcycling that I'm aware of.
No, not the like with pit stops and refueling, because they're riding flat out for like 4.5 hours. So it's a long time on the bike, and your hands really take a punishment. And the guys that are prepared for this, are the ones that's going to win.
Do you miss racing?
Oh, definitely.
Especially like today?
You wish you could do it forever, but, forever. That's when I first started racing, I'm going, man, this is so good. You know, I'm going to do it forever, but forever doesn't last forever. So yeah, but it's always great to be at the races. You know, I'm lucky enough to go around with Penrite now to all the races and set up, and it's a real special time to catch up with everyone and do that.
Does this take you back, these little kids? Do you remember when you were just a little tacker belly doing this?
Oh yeah, I just rode trials, so it's a bit different to this, but it taught me a lot when I was a kid, you know, throttle control, balance, and doing that sort of thing. So I just had to get used to a bit of speed for motocross, so they come pretty easy, you know, with trials you stand up all the time.
Yeah.
And you need to do that to ride fast in motocross and desert racing basically too.
Stand when you can, sit when you have to.
Yeah, that's right.
Stephen Gould told me that.
Yeah.
Good to see you here, Billy.
Great, good to be here.
Wow, what a gorgeous morning here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. That's Aussie motocross legend, Glenn Bell. Connor Adams, great result for Connor. The Adams boys, very, very good competitors. They did very well at Fink as well. It's great to have Ondi and Phyllis here, and of course Argar and John as well. Proud grandparents here, and Uncle Lee and Auntie Kylie, and all of their, I'm sure, cousins and the rest of the family are here as well to support. So as we look at that live ladder there at the moment, just remember that that is their colours, not necessarily their order. Yeah, so quite often as well, this can be a bit misleading at times, Liam, because you look and you go, hang on, why is Cal Norton over there? Has he stopped? That's actually just that the GPS has tracked out. So it's not actually that he stopped or anything like that. So sometimes it can be a bit misleading. What we can see is Mason Simmons tracking along very nicely indeed and heading towards Iron Gate. Connor Adams as well. You got Wilkshire and also McMahon. Let's look at their results from yesterday. Corey McMahon, fantastic yesterday in that top 10. But Prologue, he got himself, he originally came in at number 2 in that Prologue, but of course, then when you come out around the top 10, it can flip things up. Now, Liam, what was cool yesterday, a lot of people wouldn't have seen this. Cal pulled up first after his first run, and then everybody pulled up in a group, and they all just sat there as a bunch of mates while the times came in. It was this unbelievable show of camaraderie in the middle of a very competitive nature.
Yeah, it's a super close-knit community. You struggle to find that sort of camaraderie in a lot of other sports. It's a very individual, sport in many regards, but still they're all here with the same goal in mind. They still want everyone to get home safe. So yesterday was super cool. Yeah, right after that top 10 shootout, everyone locked in and pulled up together to basically ride home everyone that was finishing and see where they all stacked up here at the live time, and they could have easily rode straight back to their pit and not pulled up as one of the first heartbreak stories or come up. And there's guaranteed to be many today. It just is a grueling sport.
Just imagine the recovery team, that how hard they work with retrieving people out in the middle of the mallee and to bring them back in the pits, to bring them back to their families and their teams. We saw a remarkable difference in the build-up in the pits for some of these teams. There's some blokes back there kicking back with bacon and egg sandwiches. I think I saw, I'm trying to think back, I think it was Will Price had risotto this morning for breakfast. I'm like, wow. The Empire Kawasaki team, off-road team, risotto for breakfast this morning.
This is pretty well lunch as well. You have to factor in that anyone else here, we're able to use any of the awesome amenities and all the food vans that are available here right in front of us. We can just wander up when we're hungry or thirsty or whatever, but that's a very different beast when you're on the bike for the next 4.5, potentially 5 hours without food. It's got to be a pretty choice bit of meal for breakfast.
Old school drone coming in at the moment.
Big drone.
His tech's got a remote control helicopter as well now. This is interesting. I'm assuming that the helicopter knows exactly what's going on and with the drones and all of that sort of stuff as well. We really need to come up with a Hattah burger or a Hattah dog or some iconic Hattah food every year is the signature food that you come here and...
It'd end up being something like Roo Burgers, wouldn't it?
It's not going to be Hattah halloumi. I'll give you the tip right now. Looking forward to having Ryan Brandford join us in commentary very soon. One of the guys that was expected to do very well at the Fink Desert Race for the STE team. Unfortunately, he had a big get-off. He's here on crutches this weekend, but keen to come over and have a yarn with us. Can't wait to chat with Brett Metcalf a bit later on. I'm hoping Jason Stewart. So, riders coming into or out of the pit area just then. So this is, yeah, we're just wondering if that's not a mechanical issue or something from the very start. So that's where you come out of the pits. Let's try and explain this track and this pit system if we can at all. That is where you rejoin the actual, well, you're still on the racetrack at this point, but it's where you come out into that no speed limit situation there.
Yeah, it's a super tight hairpin as you exit that pit row. We'll try and pick up exactly which bike that is. Definitely
The 803.
not one of your leaders.
It was awfully quick for them to come back. 37 kilometres a lap. The first lap is obviously slower to get started, but they will.
So that was Max Gartner on the KTM 350 SXF for Topfield Farms. So clearly something not right or missed the start. Had something go wrong with that bike in the opening laps. Might have been brought back somewhere out of frame and then had to go again. So that's a tough break. Another cool shot of our GPS tracking.
So again, you can see that Todd Waters and Callum Norton don't worry about that. The fact that their GPSs aren't moving just at the moment. Brodie Waters as well. No relation, by the way. Great shot. You can see them running through the tree line up the top there. Shannon Moyler, the assistant race secretary, one of the many hardworking green jacket people here. It's amazing the work that this team does in the green and blue jackets. Absolutely thankless job it is. They do it just for the passion of this event and to feel a sense of pride in the uniform, Liam. This has gone on to become one of the most popular and epic events in the world of desert racing, not just in Australia. Hattah is becoming a thing of legend, and after 25 years, of course, we had 2020, we got robbed by the spicy cough, and the year before, the rain, an absolutely biblical style storm, came in and washed us out.
It was just incredible, wasn't it? It's always a tale to tell from the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Doesn't matter whether that's weather, rider, mechanical, whatever it may be. It's caused such a stir over the last few years. There's always a story of triumph or a story of heartbreak, no matter how that may go.
That year was the year that Daniel Milner was declared the winner of one of his 3 different wins that he has had. Milner's been a phenomenal competitor. He won in 2017 and 2018. Sorry, it was Daniel Sanders in the middle. Milner came back in that rain-sodden 2019 event. I just remember interviewing the guys that were literally caked in mud. And I remember vividly their interview with Triggy, which stands in my mind. We can't play that one on the screen for you, but look at the speed here. Now, is that Cal? We'll try and work out, we'll try and get in a bit closer. It's going to be hard to zoom in and get a bit of flow going.
It is a very fast stretch of road.
Wow. 8 laps, 37 Ks, tapped out. Gee, the speed.
Yeah, he's pinned, isn't he?
Wow.
I think they might still be Max Gartner, possibly, or we're getting closer to cars.
Is that somebody coming back in the pits?
You'd have to think we're not too far away.
Yeah. So this is our leaders. This is a good chance for us to watch how the pit system works.
And they're still tight together, aren't they?
Oh, wow.
So Jack Simpson on screen on the 3.
So you got 3 lanes. You got the race speed lane. You got the gradient in the middle. And then you've got the area where you have to slow to a stop. So they are racing through the pit area. You tell me where you've ever seen that in any other form of motorsport.
So it doesn't look like a pit stop for Jack Simpson.
Straight back
Certainly
out.
not. He's on it. No question about it.
Back through the gate. This is a great shot right here. Now, what we found last year and the year before, Liam, too, is that when they came to the finish line...
I think he might have missed a turn there.
Yeah, he should have turned hard left
there. I think he definitely
there.
missed a turn.
Wow.
So through the timing loop, they have to slow down through that gradient and then bang, straight across in front of the tower.
So Jack is leading. He definitely seemed to get a little bit disorientated coming out of the pit just then. Back on it.
So the only bike on your screen so far, we did have one tucked right in behind him on the entry to the pit. So might have been a pit stop by whichever rider that was. Oh, Cal on the 518, that's who I reckon it was in shot. They came into the pits together, and I reckon Cal was only about 20 bike lengths behind him. So I'm thinking for certain the STE Racing bike of Callum Norton stopped in.
Pit strategy and fuel is a big thing.
Mason Simmons times in at third. He's got a 12-second gap to Callum, and Callum then 20 seconds to Jack Simpson, your current leader. I think for certain Cal had a quick splash and dash and kept it rolling and sticking to their strategy. The next couple of bikes to come into screen, so we're on board with the pit stop. It's the Yamaloob. Oh, the roll-offs have come well and truly unstuck.
Yeah. We can't use tear-offs in modern-day desert racing and events like that. They're very environmentally conscious. That's going to be a little distracting as well.
He's got no goggles on at all.
It's got a bit of a Priscilla.
He's got no goggles on at all.
That's a horrible situation.
Boy, that's a long lap coming up.
Absolutely it is, Liam.
Oh, it's horrendous. So T-Dub, Todd Waters on the 2, ticks back in, and the story's already begun. K-Mac, Corey McMahon on the 11, peels out without the goggles on.
That's horrible. That is just horrible. The speeds he'll be doing out there.
Your eyes absolutely watering. That's just a horrendous time. Then the next bike through, boy, he's on that. So they're timing in Cooper Shido and Angus Reardon. Boy, that's a climb. The pair of them, Brody Waters, Connor Adams.
And again, too, we're not aware of who has been and stopped in the pits as well, which can shuffle us.
Yeah, definitely. Jackson Barraclout, Jai Dixon timing in. So the pit stops change everything. You start to catch up and work out exactly where they're at in terms of pit stops a little later in the race. We get to that lap 2, 3 and 4 point where all but everyone has pitted. And now we start working it out. Sammy Prashira comes into screen. Wilksy, Andrew Wilkes on the 4. So Sam Peels, the Simford Motorsport Group. Number 7 across the main straightaway and back into that right-hander. Right here in front of the crowd. Couple of Triggy fans right here in front. Send it, Triggy. The boys await Nathan Trigg to roll through his pit as well. So there goes Triggy, who we expected to pit. So all the boys and girls start to time in. Matty Ryan on the 409. The 20th bike through.
Jonty, of course, on the Sherco. And now on our left of screen, Travis Silk, 21st. Stefan Granquist, 22nd. Remember, Stefan actually timed out of his order yesterday in Prologue, caught us off guard just a little bit. Matt Ryan from the Empire Kawasaki off-road racing team. Stell and the boys do a wonderful job with that team. Jacob Sweet is 23rd. Stephen Bowen, 24th. Tommy Anderson. We walked by Tom this morning when he was getting ready. Very powerful.
Oh, that's a tight corner. That pit corner is so tight when they haven't pitted and they're just ripping through. That's a super tight little hairpin round to the left.
So Liam Dinage in 26th. He timed in Prologue at 33rd yesterday.
And here comes Triggy. So Nathan Trigg times in front of the couple of fans. So we follow Nathan Trigg through the scrub on screen.
Chad Sparrow in 30th behind him. Shane Mason, Luke Chellis, Billy Hargy, Taylor Adams.
I absolutely love this sound when they start forming in.
Liam Walsh, Out of the territory, Liam Jackson, 36. Jeremy Carpentier. 37th, Jet Kipps. Jack Bithell. And Thomas Mason. Your top 40. Lap 1. Gee, they came through quick too. Todd Smith, 41st. Wilson Greinadesh. Patrick McGillivray. So Simpson's time was a 29.32. Cal Norton at 29.53 as we're in the pits. First of the pit stops. Bang some fuel in.
Yeah, that's of course the tweaked performance. The Sherco team. Straight back in. And the bike 5.27. It's one of the later pit stops. So we can see just to the right the STE Racing stable. We've got so many bikes across juniors and seniors in what's certainly their biggest team event to date. It's an incredible job by Jason Stewart and the whole family.
That was Ryan Cossins that just came in on that hit shot. I love that corner already. You know, the Peter Stevens team, how about the influence for the Peter Stevens motorcycles
8 or
team?
9 gazebos there. That's a lot of bikes. Easily 15 to 20 bikes coming in and out of that team.
They're their own town out here. It's Peter Stevensville. Unbelievable. Sam Stockman in 51st.
Big ride by Sammy so far.
So these are some of the guys I think that would have pitted. Ryan Cossins, Mac Rickus, Jack Mentha riding in the STE team. The Husky in.
Good looking bike, isn't it? The 629.
Just gives you an idea of how low they cut that big groove. They dig that trench. They've got enviromats underneath the bike to catch all the fluids.
It's a pretty simple pit stop. And check out the mud already.
Roost much?
Absolutely. Thankfully, that's probably the only thing Corey McMahon has going for not having goggles. He had a fair bit of room ahead of him, but you would have to think he may get caught. When you're doing 170 kilometres an hour on a straightaway, and it's a cool breeze out here, you almost end up with the Dumb and Dumber frozen tears, I think, bleeding out the side of your eyes. At that sort of speed, it's just ridiculous. So you just pray that he had the goggles off to try and conserve some roll-offs. Whatever was left, they'd certainly exploded. So he'll get some goggles on the next pit. No two ways about it.
So we just saw the 435 just crossing through. They get timed as they come back by past the giant screen. Even time for a bit of a thumbs up just then.
Look at the girls going to work.
The
X413.
They got the white fox gear. Jake Holland has the Glamour team on board. Chick Stick dirt bikes.
A great pit stop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Cool shot from the boys in the pits.
Oh, wow.
It's a big bit of mallee tree. The bark busters aren't going to do a great deal when you bounce the full nose of it off the bark.
This is always one of my favourite shots. This is coming to the start-finish line right here. Already it's starting to corrugate up. Remember last year there was a massive ditch here. They dropped right down. That spot there got whooped out really bad.
Already has. Have a look at it right between the bollards. It's already rutted out. So it's as they roll through slowly. They have to slow right down as they tuck under the timing loop. And it's pretty low too. You definitely want to sit down for that. So you roll through slowly and then jump straight back on the pin. And that dug a substantial trench in that exact spot last year and made it super exciting. Right to the line, so already they're absolutely banging. Bar to bar, so cool shot of that finish line as I have Shannon Moyler join us in the booth. And Shan, mate, this must be one of your favourite times of year, no doubt. Stress levels, not for certain.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Favourite time, stress levels are high, but to have an event like this, we look at those shots and it's just absolutely amazing. The crowd are out here, they're all supporting their team and their mates and their family, and all the guys and girls are out there doing their best and having an absolute ball by the look of them.
Yeah, this is what makes it all worth it, isn't it? Today, the planning leading up is absolutely stressful. You know, for anyone that's in that voluntary role and on the subcommittees with the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club and then that Hattah subcommittee, everything that goes into it, it's super stressful, but it's today that makes the whole show worth it in the last 12 months.
Most definitely. It's only a small team, but we're all dedicated. We all understand our roles. We all get in, get it going. We support each other where best we can. Sometimes we all get on each other's nerves, but at the end of it, we have a beer. And the highlight really is at the end of today with all the riders, the teams, the families, just catching up with us all and explaining how much they've loved it and how great event, and that really makes us want to turn back up again and get ready for next year.
Definitely. I don't think anyone's going home going, oh, I don't think I'll bother going next year. I think anyone that comes here and gets a taste of it, they're guaranteed to be back next year and join that incredibly high waiting list to try and get in. It's such an incredible event, and you just don't have the room to let everyone in. It was almost a big swap through the finish line. Just how do you fit more people here? It just couldn't be done. It's
a hard thing. It's always put out to us, take more riders, take more riders. It's a more commitment from the committee that's really pushed to its limits as it is. But look, if you can't make the entry list, which is tight to get in on, all we do is say, look, come and support the event, come and support the district, the area, stay for a day, stay for a week, just come and enjoy Mildura for what it is. Look at today, it's absolutely beautiful weather. What more would you want to be doing?
No, exactly right. It does such great things for the community. Sunraysia is always so strong in their motorsport, whether that's our Easter Power Sports Weekend with all the speedways and the Mildura 100 and the Arena Cross and everything that goes on. Sunraysia manages to turn it on, I think, as good as anyone in the country. That might be selfish to say or a little bit biased, but I don't care, I'm going to say it. I think we have one of the strongest motorsport communities, especially population dense-wise.
Most definitely, and as Wade touched on, I believe, yesterday, it's the quality of people that have come out of here, out of a small little area. You look at all the top fuelers, you look at your speedway, your supercars, everyone like that. There's so many high-profile riders, drivers, etc. that come out of Sunraysia area. It's a real credit to the town. And motorsport, they live it and breathe it. As you mentioned, Easter, the hardest thing's working out your own program on where you can go and make it work to see everything you can. But no, it's the middle of, we're sort of in between Adelaide to here, 4 hours, 5-6 hours from Melbourne, and then obviously down from Sydney. So very central point, but some real quality people out of here.
Yeah, seen the team yesterday from Bunbury KTM. This location means absolutely nothing to them. I don't think it'd matter how far it was, they're going to be here no matter what. So to make that trek from WA is remarkable.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got a few friends from over WA and they're always touching base, and they'll say, look, we've got 30 riders or 20 riders coming, just make sure they're looked after. And look, if they're committed to come that far, why wouldn't we?
Exactly right. Our hospitality is second to none. There's so much going on this morning. Is today less stressful than yesterday? Somehow it would have to be. You're not trying to sift as many riders through Prologue and that top 10 shootout, which is super exciting, but today for somewhat you sort of just let them all go and then the rest sort of works itself out as the race gets on.
Pretty much. Today's all about the setup, getting everyone on that line, getting that 9 o'clock, the first bike away behind the buggy. Once they're all gone, the 4.5 rows, it's up to the riders now. We sit back, we manage, obviously accidents, incidents, etc., track conditions, but it's relaxed time a little bit for us.
It's called relax, is it? Yeah, right, no problem. For anyone that's watching the live stream at home as well, they'll notice if they were tuning in yesterday, we are dealing with a different track today, but they won't actually see the manpower that goes into moving this whole setup fully across the road. So yesterday, we're only about a kilometre distance away over the other side of the road at the furthest point, but everything has to be moved from there over to here today, and that's a late night last night and then another very early morning this morning to make that all possible.
And again, it's the small band of volunteers, Angelo Football Netball Club. We can't thank those guys enough for what they do. They move all our items that we need. It's pretty much, we build a little city for the juniors and the Prologue, and now we've had to rebuild the city over this side. You look at your aerial shots, you'll see what I mean. There's people everywhere, there's tents everywhere, along the fence lines, the track. It's great, it's awesome.
They say Rome wasn't built in a day, but here it was twice over.
Hattah definitely is built in a day. Hattah's built in a few hours overnight, so no.
Definitely. And you struggle to wonder how we ever did without shots like this and that GPS tracking. Obviously, Callum Norton hasn't picked up there at that exact spot, but the ones we can definitely track, your current leader, Jack Simpson, and Mason Simmons tucked right in behind as well. How did you ever do without this sort of technology? You've been involved a long time, and so has Johnny Contract and Ken Reid and all of the absolute legends of this committee, but How do you do for so long without this sort of stuff? We're absolutely blessed to have the coverage that we have these days.
Most definitely. Every year it gets better and better, and we kick it up a notch. And from this live tracking for the top 10, we also look at the big screens and what people can watch and look and be involved. So the guys might be out at the furthest point of the track, but the crowd sitting out there watching can see them on the big screens and see what's happening. Every year we just step up this event just that little bit more, tweak it a bit more, and we make this sort of stuff happen.
What's super cool in town as well, I heard that the Gateway at Birdie, they're broadcasting this whole thing there in the beer garden, so that's super cool. Not that it's any excuse if you can't make it half an hour up the highway to come out to the event yourself, but you can share a palmy and a beer at the Gateway and take this whole scene in. It's pretty cool the way the whole town gets around this event.
Yeah, everyone's involved. All your accommodation people, they're all booked out. They're more than welcoming of all our riders and teams, which is sensational. A lot have been here for 5-10 years at a time, and they're repeat customers. They just book us in next year. We're here no matter what. The Verdi, yeah, we're in there tonight for all the presentations, etc. So the Gateway have been fantastic, jumped on board, and yeah, they're going to have it all across their screens today. So you can't make it out for whatever slim reason you would have.
I agree.
You would be able to sit back and have a palmy and a pot and have a watch of that.
So, not that you get to take in much of the race these days. You're pretty centrally based around the whole communications area here, but if you've got a favourite part of the track at all, not that everyone will struggle to ever see the whole part of the course. You just never will. Everyone has their favourite camping spot where they're parked right around the track, but if you've got a favourite spot, you get to just sit back and watch just a little bit.
Oh, look, for me, it's the starts. It's the starts of today. It was the starts yesterday for the juniors, both classes. It's just seeing them all out there, ready to roll, in-game mode, and twisting that throttle on and heading off.
It's crazy the way they funnel them all in. There must be so much planning and slight tweaks we make each year to try and make those starts better. And obviously there was a bit of a difference in Prologue this year, particularly for the seniors. We changed up all of the numbers. Normally you'd sort of funnel most of the fast guys all together, but this year it was purely number-based, which seemed like a much slicker effort. You know, it makes it a little bit tougher for maybe the faster guys that didn't make that top 40 last year and things like that. But man, it's a super slick effort by all of the committee that were able to make that happen, and it seemed to run a whole lot smoother from a production point of view.
Oh, definitely. Production side of it, for the volunteers lining the bikes up, there was no push and shove. It was quite simple. You were next to the number next to you, so we try to keep it as basic as possible for the riders, and it definitely helped the volunteers. A live broadcast made you guys easy to read the numbers, know who's coming up. So
what's super exciting about it all, I think, as well, is the couple of years commitment that then it really needs to, if you're going to make a big mark, you sort of have a 2-year plan that if you think you can win this race, it takes a lot of preparation, but importantly, it nearly takes 2 years. If you have to struggle to come through Prologue and you don't time in that well, say this year, but you're able to punch a card into that top 40, then by all means look out for next year. If you start in that top 40 for Prologue, you get that number that everyone's looking for. You know, everyone's out there to win. Clearly everyone's got their own sort of race, whether they're chasing a class win or that all-important outright win. It's trying to get into at least that top 40 and have that number.
Yeah, most definitely, and Prologue sets that, and I guess a prime example, and unfortunately Chucky's not here this year with a big off earlier, but he set the scene last year. Prologue back in his normal class and such, he didn't get any preferences, he was out with everyone, shot it up into the top 10 and then took the shootout. So it's doable. We don't like excuses. Chucky set a fine example of that. But look, if you're good enough, you're going to be out there, you're going to be pushing hard, and you're going to put yourself in the best possible time frame you can up to the start line.
Yeah, definitely so. And now Callum Norton's done everything he can to try and follow in those footsteps. Everyone's blazing their own trail by all means, but Callum looking in a similar story. He's got a big race ahead of him today, but same deal. He timed way back in the Prologue, but the one good thing, we spoke to him straight after his top 10 shootout, was the one good thing about all of that, he prologued in late, so he was really the only one that had a close enough look to that Prologue track in the same conditions that it finished in. So he trotted straight back out in that top 10 shootout, and he had probably the most experience on the way that track was sitting at that point in time.
Definitely, and as I think we just said, he snuck in. He
was,
I think it was 0.6 off 11th.
One breathe off the throttle at any point on that Prologue lap, and he might not have made it.
That's right. He still would have been out on the front line, but he wouldn't have had that top 10 position. So, look, in the top 10 shootout, that really shuffled him up a bit. Some of the guys were just happy to say, hey, I don't care, I'm in 10th, I'm happy, I'm on that front line, I'm ready to roll.
Definitely. We saw a little earlier, I don't know if you're able to catch it on the screen at all, Corey McMahon rode out without goggles on. He come through the start line, the roll-offs blew off, So at some point, something went wrong in the pit stop, whether they blew up there, he might have tried to change the roll-offs, but no good, and he was fumbling with the goggles. How important at 170 kilometres an hour are the goggles?
Good luck to Corey.
Yeah.
I hope the team hear that and they've got another set ready to roll for him, because he will come in with very, very sore eyes. The pitting on some of the front plates yesterday, even after Prologue, was pretty serious. So,
yeah, definitely.
There's certainly some decent roosts, and he won't want to be sitting behind anyone for too long. He'll be making some moves for sure.
Definitely so. The dirt, so much different every year, isn't it? We have a slightly different weather band. You can always expect a fair bit of rain in the lead up to this event, but no dust to be seen whatsoever. That may certainly change as they trench right down and find a little bit of the drier stuff through the day, but thus far, zero dust, and it makes the racing so clear.
It does. It certainly helps the riders, though. It does become quite square-edged out there as well. So the riders really have to be on their ball and watch out and watch for the track conditions changing. When it's dusty, They tend to, I'll slow down. I can't quite see properly. So we'll just see how the next 3.5 hours pan out.
That's all you can do, isn't it?
That's right.
It's a very big day.
I picked up bike number 32, Simon Cox, with the Simford team. He was up into position 185, I think, just come through. So he unfortunately had a DNF in Prologue yesterday and started from one of the last 10 riders off the line. So
that is tough, isn't it?
We had a discussion yesterday and last night, and I said, mate, you've got a whole field in front of you. You're probably the only person that can say I've passed 200 riders. So he's certainly
incredible so far, isn't it? That has to make it so much more fun, that, apart from the fact that you are majorly debilitating yourself at the start of the race, how much fun are you going to then have? You'd have to be just bamming on the horn the whole way, you would think. I spoke to a few riders that are on the horn to let a couple of the slower guys know they're coming and try and make it as safe as they can when they go past. But that takes every ounce of pressure off yourself. By all means, start on that back road.
Yeah, they'll be hoping those slower riders just keep their lines. The pro guys know what they're doing. They'll go around you. When it's safe, they'll never take you out just for the fun of it. So it's a big family out here, and we all look after each other.
You love it, absolutely. Super cool shots. There isn't a pit setup like it on the planet. There's a couple of granddads, dads, mums, sisters, whatever it might be, working on the crew. There's the shot exactly. The goggles, I think there's going to be a few of those changes today.
Oh, mate's not in a real hurry.
No.
Yeah, he's right. We'll just get a new set and we'll get going when he's ready.
Be just fine. Yeah, that's caked in pretty good.
Yes.
Been eating a little bit of roost.
Most definitely. Obviously, that looked like the McGinty team, I think it was. So some electrolytes into him and he'll be ready to roll again.
Oh, this Mallee Dirt's as good for the immune system as anything, isn't it?
Most definitely. Let it get right into your system and it'll definitely draw you back next year.
How good are the shots? Shannon Moyler, thank you for joining us, mate. You're always welcome in here. Knows this place like the back of his hand and has spent the last 12 months on top of the last many years before that, making this all possible, Shan. We couldn't do any of it without you. This whole event revolves around the Green Jackets making this thing happen.
The Green Jacket guys, if you ever see them out there, just pull them up, give them, the guys and girls, a handshake and tell them thank you, because as I said, it's a small team, but we're all really dedicated and we put our heart and soul into putting on an event like this.
What beer do most of the Green Jackets drink, by the way? I think come the end of this event, there's going to be plenty flowing around.
Come tonight at the Verdi at the Gateway. We will not be fussy.
Beautiful. We look forward to it. And g'day, if you are watching from the Gateway today, having a pot and palmies shortly, I would hope. We're still only about 10 o'clock in the morning, but I'm certain you're having a great time if you're in there at the Gateway or Verdi. If not already, then jump in there for certain and have a watch. So cool shots of that pit as we follow on, and we wouldn't be too far away from Jack Simpson on approach yet again. So we can see him there, not far away at all, probably a few minutes, if that. So he comes past the twin dam gate, Mason Semmons right in behind. So we don't have the shot on the GPS of Callum Norton. You can see his blue dot still parked right there at the finish line, which is of course not the case. But Jack Simpson motoring along that last main straightaway in the lap and then through the jump dune and the windy section of scrub before the pits. So Simpson was your leader last time through. So there's really no update. Wade Ornger, good to have you back in the box. There's really no update on the lap when they're heading around whether any lead changes have happened. So we take it in as quickly as the common fan does.
And that's probably the way it should be anyway. What we do try to keep an eye on is when we suddenly have the guys coming into the pits and we get a bit of an idea. I did notice when I was standing there just near the finish line just then, there's at times groups of riders that wait for each other. And what that basically is just a group of mates that want to do this together. It's as much about just trying to complete the distance as well as compete the distance. So when you're out there doing this with your mates, wow, that was close. And that's the thing too, when you're in the scrub like these guys are, suddenly you come around the corner and there's a bloke there trying to kickstart his bike because he's just dropped it or he stalled it in that groove. So Jack Simpson out to a 20-second lead over Callum Norton, Mason Simmons, Jackson Barraclough back in 11th, Cody Stevens, Corey Hammond, Riley McGillivray, Sam Prashira, Andrew Wilkes. Now you'd have to think, when you look at guys like Andrew Wilkes back in 16th and Sam Prashira back then in 15th, those guys had a pit stop early. Nathan Trigg, another good example. Then very soon we're going to have Ryan Branford in for a chat from STE Racing out of the Territory. I'm sure he's enjoying his experience here as well. Stefan Gramquist, about where he started. It was about the 22nd position or thereabouts, so he's been able to maintain. Gee, that's a long straightaway there, isn't it?
It's just absolutely tapped out.
Yes.
It's not a rut you want to hit and get really saily on the bike, so we go FPV with the drones. It's like it got caught
I was going to say, wow, it's like he got hung up on something
Stopped
then.
perfectly.
This is just next level, being able to do that. This is already really seriously chopped up. And it's this spot here, as they swing to the right, this is the finish line right here that they're going past. As it drops down there. Last year,
that
there you
it's
go.
already there, well and truly.
It's already rutted out.
Just crazy scenes. Looking over that Penrite, Australian-made known gazebo.
Pretty cool, isn't it? It's kind of like, I like it, it's almost like one of the rounds of the V8 cars, but it's sort of like the Enduro and Enduro. Mate, you've been with the company
Short amount of time now, yeah?
At 4 months.
Wow, but they tell me you've been involved with Penrite a lot longer than that, though, right?
Yeah, so I've been selling the product around the place, I guess, for 15, 16 years. So a very long time.
Right, so your connection with the company now, obviously you're employed by Penrite?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, so I work in South Australia, out there, yeah, selling oil.
And you're one of their sales reps, come product development style, branching out, getting people to connect up, more like, I suppose, commercial entities and the like?
Yeah, spot on, mate. So I work a lot with workshops and mining industry, etc. Yep, spot on.
And the real cool part about Penrite, and I always ever say this, we're talking about an Australian company. This is a company that is neatly connected in Australia. They do what they need to do to be the leader in field. And even though we've got so many vehicles imported that come into the country now because a lot of the manufacturing here closed up, Penrite have gone that step better to say, we'll provide oils for your vehicles, but better than that, they're a better class of oil that are going to be used in those vehicles, right, that you make the choice to do, and backed by warranty. I reckon that's just incredible.
Spot on. And look, one thing I've found is there's not many vehicles we don't cover. Honestly, the coverage is massive with us. So no matter what you want, we've got enough for you.
And beyond that, you're always coming up with visions of what you need to be better with, and make sure that you actually connect up with different businesses, or rather manufacturers, to make sure that you're covering everything from bikes to lawnmowers to earth-moving equipment, your general people mover. Mate, you cover the range of everything.
Absolutely, everything from your generator to your map truck and everything in between.
Now, the other part of it, Chris, if somebody's got an oil question, now, I know that sounds dumb, but it happens, right? Somebody's got an oil question. They want to understand whether something is right, or are they using the right oil, or is there something you can provide that's an equal or better oil for the job? There is somebody here they can talk to today, yeah?
Absolutely. So they head on over, have a chat with Brendan. Here's the man. He's got all the
So here he comes into the pits, or through the pits for the second time, your race leader, Jack Simpson. You would expect a pit stop is imminent here, Liam.
Yeah, he's just pitted
There you
just
go.
before on screen. So Simpson already in and out of his pit stop. So we're waiting to come through the trees here.
It's even rutted out through the pits.
That's a super tight little stretch by the bollards. You don't want to clip those at all. So swift pit stop by Jack Simpson. That's your leader right there on screen.
He's looking good, isn't he?
Strong.
Started off really aggressively, and obviously that was the strategy to get it done.
He did get that corner right this time too, importantly.
Well, I'm not sure that he didn't the first time. It's just that it's a slightly different loop, perhaps, than what I remember from last year. Oh, wow. He may have got it exactly right the first time. That might have been on us, Liam, because we were expecting him to just peel hard left, but that section as they come out of the pits might be exactly the way that they're supposed to ride it. Have a look at his style.
And Callum now into view. So what sort of gap are we dealing with? About 16 seconds if I'm reading right.
Now the lap time, obviously Cal came through without that stop. Talking about a 31.15 and Cal running a 31.10. So his best lap was on lap 2, a 31.10. A 31.15 that time for Jack Simpson. Mason Simmons currently in third. Corey McMahon. There is no smooth part of this racetrack. Not that you expect it anyway. It's desert racing, for God's sake. Todd Waters in fifth, but it never ceases to amaze me how cut up every inch of this track gets. And that place last year was horrific.
Every metre is earned, and particularly right at that finish line. When we had all of our riders parked up here at the end of their race, it was a crazy scene to watch them absolutely bounce through that finish line between the bollards.
I love that shot. Mason Simmons, that sweeping left and right. He nearly dropped it then. I think he lost the front end. He very nearly went down. Mason Simmons.
So do we have Corey McMahon come into view? He'd be one of the next few to expect, but definitely dealing with that goggle issue. So can we pick that up? I think we might be following
what a lap
Corey
that's been.
along.
And you know what? The air is icy. So not only dealing with the whole mud, air, dirt, all that sort of stuff with no goggles, but what about the wind coming in through the helmet? Unbelievable. So difficult. So there is Todd Waters aboard the number 2, the Husky, up on the pegs. Not sure whether Todd came in on that first lap or not. Wow.
Yep, teed up, putting on the passes through the pits.
Mind you, that was probably a gradient where the rider he was passing was probably looking to come into his pit anyway. But yeah, you're right. The closing speed was quite amazing. 6 to go. It sounds like not long, but then you figure 6 times 37 kilometres.
Yeah, she's a long way.
Over 200 Ks to go. So we're in. It's the Shido, Cooper Shido. In for the pits. Pretty well drilled. Pit stop. And away they go. Nice work for Cooper. Consistent yesterday.
Teed up. Into view. Coming out of the pits. So he had a slight stop. And Corey McMahon.
Yeah, teed up not too far behind him, actually.
So that was a longer stop, so 3-minute split to Corey McMahon. So definitely got those goggles sorted. Thankfully, hell of a job to roll out with no roll-offs.
I can't even imagine how much fun that wasn't. Just incredible. So at the moment, you've got Jack Simpson, your leader from Callum Norton. Mason Simmons in third. Corey McMahon, Todd Waters, Angus Reardon. Solid job from Angus Reardon right now. Cooper Shido, Brody Waters, consistent. Connor Adams, having a ripping Hattah so far. Now, I know we're only 2 laps into this one, but figure yesterday as well, Connor was solid. Jai Dixon was actually in the 10 until Cal Norton bumped him out of it, but he's found his way back into the top 10 right now. Jackson Barraclough, 11th. Cody Stevens,
Corey Hammond, big move.
Yeah.
Big time move. Hammond, we've seen him
Up to 8th
inside the top 20 yesterday. And of course, finished 16th in last year's running of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. And he steps up to position number 8, Sam Prashira, through as well. He's into the top 10. Parks it up at 9th, so a 4-minute 20 split to your race leader, who is Jack Simpson. And bike 12, Brodie Waters. Through that rough stretch of road, times in at 10th. So Waters on it. It's fascinating the line difference they're running after they tip through the finish line. Whether they keep it tight or they widen up that first right-hander. That might have been Taylor Adams. Just ticked through, or Connor, it was. So Jai Dixon.
So Cal with the quickest lap on the raceway so far, the 31.10. 5 seconds quicker than Jack Simpson's 31.15. So this will be Wilkes coming in. So he has just left the pit area.
Is that Trigg? No, one of the Sherco team.
I think it's Jonty. That gateway, it's very narrow, particularly when you got the bike heavy under load. You're either on the brakes or on the gas. You never coast in a sport like this. I think it's Jonty on the 514 on the Sherco. Really good of the boys on Thursday night to give away that super cool little Sherco e-bike.
Great job, wasn't it? Andrew Wilkes through the timing, so definitely had a couple of pits. We saw him in there, Wilkesy. Timed in really well yesterday in Prologue in that top 10 shootout. So the bike interview, Jonty on the Sherco.
So Connor Adams in 11th, Jai Dixon 12th. Cody Stevens, solid job from Cody so far today. Jonty Reinders back to Riley McGillivray. Wilkes back in 16th. Jackson Barraclough 17th. Jaden Pilgrim in 18th. The Mason boys, Aaron 19th. Matt Ryan on that Empire bike in 20th. Go a little bit further deeper. Travis Silk 22nd. Jacob Sweet 23rd. Stephen Bowen. Tom Anderson 25th. Liam Dinage 26th. Josh Anderson on the Katoom 27th. Bo Taylor. Chad Sparrow. I don't know if he's a captain. And he knows that.
I bet he does.
Did you see that captain getting around yesterday?
Oh, I did.
That was
a member of the Liam Dinage crew.
Oh, was that what was going on?
Definitely.
That probably explains it.
Definitely.
Jeremy Carpentier in the 422. Jet Kipps, Jack Bithell.
That's Aaron Mason on screen, I believe it was.
So Aaron's in 18th. Shane is 32nd. Taylor Adams 34th. A number of brothers racing out there this weekend. Oh! Problem with the goggles just then, and he nearly lost the front end.
So easy to do.
Absolutely.
Takes half a second of your attention away from the bike.
So Taylor Adams just going past us just then, Liam. 22nd. He was at 25th before. One of the Kawasaki's peeling in. That might have been, in fact, that looked like one of the Empire guys. So it might have been Matt Ryan.
Triggy times inside that top 20, just at position number 19.
Possibly Will Price. That's a difficult part of the course to pit in, Liam, because you're under load, swinging hard right in that loop, and then that Empire pit is right near the STE pit, right on the exit to the corner.
That was a good shot then of that exact point that Jack Simpson, I think it's a little clearer now looking over it. It was a super sharp left-hander that he took, and I think that was actually the direction they went in last year, but now they've got that slightly different variation on that corner, and they swing out a little wider, which probably makes it a little faster. So they peel around the tree at that hairpin coming out of the pits through that gate. So the next batch crossing through the line sorts out your top 30. Jaden Pilgrim at position 21. Taylor Adams, great ride thus far at position 22. Liam Walsh, Matt Ryan, Luke Chellis, Liam Jackson, Chad Sparrow, Stephen Bowen, Josh Anderson and Jacob Sweet at position number 30. Now that he's completed lap number 2.
Oh, just that shot is so good. Look how hard they're up. Now, this is the sweeper right here. There's a really big rail there.
Very tight to get into the pits.
Yeah.
If you're in that STE camp or Empire indirectly beside them, you've got to take that corner very differently, don't you?
This is really soft, this area here as well. So if you're not consistently under load through that section, it's very narrow anyway, and it's pretty well whooped out pretty hard as well. So never anywhere at this place do you get any kind of a break. Even in the pits, you got to race right through that. And it was Will Price that just peeled in on the Empire Kawasaki, the young South Aussie, now living in Croydon South, right near the race shop. Here comes one of the STE boys. Oh, man, they were double stacked. That was frantic just then. Suddenly, they almost weren't in. Fresh goggles. The 501 of Jack Mentha, young man out of Horsham, now lives in Mackay in Queensland. Very handy AFL footballer. That's anything but relaxed, John Contract. It's pretty hectic in there. Look at that.
Yeah, look at this. Watch this depart, hey? Leave the scene of the crime in a hurry, right?
Did he just rob a bank?
Well, mate, let me tell you, if he gets himself further up the placings, it'll be like getting the real reward out of what is a pretty tough day, you know.
How good at the moment is Jack Simpson?
Mate, Simo's going really well. The thing, I suppose, with some of these guys is that there's a number of strategies that goes on, right? It's about the group that you run with. How fast do you run to try and dominate and get ahead without burning yourself up, right?
Yeah.
Then there's others that sit back and go, you know what, I'm just going to reel these guys in sort of mid or later on. There's all these things that just make it so hard to understand, you know, second guess. I was out there earlier today when I saw Cal come in for the first time. And what Cal did, which was really clever, you know, like he followed Toddy in. Todd was on the pin, right? He was going for it through that pit area, and that's really unique in itself, which, you know, we'll have a chat about. But smart man, you know what Cal did? He just said, you know what, I'm pitting now.
Yep.
I'm going to dump fuel. I'm going to get myself settled. 1 lap in, and I'm going to go the long haul on 2 laps. And what he was going to do, and I could pick it, you know, he was setting himself up to go those 2 laps hard as, right, and just streak away piece by piece and try and reel him in and then run in front. So when these guys do pit eventually at their second lap, he's a lap jump on them, right? So there's all these things you got to watch in this game. It's nothing that's clear, right?
And he's the quickest bike on the raceway at the moment, John. Further to your point.
Correct.
The 800 Mototech KTM. Well done to the team at Mototech. That function they had on Thursday night was enormous. Huge turnout of fans and riders.
Great exposure, not only for the event and everything else, but also for Mototech. You know, Mototech have been great supporters locally here. You know, the Reardon family have been just so good to this region with what they've done so far. And I know they're really committed to not only events like this, but a number of things that are connected through the local parts of our region here, you know. So I can't thank them enough for what they do.
That was Max Phillips in the pit area just then, the Mototech Mildura area. This is a really great example of the racetrack, Johnny.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Which line do you want,
Which one do you want? Yeah. And everybody seems to do the same thing. They all seem to come down here and make sure that they got the camelback hooked up properly and a last-minute adjustment before you go out into the Mallee.
Yeah.
Everyone in the same place.
Although, you know, at one stage there, we could almost claim that it was a lake at one point.
Yeah.
Man, what the hell was that? Anyhow. Great scenes here with all this beautiful greenery through the place. You know, like we've had a bit of rain in the lead up to the event, which has given us the best of what is there for the track. You know, for the guys. You know, I can remember years we've had talcum powder bull dust out there, right? Just that bad. Yeah. And you know, in this area through here now, it's just so smooth and so nice as far as the moisture content level in the ground here. You know, it's plays for it. And these shots that are coming out of the
How
guys...
did you call this before this stuff, Johnny?
Mate, let me tell you, it was bloody hard, right? You're trying to keep a handle on literally everything, but...
you just wait for them to come back in so you get a visual? Is that how it worked like 10 years ago?
Well, what we used to do, you know, there'd be a couple of points of the track where it would come back on itself and you could sort of see across the lane at what you're probably going to preempt coming in. But, you know, it was never ever clear cut, right? Because, you know, you see these guys in an order at that point of the track, and by the time they go up and around and come back again, they'd swap, they'd turn, someone went west, you know, whatever the hell. But yeah, it's been awesome. And these pictures that we're getting out of the guys out of a real live and living it live, and the imagery guys are just incredible. I mean, I'm watching the guy at the back here that's running this drone, right? It's just the most eeriest feeling. He's got these goggles on. You can't talk to him, see him or whatever, but he's living that right in front of his head, you know, like just crazy good.
It's amazing. We just saw a bike just pull in. He was right up his freckle and he just whipped straight into the pits. It was right behind him. Quite amazing. You know, Johnny, there's so many elements of this race. When I say to someone, have you seen Hattah? And they usually go, no. And I go, mate, they race through the pits.
Correct.
Mate, they do 37-kilometre laps. Mate, they launch 400-plus riders in probably 2 minutes in 4 rows. Like, there's so many elements to this sport where you go, you have to see this.
Correct. You know, and it's sometimes people think you're really talking it up, you know. And I know guys like us, you know, we can kind of move the pin a bit on this, but you know, this is one of those ones that you don't have to talk it up, right? You can explain to people what it looks like, and it's like, you know, you come make your mind up yourself, and they all come to you later and go, what the hell is that, you know? And it takes a couple of days to digest it once you've actually left here for the first time. You've got to roll it back and go, is that what I really saw, you know?
Yes, absolutely. Sam Prashira doing a good job, that young man.
He's a great kid, you know. Like
he is a good boy.
Yeah, he has come through the ranks in the juniors, and I'll say it out in the open too, like, you know, he's paid his homage to what's going on here as a junior kid. He's learned his craft well. He's had some good support, right? But support and all those bits are nothing if you, as a rider, haven't got the right mentality, you haven't got the right way to put the ingredients together to be a class act. He's a class act, that kid, you know, and there's a number of them. I mean, we were so lucky in that top 10 yesterday. I think we had something like 4 locals in amongst that, you know, and that just tells you how well this region breeds competitive spirit. I mean, and it's not just in bikes, cars, boats, ski racing, mate, you name it. We've got guys connected all throughout the region here that are just so driven and passionate about their own sport.
That's Alice Springs rider Kenny Armstead just leaving the STE pit there. To your point, Johnny, the Adams family. But I'm talking about Taylor and Connor.
Yeah.
Those kids are phenomenal riders in their own right. And there is Connor in 11th place right now. And I think Taylor was around 20th or thereabouts. Those brothers, there he is in 22nd at the moment. We both know that Ondi was a pretty fair sort of a rider. Their dad back in the day as well. And when you go back through the family tree, it's incredible. Those two brothers do one heck of a job.
Yeah, look, and take nothing away from the fact that, you know, there are, as you said, you know, some guys above that, which are their parents, you know, that have done so well in that family. But, you know, it's time for them to stand up and shine for what they are, and they are doing that, right?
Both of them have done very well at Fink the last couple of years as well, so they're doing a very nice job. Connor Adams and Taylor Adams.
You know, one of them we'll talk about as well is young Brodie Waters, you know.
Yep.
He's the brother of Josh, who does a lot of that bitumen racing, you know, in the superbike classes and the like. You know, yet another family that's come out of this region that are very strong in what they do. I look at the likes of young Toby Hedricks, who is at the moment, he's on a campaign to head to Dakar next year, right? Man, that's a pretty big commitment, and he comes out of the family of Johnny Hedricks, who's Safari legend, you know. So these guys are all bike people, but, you know, then you look up and along the car divisions, you know, we had the Kelly boys that came out of here. There's just so many people. Darren Morgan with his top fuelers.
Absolutely.
You know, this place just breeds tough guys, right?
Nick Waters as well, when you talked about Brodie as well. So those brothers right there. Of course, Josh is the guy, as you said, that went to the Australian Superbike Championship route and has been a multiple Australian champion right there. And some kid called Cam Waters.
Yeah.
Plus throw Jared Waters, his brother, and he's an Australian modified sedan champion. I don't know what it is. We always say, is it in the water? No, it's in the waters.
Yeah, mate. I think it's because we understand we're probably a little bit isolated compared to some people that base themselves out of capitals. But I think the thing that you find, Wade, more than anything locally here is that there is so much passion, so much passion in what people choose to do, that they just want to connect and do the best they can, right? And when you do that and you deliver it on the table, there are people that step back and look at that and go, you know what, these guys do this the way it should be done, right?
Johnny, you spoke beautifully about Shawnee before, and I keep looking for him. It's a strange thing, mate. I keep looking for that little cheeky goatee and the text message that will usually come to me randomly and say, that was a bit racist, and make me go, what did I say? And all he was doing was revving me up. And I should say Warren Monson as well, Johnny, because there's another... We lost 2 icons in different forms of the sport this year.
Yeah, and look, I've got to be honest with you, Wade. Doing that bit this morning and yesterday morning is hard, right, for me, because I have such a close connection to these guys. Yesterday was hard. Today was just as hard, right? But I owe it, and we all owe it to guys like that step up and do their bit for us, you know. And I agree, you know. I kind of feel like he's going to jump out behind that bush there and go, guess what, I'm still hanging around. But we know he's not, right? But we carry those things on, and they're a legacy they leave behind, you know. And I really hope that, you know, guys like you and I, Wade, can look back in the years that, you know, inevitably when there's a hole for me somewhere, you know, people look back and go, you know what, these guys were good guys. They gave what they could and delivered something that was right for the sport they're connected to, you know. And that's where we should leave it, you know. We should be leaving behind legacies like that.
Well, John, I think this race is far more than about motorbikes.
Oh, it is.
It's about flesh and blood.
There's so many stories in these events, you know. Like I even from a spectator, from a volunteer point of view, there are so many stories about what the volunteer guys are doing in the background just to make sure things happen, you know. Like I walked through that medical tent over there, you know, we got, I think it's something like about 3 doctors or some nurses, some ambos, and I think it's about 30 in the crew all up or something. You know, that is just phenomenal to have something like almost a hospital. I mean, it would be no more than, you know, what a really remote regional hospital would have. We've got it right here in our backyard. That's how dedicated some of these people are. It's crazy.
There was about 10 or 12 nurses standing around the campfire yesterday afternoon, John. Made me want to grab a motorbike and fall off it.
Well, mate, let me tell you something, right? I said this yesterday too. While they're standing around drinking coffee in front of that fire to keep them warm, mate, I'm actually really happy, right?
Absolutely.
Because we haven't got any paperwork to do because it's all running smooth. The moment I see everyone missing, I'm like, yeah, righto, something's going down, right? But I also feel good about the fact that they're in such good hands, right?
Absolutely.
Check out Jackie Simpson, man. He is madly on the pin today, right? Like, he's serving it up, right?
Absolutely, doing a heck of a job. Jai Dixon just outside the top 10 at the moment. Jonty Reinders on the second of the Shercos. Riley McGillivray in 15th. Andrew Wilkes. Now, Wilkes was safely inside the top 10 yesterday.
Yep.
And now at the moment, he's back in 16th, and he's been there or thereabouts for this entire race so far. Has he got something maybe he hasn't given us yet?
I don't know. If I had my money on it, Wade, I'd say be saving for a little bit, right? Because he knows that what's going to happen is, you know, by about hour 2.5, heading for 3, some of the stuff starts to tumble out, right? Guys are going at a pace that's that hard. They burn themselves up a little bit. You know, we saw that at Fink this year with a couple of guys, you know. Sometimes it's a waiting game, right? And if you read this thing a couple of times, you know how this song plays out, right? It's the old story, you know, the old verse, chorus, bit of an instrumental piece in the middle, all right? And then we wrap it up with a big finish, right? Bang, drum on the end of it.
What a great way to put it.
Bang on the end of it, drums, and give me the cup, right?
Well, I spoke to Todd Waters yesterday, and in fact, it was on Friday night, and he said, you know, for his first event, he was like, no, I got this. There's like 8 laps, it's 37 Ks. He said he came into the pits and they told him, you're 40 seconds behind Chucky. He went, nah, we're good.
We're good, yeah.
He goes, and I never saw him again.
Yeah.
He never got to catch him, right? So he's like, hang on. He said, I'll get this guy. And Chucky went, see you, wouldn't want to be you.
Yeah.
So you can hold back, and that can bite you in the A55.
Correct, absolutely. And the bit that you've got to be so careful of here is that you will not get time back, right? It's all about losing time, but how much do you lose, right?
Absolutely.
Even the lead guys get to the stage where they know they're going to dump time somewhere, and they're just trying to minimise it. You know, the guys that lose more time are the ones that end up further back, right? So it never ever goes to plan, this joint, right?
No, absolutely. Ryan Branford, you can step around and look at the monitor if you like, mate. It's a very nice hospital. Liam's got the aircon cranked up to 30, John. You might have
Actually,
noticed that.
it was almost like a summer day.
I know.
What the hell is this?
I know it. We're down to about 5 to go coming up here very shortly. Jack will be coming in. Good shot of the earth here, the Mallee dirt.
Let me tell you, it tastes like dirt anywhere else, right?
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think there's any real differences. There's a real berm starting to form in this pit area here. It's actually, if you took away all the marquees and the pop-ups, this is just a motocross track in this section here.
Correct. You know, and that's the bit that people like about it, because this laning system is so unique. It's a bit like the supercars in a way, except we went one extra dimension. So what we've got, what we've got is this racetrack through the middle, right? And then the first lane is a peel-out lane, right? That's an indication to everybody else in between those first and second sets of white pins there that I'm ready to pit, right?
Yeah.
And then the next lane is that get off the gas right into where you need to be, get it together, come back into that lane, start to gather some speed, and then peel into the main lane, right? And that's the bit that everybody loves, because you get this chance to stay on the gas all the way through, even if you're the last pit zone, right? You still stay on the gas till you get to where you need to be.
Yep.
And then you get it on and get out again, right?
I got to say, the coverage is fantastic. The guys, not to blow their trumpets, but Toph and the team, they do an excellent job here. Between the drones and this sort of stuff, we really have brought this race very intimate.
Correct.
Like, when you consider that they're out in the scrub for the majority of every lap, when they come back in here, this Simford team, how good are they?
Oh, they're good,
I love these boys and girls.
Hey, you know, and I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, Wade, you know, these guys are kind of like bit like the...
Oh, yes, the Benetton reference.
Benetton and what's his name, Eddie Jordan team, right, the Jordan guys. They always find good talent, right? And I've seen so many kids that have come through, or guys that have come through that team and gone on to something else because they got an opportunity. Jason Stewart, STE, same sort of gig, right? They haven't got a multi-budget to you know, I mean, what they're spending is huge in itself. But they're giving somebody a lever to get to the next step, you know. And if that's what you've got to do to get people up to that next step and know that you've been part of that, that's really cool, right? So to those sort of guys are really, and I say this, tip my hat, because I do tip my hat, right? It's incredible that they give people opportunity like that.
It's no disrespect to motocross guys. I think.
So that was Monique Simeone we just saw in the pit area there, actually, on the Husky, the FE350 for Simford, and track right suspension. So Monique, I'm just trying to find where she is in the scheme of things. So Monique Simeone, one of the 2 women riding in that Simford team. 5 to go the next time we see Jack come in through the pit area. So Stephen Powell, 71st. Kent Collins, you can race your butt off for 380th in this race.
Correct. Correct. And you can race it right to the death knock before something happens and it stops you. I mean, we've got guys that have been coming here for, you know, 6, 7, 8 years and not even finished one, right?
Yes.
You know, this place you can, and I divvied it up this morning. I said, you know, you can be that top group where you're fighting one another to outrights, okay? And then you got the next group of guys that are fighting one another that, you know, for placings in their own category. Then you got guys down further that are placing against one another from a region they come from. You know, we used to have the guys from Yarra Valley come up all the time, you know, never in the top rankings. And one of them was the father of Mason Simmons, right?
Yep.
But these guys would race one another, and they used to, you know, laugh their heads off about different things. You know, guys that fueled up with straight fuel instead of the premix for the 2-stroke, and that never got to the other end and all this sort of stuff. They fight for that. And then you've got right at the back end of that, you've got guys that come here that fight this place, right? Fight this place to get a finish because they've never done it, right? Or finish themselves to at least say, I've finished the event, right? There's all these factors in it, and it's got an awe to it as to what really has to occur, right? It's a cool place, right?
There's 2 words that sound the same. There's compete and there's complete. You can compete in the event, but a lot of people just want to complete the event, and that has its own honour. So I think Jack is probably about 5 minutes or so away from coming in. We're looking forward to seeing where he is at and where Cal is, if he's been able to make any ground, if Mason has. You know, this morning before the race, this is where your race has changed and you notice it aesthetically. All the bikes were just purring.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, right, there would have been 2 strokes. It would have been the loudest place. There would have been smoke everywhere. This morning, everyone just goes, boom, and started just purs.
Yeah, mate, some of those big 500 two-strokes we used to have back in the day. And I spoke about that yesterday with you as well, off air, Wade. You know, we talked about how the tracks have changed, you know. Like, I can remember back in the early days when we had a lot of those big two-stroke bikes and the like, you know, the braking entry zones were just so badly rutted because they had to brake at the last minute so tight, you know, whereas now it's probably a little bit more flowing, and the 4-strokes just pull with that torque out of the corner so well, so you get this nice channel that you can run through, you know. So many things changed over the years, and to sit there and watch 25 years of this unfold for me, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot until you talk about it being a quarter of a century. We've been pounding away out of this place. And it's just, it has been a beautiful journey to watch something just evolve and still see it as beautiful as it is in its form. You know, guys that have come and gone. I walk around out in the pit area, walk around out in the spectator areas, and I'm bumping into these guys, ex-riders, you know, talking to Dacky and Glenn Bell this morning, and the likes of some other guys, you know. Met them over the years and just love that company, but it just keeps bringing them home, right?
Absolutely. The whole thing looks like a Qantas commercial from the air, doesn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Is that Callum? It looked a little bit like a KTM there, and just the way he just passed that lap right up. It's a very big closing speed. Ryan Branford leaning in to see whether he can spot his teammate, Jack, Callum, Mason, Corey and Todd. Are you top 5? Or is that him there? Angus Reardon, top 6, doing a heck of a job.
This is a kid that flew in from the US this week, and he's been the quiet campaigner, right? He's been offshore racing. Everybody's keeping a track, anyone and everybody locally, you know, like Sam and Brody and these guys. Angus Reardon has been this guy that's been offshore competing, and I think he's here for about 8 weeks, and then he's belting back over to the US again.
Right.
But he's been doing very well in the US. Not a lot of people are aware of that. And I can tell you, right, this kid comes with his A game. This is a sharp A game kid, right?
Look at the speed coming through that you can immediately spot.
Yeah.
That'd be Jack, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've got my money on it.
We're guessing at the moment, but we think that might be our leader, Jack Simpson. Fantastic view from the top. Just game-changing footage from the air.
Look at the speed this guy's carrying, right?
Cooper Scheider doing a good job in 7th as well. Corey Hammond in 8th. Sam Pashira consistently in the top 10 today. And Brodie Waters now sitting in that 10th spot as well.
Here we go.
Is this sweeping? Wow.
Here he comes.
Yep, it's our leader.
Yeah, look at the speed this guy's carrying. Right?
Jack's in good touch, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right from the get-go. He would have passed Callum early in that very first lap, because remember, he followed Cal out, then he came back out, and he's been consistently around that 15, 16 second mark in front. So he's been very consistent with his times. We'll see in a minute when he comes past us what his time will be here. His best is a 31.15. This one's a 32.44. 32.44. And Cal has yet to come through.
And you know how we were talking before about the fact that Cal pitted early and the like. I'm really keen to see his number here, because that tells me a lot. I know his strategy was to shift, and he's done that, right? So,
and they're off kilter with their pits as well.
Correct.
Because Jack and Cal both pitted on opposing laps, so that in itself is a bit juicy.
That's the piece I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
I reckon Cal sort of set sail early and just said, you know what, I'm going to gas up and get going, and I'm going to set myself to 2 and just run it as hard as I can. And I'm really keen to see what this is going to look like.
You got itchy feet, Branford? It looks like he's pretty relaxed, considering I can't imagine any rider that's injured here this weekend is enjoying this experience. I imagine Jason Stewart is the same way, Johnny, because it's not really the same not having Stew Balls out there either.
No,
or Kenny Reid.
Correct, yeah, you know. And, you know, also spare a thought for Chucky, you know. Like, Chucky loves this event, right? And not to be here and be able to bask in it, you know. It's don't worry, he'll be itchy today, right?
Absolutely.
And it was nice to also see a message from Toby Price this morning.
Yeah, it was.
You know, he kicked it along just saying, you know, I'm just so glad to have been connected to this thing. My thoughts are with everybody, you know. And his thoughts were also about making sure that everybody looks after the event, because he, more than anybody, knows that this is an event for competitors. The competitors themselves love this event. That's what brings the spectators out to watch it. And he's heavily invested in it, even though I know he hasn't ridden it for a couple of years now. You know, he was one of the guys who really kicked it along and brought people into the place to see what it was really about. We just love all these guys, right?
Just going to hopefully have this third mic up and rolling here in the commentary position. Just try that, Ryan. How about that, Ryan? You got us? We'll just check for sure that our... Perfect. Ryan Branford, I'm going to turn the aircon off because Liam's got a sauna going in here. Johnny Contract, Ryan Branford, you guys know each other, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, mate, not good to see you. I usually see you on two wheels, not on two sticks, right? So it's not the greatest of gigs for you, right?
Yeah, obviously had an incident down at Desert Race this year and broke my femur. Yeah, so not how we like to get around normally. Normally, like you said, two wheels, but I mean, we were never riding this event down here to support the team at STE Racing and all the boys riding. But yeah, it's a bit harder getting around in the sand down here on two crutches instead of two wheels. So. Yeah,
right. And you know, like the cool part about today is the fact that, you know, we get an opportunity to run a really cool event here. But it's so well supported by so many people and guys like yourselves that have been connected to the event for quite a while, you know, like just come down and support it and make sure that it's got the numbers, but more importantly, you know, it's got the depth of field to race in it too.
Yeah, so it's been 8 years since I've actually got back here, more so just through work, and I relocated to Darwin a few years ago, and
that might be better for you, eh?
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
Much better. Much better.
So, but look, to come back here sort of 8 or 9 years later and just see what the growth is, it has been really, it's been sensational, really. You know, yesterday with Prologue, the show and shine used to be in Langtree Avenue, then it was down at the footy club, and then just to see the people around, the teams that are here. You know, like, yeah, yesterday just was really, it was amazing really to see the amount of juniors out on track, whether it was in the small wheel or the big wheel, and then seeing your Prologue, and then to get here this morning and just see the crowd and the pit lane, like how much of the pit is full now of teams and bikes and people, and then to look over the back here at the sand dunes and see people up there is, yeah, look, it's a credit to the event because, yeah, look, it's definitely done, by the look of it, it's really done some good things, and yeah, it's really cool to see and really cool to be a part of.
Yeah, we talk about the bit in Mildura, you know, like when we used to do the Langtree Avenue piece. The reason that moved was because, dead set, logistically it became a nightmare. You had all these cars and trailers and even trucks, you know, trying to drop bikes off. We'd do the bit in the main area, and that was great. You know, we used to have some of the stunt guys come in. You know, we had Dave McKenna and the likes of those guys come in and do some stuff with us too. But it just got to the stage where it just got way too hard to be able to do all that, you know. We were backing up. You can imagine the amount of parking that we're holding up here, let alone in a town like Mildura where you got everything else going on as well, right? So we ended up moving out to the footy club out of Redcliffe, and that was really cool because what it did is it gave some money back into that area, but it gave us a whole zone we could use ourselves for that. You know, and the Friday night show and shine is just fantastic. I mean, you see all the bikes there and the people and the talk. Then we sort of wandered out on the Saturday to the junior piece, you know, and we were one of the first groups that sort of said, you know, we need to dedicate some junior time to these guys. And as much as we know that the Prologue piece needs to be done on the Saturday, we stacked the junior bit around it, you know. And that's just been fantastic for us because it's fed from the junior division straight into the seniors really well. and looking really cool. So, hey, look at that, Callum Norton. Callum Norton down by the look of it, 6 and a bit minutes. Wow, that's dropped him down, down to 9th? Wow.
Yeah.
That's not looking good. He's just fallen through there. I don't know what's going on there. We'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Look, I seen when Jack come through and you guys were saying about me looking at the screen. I mean, it was 16 seconds, but it definitely hasn't looked like Cow's come through. And then Mason looks like he come through about a minute behind Jack. Obviously, there's no real reports there what's going on, but yeah, we can only hope that he's he's all right. And I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. So I've been in here for 5 minutes warming up. So that's very interesting. It looks like Brodie Waters is on the move too from the last lap.
Yeah, looking, we were talking earlier on, Wade and I were talking about the fact that this race is about losing time, right? Everybody's going to lose a little bit of time somewhere, right? But the idea is to minimise the amount you lose. And if you're tumbling down the heat like that, that's probably not a good look, right?
No, it's not. I mean, sitting in here, I didn't see him come through, so I'm not sure if that's a transponder. I wouldn't say it's a transponder issue, so... I'd be very interested to see where that at, because it looked like it was a 2-horse race there for a while. I mean, there's only 16 seconds separating them and about a minute back to third, and I mean now that's fairly well gapped out quite a bit. But look, some really good names in that top 10 still at the moment. I think Gus Reardon to me has been one of the highest charges. Over at the pit stop after the first lap, seeing where he come through, he'd made up some spots, and he looks like he's still on the move forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And like I look at Mason Simmons, this is a kid that came out of juniors, and he rode a number of junior events here over the years, and cut his teeth pretty firmly on this form of racing. Simmons now, only in arrears to Simo by just on 52 seconds or something like that. And that's not a lot in an event like this, gap-wise, as we travel through. As the laps run through and the guys get more tired, that's where you're going to see, how close that gap will end up being. But, he is a real gun, that kid. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think one of the greatest things about this event, in what I've noticed from being a part of it and then coming back, is the amount of juniors that have come through from juniors to seniors has been really cool. There were some really good junior riders, whether it was Cow, like we were just talking about Mason, and then they get into the seniors and they're running it at the front with we're live here.
Here's the 518. Looks like the back half of the bike's coming out of here. That's not a good look, right? Or the seat going back on.
There's Cow, cool, calm and collected.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty normal for Cow. There must be some issues with that bike. He's got his dad there and Scotty, the mechanic, having a look at it, and they'll be working frantically to try and figure out.
The front half's coming off of that. There's an issue under the tank.
Popping the tank there, yeah.
Let's have a look in here.
It looks, to be honest, this could be a fuel pump issue by the look of that, and yeah.
Well, that actually makes sense, Ryan. Okay, so if it was a fuel pump, it means it would have been a starved engine getting to here. So he would have done a good job of just to get it here to be able to do what they got to do. So let's have a look at what they're doing. They're going to pop that back in.
Yeah, when they do a fuel pump, these things lose half the power. For some reason, the fuel pumps don't just go completely. They just sort of don't get the fuel to the bike.
Well, I suppose in normal circumstance, right, it's probably not a bad thing because it doesn't leave you stranded somewhere, right? But in a race like this, that's a bad move, right? That's lost big time now.
So the whole fuel tank gets changed,
yeah?
Yeah. Tank will come out because that's the access to the pump.
So they'll change that out by the look of that. I can't see how many spots he has lost. I mean, those guys collectively at the front were pulling some really good times, So we're looking now at the moment, he's in 21st. So hopefully, 4 or 5 minutes, he looks like he may have lost on Simo, but hopefully Cow will get going again and he can make some spots up. But by the look of that, he'll probably have to, I'd say, if he didn't come in under his own steam, he's going to have to restart that lap. But looking at that and at the bikes there and the shape he looks like he's in, it looks like he's got back there in one piece. So
yeah,
can only hope, which is, you know, heartbreaking, because Cow's had a really good year and has put a lot of time and effort into Hattah. He loves Hattah. Hattah's, you know, probably his favourite race on the calendar that he does, and he talks so highly of the event and what it does, you know, did for him as a junior, and what it does now as a senior. And, you know, I know that a lot of kids look up to Cow because he's come through the ranks, and yeah, look, I'm a bit biased, but yeah, it looks very disappointing, and you know, I feel for Cow in this spot. But
and the bit I love about Cal, Ryan, as well, you know, like he's a cool, calm, collected guy, right? He never lets whatever it is around him disturb him or pull him away from the true gentleman he is, right? He's a class act. He's a really good guy. I really love Cal. He's a good guy.
Yeah, Cow, he is all class, you know, and he takes his time out of the day to talk to everybody. You know, he's just got a real positive attitude with everything that he does. Yeah, look, it's highly disappointing. We knew it was going to be, well, I think everyone knew there was probably going to be a 4 or 5 bike battle today, and, you know, we knew that Cow was going to be one of those guys in the mix, and, you know, but knowing Cow, I mean, he's got 5 laps to go by the look of it. You know, he'll come back out and he'll punch out some pretty good laps. You know, you'll struggle to keep Cow on the sideline if they can get him going again. He'll be back out there, and yeah.
I can definitely say this fuel pump's going to get a workout. Don't worry about that when he finally gets behind.
Yeah, I think yeah, I wouldn't want to be the bike underneath him for the rest of the day. But
I always ever used to say, you know, if they ever got reincarnated, I'd never want to come back as a kid's mini bike, right? They just get the biggest workout, don't they?
Yeah, so he's dropped back to, by the look on the screen, he's dropped back to about 30, and it looks like, yeah, there's issues for the number 7 with Sammy Krishira there. I mean, he prologued really well, and he's a good young kid too, and I've heard good things of him from the area, and that, you know, he's probably one of the next up and comers in the region. And
correct,
you know, it's cool to be away from it and then come back to it and have all these different names in there, but, you know, they all talk about the local juniors, and Mildura has done a really good job of obviously breeding off-road riders and desert riders, and you know, it's just great to see that the sport is still going so strong, the event's going strong, and, you know, I mean, you look at the conditions out there today, you wouldn't get much more, you know, riding, the sand and the whole concept, you know, with the way the footage has been relayed to the people, to the fans and stuff, and online, like, it was really cool to see yesterday, and it's really cool today. It gives them a real insight into what's going on.
A lot of colour and a lot of atmosphere here today at the 25th birthday of Hattah. You know, 25 years is a long time to be running with one event, but we just keep churning out and giving it what it needs, and building champions year on year.
Yeah, look, and there's another one we're just pointing to on the screen there, young Liam Dinage. He was in the top 20, and he looks like he's dropped back to 80th, but I think he's still circulating, looking at that. Yeah, it's really funny because as the day goes on, you know, with this event, you sort of, like you guys were just mentioning earlier, is that come sort of the last 4 laps, some guys come into their own, you know, and they really start picking guys up, and it changes so much, you know. The top 10 to 20 can really change in the last couple of hours, and I think we got young Geordie Stewart there in 98th or 99th, and then young
Matty Healy, by the look of it, 91st. Cranking along nicely as well. So that's
and we've got Emma Millersvik, and she's riding the number 84.
Cal's still in there by the look of that.
It looks like he's almost ready to go, but yeah. Hopefully they can get him out and get him about. And look at that, perfect time. There's Sammy Stockman coming in to get fuel. Another local fella who had a bit of a rough trot up at Fink, and you know, he's riding around today, battling out with some. His ankles are a bit sore, but it looks like he's running in 49th at the moment, and we got Jack Mentor too, a teammate, right behind him in 50th. So these guys are going really well. I mean, but you know, looking at where Cal is now to where these guys are, you know, that's been a close good 10 minutes, I guess, on when Jack Simpson come through. So to see how far those guys are out in front just proves that ability. You know, Jack's been Simo's been racing over in America as well, and you know, with Gus Reardon, 2 different competitions.
Yep.
But to get those guys to come back here and support this event is huge. You know, it just and there goes Cow. Yeah, look at it. That thing is going to be on the limiter the whole way.
Yeah, on the pin all the way. Now look at this.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going out in 45th. So it'll be interesting with 5 laps to go. I think he won't be too far from coming past us over here in the car. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. He will be on a mission. Yeah, he's just about to come past us now, isn't he? There he goes, yeah. So, unfortunate, but that's where it is. But, you know, Simo, by the look of it, he's done a really good job. I mean, he's gone out in 48th there, Cow Norton, and, I mean, those 2 from the start were battling it out, you know, 1-2, and, yeah, that's racing, and that's Hattah, you know. I've seen some really good battles. You know, there was Warren Smart back in the day with Ben Grabham. They went bar for bar, like lap for lap, you know. I think there was a different leader probably 10 times that day. And, you know, this place has produced some really epic battles in that sort of scene, which is...
Back in those days, you're right too, you know, Ryan, that back in those days, you know, it was paint traded out there anywhere and everywhere, you know, they were so tight on some of those finishes.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, yeah, what are we looking at some of the stats there? I mean, you know, Warren Smart, like, was he 3-time runner-up, 5-time winner, you know. I mean, I remember him and Grabbo going bar to bar, you know, another 2-time winner, and, yeah, been some big names come through, and yeah, look, guys, it's just great to see. I mean, like I said, in the last time I was here was 2000 and I think it was 2012, you know, and 25, you know, been the 25 years of Hattah is unreal. So that was back when it was only probably the 14th or 15th running of it, so it was still fairly not new, but you know, it's obviously 10 years later, have a look at it, it's just unreal.
It's a very special place, you know. I think the really cool part about it is, you know, throughout the year, it's very dormant, right? It's a quiet, reserved place for the wildlife to live in, you know, a bit of farming community work around it. There are a couple of days of the year it comes alive, you know, and it becomes almost a little township out here. You know, you drive out in the mornings early, and you come across all these lights and this panic just, you know, as the sun's not quite getting ready to rise. And for 2 days, it's just a hive of activity, you know. And then days later, it's all cleaned up. There's nothing left. And then, you know, within 3 to 4 weeks, it's just footprints, tyre tracks, and, you know, the guys mop it all up. So it's just it's a crazy good place, right?
Yeah, it is. It's unreal, you know, and credit to all the, you know, to the committee, the volunteers and officials that, you know, help put the event on over the, well, I mean, you know, events like this don't just happen overnight, and, you know, I know there's months of planning that go into it, but, you know, there'll be teams out here for the next couple of days cleaning up, packing down, and like you said, you know, in 2 weeks' time, you wouldn't even know that anyone was here, maybe besides some footprints and a bit of tracks where the grass has maybe been disturbed a little bit, but.
Correct.
And that's what's awesome. I mean, you're lucky that, you know, the people let you on the land and they let you run the event out here. And I suppose, you know, and the way you return it, I suppose, is what's kept its longevity.
Correct.
You know,
we came out of an era where the Hattah Mallee Rally, the BP Mallee Rally, I think affectionately what it was known as years and years ago in the 70s. You know, there was a lot of kick on about environmental issues and all the rest of it. And when the club formed this thing to run it, you know, right back in the very beginnings, the North West Victorian Motorcycle Club were very wary of the fact that, you know, we needed to make sure that there was a real eco message being sent that, you know, we want to run an event, but we want to eco-sustain it, right? So we made a lot of mapping and planning as to how we're going to make sure we did that. And even to today, you know, our mantra is always ever to return it the best way we possibly can, because we effectively are the custodians of what goes on with this event's continuance, but we can't do it on our own, all right? We've got a number of people that support and help us with land and the like, and we owe it to everybody that competes today and all the spectators and everything else to make sure that we look after it the right way, and that's the only way, as you picked it, you know, that allows us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, for those that probably don't necessarily see it from the start-finish line area here at Parc Ferme, the crops that you ride along out there and the farmland, that's money to farmers and things like that. So for them to give up land and to let you use it, is huge on them. But obviously they love seeing the event, prosper as well, and what it does for Mildura and the local sort of smaller townships around here. I mean, we drove home last night along a back route down along the river, the scenic route.
Yep.
And to see the people camped out along there, and just talking to the guys at Motortech, and it's very similar in what, like, I suppose, thinking Alice Springs and bike shops and that, to what it does for a bike shop or businesses in the local town when people come to town and spend money is just huge, So it's great to see that this event, is still running, and I'm sure this event will continue to run for years. And it looks like the number 9 and Triggies are on the way up.
Yeah.
And and that's as we were talking about earlier. As the day goes on, these guys really come to, and they'll just keep plugging away. And there's some good names in there, isn't there? There's young Cody Stevens is in there. I mean, Brodie Waters too as well. Look at, he's sort of 10. He's pretty Mr. Consistent. He's sitting in 8th at the moment. Looks like he's having a good day out there. Triggy looks like having a good day.
It's a funny thing, some of these guys are so clean and so precise in the way they roll through. They set a pace and they stay there. It's just that everything else changes around them, and that's why they start to move through the ranks, is because they just continually pop out the same number or close to every lap, and all that does is just start elevating them further and further up. It's about not losing time, it's about keeping as much as you possibly can.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I know the guys go out and they think, first lap, I mean, you can pass 30 bikes on the first lap if you're in 50th or 100th.
Yeah, of course.
But obviously, you're looking at it now, there's some guys that are just hanging around. We've got Liam Walsh there, who's looks like he's gone up to 20th. Got young Connor Adams, who had a good prologue yesterday, but he's hung around there and he's sitting there in 15th, and then his brother Taylor is in 23rd. So he looks like he's actually made a couple of spots too today. And just looking at some of those names as they scroll through the list, there's guys that are definitely making some move there. If you have a look, you got Matt Ryan on the 409, and then even in there, you have a look there, there's Todd Smith on the 668. Todd's come back for a bit of a ride, and it's really good to see him. So there's guys here, and who we got? Oh, look, there's Stocky. He's up at 46, and it's really cool to see some of the movers and shakers in here. And I mean, as we got, I think, 4 to go. The next time Jack comes past, we're only sort of at the halfway point. So it looks like there's going to be some big movers and shakers here during the day. So young Liam Dinich is sitting there in 73rd. He's dropped back from where he started. He was in the top 20 early. Cow Norton's looks like he's in 89th now, and he's behind Emma Millersvik and Maddie Healy, two ladies on the track there. They look like they might be battling it out there. They're only 20 seconds between them, so that looks like it might shape up to be a really good battle out there. And then Sam Brashear is still sitting in there with Callum Norton, so looks like there's a few guys that are dropping down the list there. It's got young Geordie Stewart, so Jace's young fella. He's sitting there in around the 100 mark, which is good. I think he'll be happy with that. I think he ran and started about the same spot. So it's pretty cool we get to sit here, look at the live timing, and watch the screen they've got set up and the footage that they're getting. I don't know if that one's from the helicopter or if that's from the drone, but the drone footage that has been shown has been really, really cool. So
yeah, drone work. And of course, one of the things that's really cool about this place is that we actually, through CASA, we have a zone that we zone out for the event, and there's no free air traffic to run through that. The ceiling height, I think, is about 500 foot. Anything above that they can sort of work to, but anything under it is ours to use with these guys, so that we don't tangle up with anything. But it's really cool.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. I mean, I do remember I seen a few years ago, I think a few farmers used to put their gyros up for the event, It doesn't look like there's any gyros getting around today. I did see a helicopter earlier, but the drone footage and the guys getting the content off of that are doing a really good job,
Yeah. Yeah.
It just gives you a really good lay of the land and where the track is, and sort of it's looks really cool.
Great looking catering area there for all of the people to be looked after, including an eating area undercover. So the club do a pretty cool job of making sure that we accommodate everybody the best way we can out here at the venue.
Yeah, look, mate, it's like I said, there's plenty of food stalls, coffee stalls. There's a few sort of stands getting around. You got your Hattah merch stand over there as well. Merch looks really good. If you haven't got any, you should get over there and have a look at it and support the club, and support the event. And I know that there was a few ladies giving out those Penrite signs earlier, the little pit boards. They were a really cool idea. And the level the level that it's got to is just great to see.
I love those pit boards. I was talking to Wade about it yesterday. Those pit boards have gone out. Some of the messages that are written on those pit boards are just break me up, mate. Like dead set, give it the mangoes and some other bloody thing. It's just like they're all out there having a gig, but it's just a good round fun feeling, right?
Yeah, there was some cool messages. I seen a kid yesterday, would have been no more than 6, walking with a sign that I'd say he picked up and he wasn't the one that put the message on the sign, and when his family or his dad seen the sign, that sign was pretty quick to get taken off him. And
that's exactly what I'm getting at.
Definitely written by someone a bit older, and but it's great. I mean, you have a look, everyone's getting them out, and guys get on the bopper and twist that thing, and it's good. And I think, for guys today, especially after 3 hours, to see things like that, it's just that little bit of encouragement, and it makes them smile in their helmets and just gives them that little bit more go that they need to sort of get to the end, And it's, as track deteriorates, it's going to get tough. And I know that sort of by the 3 hour mark, it's, she's a fairly tough track. And then most guys are sort of just trying to get around there to get to the end. But it caters for everyone, which is great, from your sort of pro guys and your more serious guys to just the guys that want to come out here and compete, and at the end, just get a finish. And I think this weekend the conditions with the sun out, I think they're going to probably get to ride in some of the best soil that the country's got to offer. So,
and really cool. We end up having our presentation night tonight at the Gateway in Mildura. I think there'll be something like over 600 people that will attend our presentation night tonight. And that again gives back to the community. The place like the Gateway is a pretty big joint, right? But you dumped 620 people into that on top of their normal patronage on the night, right? We're going to pack that joint out tonight. And the really cool part about it is, everyone wants to come back, not only pick the trophies up, but they all want to, just reminisce about what the day and the weekend has unfolded for them, and that's just another way of giving back to another business in town to say, you've come aboard and helped support what we do out here. We want to make sure that we give back to you as well, right? So it's all good.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's great. So it looks like I might head back over to the pit area and just see what's going on over there. And thanks, guys, for having me. And I hope everyone out here has a great weekend and enjoys the rest of the action for the day. And I look forward to catching you all again.
Good on you. Ryan Bamford, of course, who's come to have a bit of a chat with us this weekend. Normally a bit of a luxury, actually, to get a chance to have a chat to him because he's typically on 2 wheels out there going like hammer and tong, right? But this weekend unable to do that because of injury, so he's kicking along as well. And, of course, great to have him here. Well, some great action footage coming out of the event out here. So, Wade, quickly look, Simo at the lead, Mason Salmon's only 52 behind him again, Corey McMahon, Angus Reardon, who we talked about earlier, and Toddy Waters in the top 5, right? Mate, I've got things to do myself. I've got to pick up and clear out and leave you to do what you got to do. There's always something out there that I'm going to have to deal with or attend to. So. But anyhow, look, awesome to sit down and have a chat with both yourself and the guys here, and good to talk to Ryan for a little bit too.
Yeah, he did a good job, didn't he?
He's a good guy, right?
Absolutely. Did a very good job.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to bail out. I'm going to leave you with...
some bloke called Glenn Bell.
Yeah, he's a what do you call it? A sublime character amongst all of the heat that's going on here today. But thanks so much for a quick chat over the last couple of minutes. And hey, have a look at that.
Yeah, Geordie there with the stew balls, a couple of snakes. I mean, the lolly variety, of course. They're the only ones we want to see around this place.
But anyhow, I'll leave you to do what you got to do, Wade. I'll clear out, and all the best for the rest of the day. Eh?
I will talk to you very soon. Great job. The voice of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, John Contract. Wonderful to have him stopping by. Jack Simpson's about to come in. We're taking a look at Jordan Stewart on screen right there with his dad, Jason. Great job, Ryan Branford. Very cool chat listening to you and Johnny Contract. A little bit later on, Liam Orange is going to be speaking with Ken Reid. Kenny will be dropping by to say good day to us as well. Jordan about to climb back on the SDE Racing KTM. That's Gary Olsen, Gazza. They're having a bit of a laugh, whose son Zayden ran yesterday in the juniors. It is my great pleasure for his first ever Hattah. I was here for your first time. I love that. Glenn Bell, 8-time Australian motocross champion, Mr. Motocross hero. Wonderful to have your company. Yesterday you had your mind blown. How's it going today, Billy?
Oh, it's great. It's awesome, this event, you know, and the weather and the track conditions are just perfect, you know, and the boys must be having a great time out there riding around here. I mean, they'll be getting tired, but I mean, they'll have a good time.
Look, absolutely. It's an amazing event. I'm just going to throw a bit more Penrite on real quick before we do the shots. So, Belly, what did you make of the start, mate? Like, have you seen anything like that? I mean, you've had some phenomenal starting gate drops and things like that in your life, but when you launch 419 bikes, works pretty good.
That's a lot of bikes, and the way they have it, you know, set out with the little quads going ahead of them, it just works. Like, you know, I haven't seen a desert race work like that, but that's unbelievable.
So Liam was just telling me then that they changed everything they possibly could on the bike for Cal Norton just then. They can't seem to trace the problem. They're hoping that it was a fuel issue on that STE Racing KTM. Man, there's a guy that came into this, ran second at Fink. He's unfinished business. He finished third here a couple of years ago, but last year had a mechanical issue and did not finish. He's always had the speed. He just seems to not have the luck. Glenn, that can happen in your career, can't it? Sometimes it's just that mechanical chance or things don't go your way.
The amount of times that things don't go your way and, you know, you could have won that event and it's so disappointing. You know, he must be so disappointed with what's happened today. But he was going really well. Like he won Prologue yesterday and was riding fantastic. And, you know, I saw him come through the first lap. He was on the gas and, you know, Jack Simpson wasn't that far ahead of him. So, you know, he had a really, really good chance to take this one out.
So here's your race leader right there, Belly. How cool is it, this racing through the pits concept? Is your mind blown this weekend or what?
Oh, yeah, definitely. But it's great the track goes so close to the spectators,
yeah.
You know, all around. You know, you can see a lot of the track. And with the drone footage and, you know, Jack, as you can see, is riding fantastic and just keeping it so smooth and on the gas. And he looks like he could blow a candle out, no problem at all.
As an amateur motocross rider or motorcycle rider, you look at guys like this and you go, his head is right over the cross base, like he's up on the pegs, his body is right forward, he looks fit and he looks strong. And you can immediately spot a great rider who's in good physical condition by how forward they are on the bike, Belly.
Oh, definitely, you know, and getting traction to the rear wheel, the further forward you need to be. So you can hear the guys that are really on the gas and you can hear the bike really singing. And then you have the punters going around and you really notice the professional guys to the amateurs.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 laps to go. Now, normally you go 4 laps to go. Yeah, okay, 20 minutes. But we're talking about 4 laps, 37 kilometres per lap. These guys are doing, just check in on his last lap, around the 34-minute mark to do 1 lap. Mason Simmons second, Corey Mack. Mason and Corey doing a great job. Angus Reardon back from the US. Now, Todd Waters in 5th. That's surprising me a little bit. Last year he was 2nd and he was very, very strong. Top 5 is not bad for him, but I'm a bit surprised.
I was very surprised. You know, I'm
glad you said that because I was like, I'm a bit surprised that Toddy's not a little further up at the moment.
Well, I thought, you know, he was going to take it out this year, really. But, you know, Jack Simpson come back. He's been racing the GNCC in the States. And, it really brings their speed along once they get over there and do some races in America. And they come back here and, the competition isn't quite as high. But I thought Todd's done a bit of this before, and I thought he was going to be up there a bit more.
I love this coverage. I just love the drone, the FPV, following the guys into the pits, the aerial shots that we get, this kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, we can't see them when they're out in the Mallee, but, there's only so much you can achieve. This team really does a fantastic job. The Living It Live guys and the Real Image team, between the drones and the camera work that we get around a very remote part of Australia, it's quite phenomenal. I wanted to draw your attention to Emma Milicevic and Maddie Healy, Belly. Two girls in the field. Now, I'm just going to find Emma is in 88th. Maddie Healy is in 87th right now. So those ladies are 87th and 88th outright in the ladies 8-lap class. So that's the battle for the lead. Maddie Healy currently leading Emma Milicevic by, I'm just trying to check, it's about 19 seconds, I think, or thereabouts, to Maddie's advantage. I know that Emma Milicevic wanted to run like top 30 overall last year. She's got that kind of speed. So Maddie Healy doing one hell of a job. It's such a brutally physical sport. So good to see the girls well inside the top 100.
Oh, the girls are riding fantastic these days. When they first started riding, you see them out on a motocross track, you could really notice that they were a girl riding a motorcycle. But now, they're really competing with the guys. In the World Women's Championship, they're right up there. Like, the tracks are brutal over there. And Charlie Cannon.
Yes, I was just going to mention Charlie.
She's riding fantastic. But Emma, I think she raced at the Penrite Desert Race and won overall.
Emma's a phenomenal rider, Honda rider. She's a riding coach as well, and just really plucky, really good with the media as well. But this is big for Maddie to be currently leading that.
Oh, as well, yeah.
Oh, wow. That was you got to ride aggressively, no doubt about that. But, geez, that was through that section there. No smooth racetrack. We don't expect that, Glenn. We're not racing circuit racing here. We expect
not at all. It's, I think everyone, it doesn't matter, even Jack Simpson will probably have a moment out there. You can't race for 4 hours and not have moments, but, hopefully you're fit enough that you can pull it back in.
It's an amazing spectacle. 4 laps left to run. That might have been Jimmy Hadfield, I think, on the Yamaha. Or actually, no. I'll just go back through my list here. God, there's 419 riders, Glenn.
But I think the blisters will be starting now,
yes.
And the guys that haven't done a lot of riding, your hands get so sore.
Jack, Mason, Corey, Angus, Todd, Kipper Shido doing a great job in 6th. Corey Hammond very consistent today for 7th. Brody Waters, we're talking before with John Contract about the Waters family here in this region. There's Brody, there's Nick, and there's Josh. Josh is a multiple Australian superbike champion. The brothers, Nick and Brody, are the desert racers, the hard chargers on the dirt bikes like this. Throw in their cousins, Cam Waters of the supercar fame. His brother Jared is the current Australian modified sedan champ. Their dad, Chris, was a Victorian modified sedan champion. I don't know what it is about the Waters family, but gee, they can race anything.
That's amazing. They must have had good opportunities down here. You've got a lot of places to ride down here. So, I think you grow up with bikes around you and then you go on from different directions.
And it's an interesting word to use, but there's a culture. And that really helps. A motorsport culture in this city. You can be a ski racer, you can be a desert racer, you can be a drag racer, you can be a speedway racer on 2 and 3 wheels, you can be a speedway racer in cars as well. There's safari here as well. It's an incredible culture.
Oh, definitely. And like I said before, you've got a lot of places to ride. So, and it's a lot, and you have a farm, and it's not just a small farm, 10 acres. It's like thousands of acres, and you're always on a bike. So, Mick Doohan, they did speedway and things like that. You always, progress from there.
Great shots as they're heading out to leave the pit area here now. Just through the gate and back out into the public area. So outside the top 10, Cody Stevens is in 10th. Nathan Trigg in 11th. That surprises me a bit as well. I thought Triggy might have been up a little higher at this point. Jonty Reinders, good job in 12th. Andrew Wilkes, I really expected Wilkesy to be inside that top 10. Stefan Granquist really coming on. He was in the 20s earlier on. Consistent from Connor Adams. Connor and Taylor Adams, the brothers, doing a great job. Looking down at Taylor, he's in 23rd. Connor is in 15th. Jaden Pilgrim in 16th. Billy Hargy in 18th. Riley McGillivray in 17th. Aaron Mason 19th. Liam Walsh 20th. Luke Chellis, Jacob Sweet, Chad Sparrow in 24th. Tommy Anderson, Josh Anderson, Thomas Mason, Bo Taylor, Stephen Bowen, and Liam Jackson. That's 30 of 419. Oh, we might have dropped a couple off. There might be 415 out there. So Todd yet to come into the pits. We'll see where he figures in this. I love it when the drone just gets to that point and stops and peels back out. How about the old school riding gear? That looks very Peter Jackson to me.
Oh, the old rat racing.
Yes.
You know, they're bringing back all the old gear, and you know, it looks really good.
I tell you, that's what you got to do with your boy, mate. You got to get him on the Marlborough colours.
Yeah.
It's nostalgic, mate. It'll be a super cool throwback scheme.
Oh, definitely.
That was Brodie Waters actually on screen. It just came by us then. So many different riding conditions, Glenn, isn't there? Like you're flat out, you're tapped out,
It's so rough around this track. I couldn't believe, like, after 2 laps,
yes,
there was a berm over there that's formed that's probably 3 foot deep, you know. And yeah, it's incredible the amount of braking bumps and stuff are forming now. There's some rises over here. There's some really fast sections, slow sections. Coming into a couple of those tight turns, there was so many braking bumps. Guys are just getting thrown around on their bikes. It's incredible.
Well, think about it. 2 laps, Glenn. 800 bikes have effectively been through that one corner.
Oh yeah.
And look at this. Pick your groove. Here we go. This is Triggy coming in now on the Sherco. So the boys will go to work. What a great character. No doubt about that. He's a farmer, rides a lot on his socials. One of those real country boys, no filter, Glenn, at all. Ask him a question, you'll get the answer.
Yep, definitely. That's what you do in the outback here.
And that's quick. That was a good little. That was a very good run. How about? It's cool the way you gradiate, sort of back into the centre and then into that racing speed line again.
Oh yeah, they try to get their pits on a slow part of the circuit so they don't have to slow down too much, and then get going as fast as they can.
So back out through the gate. This shot here, they sort of peel around a continual left hand up, and now we'll see Triggy coming over the top here in just a second. There he is. You can see immediately the different body style and the forward position on the bike. Wow, the way they chatter through those braking bumps, and it's really rutted out there as well.
He's getting held up a little bit there, and they just got out the way for him, so that's good. I think something's happened to Todd Waters. It looks like he's a lap down.
Well, yes, you might be right, because we're expecting him to be about 5th or 6th. And we haven't seen him in the pits that I'm aware of. So you might be right. Hipposhito was up to 5th now. Angus Rhiannon into 4th. Corey McMahon 3rd. Mason Semmon 2nd. And Jack Simpson has had this race by the scruff of the neck since he went out there. Hammond Waters 7th. Trigg 8th. Cody Stevens 9th. And Jai Dixon in 10th. So you got 4 laps to go. This is where you're starting to find out how good your fitness is, Glenn.
Oh, definitely. You know, your hands, they really play a big part. And your fitness, obviously. You know, Jack has obviously done a lot of this racing and a lot of time on the bike. So you can see that by the way he's riding. He's riding phenomenally.
It would be such a lonely race for some people, Glenn. You could be out there running for 370th on your own. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, there's so many riders out there. You're always passing someone. Like, you know, Jack's to be passing people left, right, and centre now, because a lot of the guys are getting tired, and you've got 419 bikes out there, and there's a lot of lappers and so forth. So, but it is an awesome race.
It's so soul destroying when you're a wobbler, and you think you're doing half a decent job, and then someone comes past you so quick, they strip your tear off. Like, it's just. And that's the way sometimes you think you're going well. So Todd is 12th. And is he dropping down the order, or is he in the pits? Like, did he have an off or something? We're just speculating at the moment. Jonty Reinders on the Sherco in 11th. Jaden Pilgrim with one of his better laps, a 35.08. So nice job for him. So we're looking for T-Dub. Just a single pop-up tent for Todd, we noticed this morning in the pits. Nothing big, nothing massively factory, just low-key.
He's got his truck there, and
nice truck too.
Oh, it's a fantastic design. I can see we've got Stefan Granquist there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the son of Pelly Granquist that won Mr. Motocross Series.
Okay, there you go. Stefan doing a good job too. He's in that sort of
14?
top 15. He was back in the 20s. I think he qualified like in the high 20s in the Prologue yesterday, and he got into the low 20s. Wow. There's an example.
Yeah.
That's a big groove right there. Nice little berm to sort of lay on.
Oh, it's fantastic. You can see like some of the guys are getting a little tired, and someone charging, and I don't know who that is. Is that Jack or?
We're about to find out. He'd be out there somewhere deep in the Mallee at this point. But we'll find out here in a second. See, it's good loam, isn't it? It's good dirt. You must be thinking, oh, I'd love to attack some of this.
I'd love to be out there riding, but, you know, you get a bit too old for this.
It's incredible.
It's a young man's sport.
Just watching to see who the 425. And it's Aaron Mason in 20th. So you can even spot the top 30 guys, and you're right. T-Dub seems to have dropped right off the radar. So he may not have even come in at this point. I hope you've enjoyed your experience at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, Glenn. I knew you'd get your kicks out of it in a completely different way, that you related to a lot of it, but I guess a lot of it is probably a little different to what you were thinking. What do you think of the event?
Oh, the event's awesome. It's really well run. The club's done a great job, and all the volunteers. You know, I'm glad Penrite's been involved. It's allowed me to come down here and have a look at the Hattah for the first time. Yeah, it's eye-opener, that's for sure. And the amount of spectators that come out, it's great. They
love it, mate. As we talked about that culture for riders and drivers, the fans, we're very spoilt in this region. The Sunraysia region, we know big events happen at this place. You know what's cool, Belly, last night? Fairly late, in fact, very late. At midnight, I put the video up that we shot with you yesterday morning on my Facebook. Very first person to like it was the guy they called the Flying Freckle. Jeff Lease was the first guy to put up Jeff Lease like this, and I thought that's cool that you guys are still relating on that level. Do you catch up with guys like that much?
Yeah, definitely. Like last weekend at the Nationals, Motocross Nationals up at Toowoomba, Jeff was up there. He'd just been to the Isle of Man TT. He just went to MotoGP. So he gets around, old Jeff, but he keeps up to date on whatever it is motorcycle.
Yeah, absolutely. Glenn, it's been an absolute thrill for me to have you here working with us this weekend and being part of the Penrite team. But as a motocross tragic, I've absolutely loved having you here, Belly. That Marlboro Yamaha is burned into my brain. I was always a Leesky fan because I'm a West Aussie and proud of it. But mate, there were so many great riders back in the day, and you are absolutely one of the greats. Thank you so much for coming here today.
Thanks very much for having me.
Enjoy a coffee with the Penrite Airstream and grab yourself some merch there as well. The wonderful Glenn Bell. Wonderful to have him here with us as we get to about 3 laps to go here very soon. Thank you very much indeed to Glenn. I'm going to drop Liam back in the chair here, and in a moment we'll have Mr. Hattah, Kenny Reid, dropping in as well to talk to us about what it's been like for him not riding in this event. He's ridden in 23 of the 25.
Down here at the Penrite location, fantastic event, the 2023 Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race here this week. You know, lucky enough to bump into Pete. Pete, so cool to catch up with you as always, buddy.
Yeah, it's another year's rolled round, and the event's just an amazing thing. It's good to come back up and to catch up with some familiar faces like yourself, and that really make this event come together.
Mate, I'll tell you what just blows my mind is, you know, there's all this climb from here going up to Christmas, and just as you get over that New Year thing, you know, it's a slide all the way down to here, you know. It doesn't take long to get here, right?
No, it just swings around. You know, it was only last week that we were packing this stuff up and sweeping the dust off our foot, and you're back here again.
Peter, first of all, congrats on the, no one's really going to talk about, I'm going to make it known, right? The JD Award, right? The JD Award, you picked up that one, mate, and that's an internal one within the business. That's a really cool thing. You've been with the business for how long now?
I've been with the company 20 years. It's one of those things that not many people realise that it is an Australian family-owned company, and you know, there's when I first joined, you know, JD was owner of the company, and they really make you feel like a part of the family. And the one thing he said was, you know, I hope I do you good. He says, all I ask is give your best effort and that'll be good enough. And I think that's the same with anything in life, is the same with out here. If people give their best effort, it'll make success will happen. And that's what they ask for.
You know, the really cool part about it, I always have said this too, you know, if you know when you love your job, or you know when you love what it is you're doing, is that you become so entrenched and so passionate about what it's about, you know, and that passion shines through. People see that and they realise that, and they actually walk away going, you know what, this guy is so glued into this, and all of a sudden they want part of it, you know. I see that in you and all the guys, in fact, here at the Penrite stand. You just love doing what you do, yeah?
Exactly right, and it's not... you don't do it because you get paid, because you have to. And events like this, Penrite's been involved in this event now for 8 or 9 years, and it's, yeah, we do it for commercial value, but it's born out of a love for the sport. The family themselves are extremely passionate about their motorbike riding. Toby, the CEO, and his brother have both ridden in this event. And as you mentioned earlier today, that Margaret, she's 92, she would have loved nothing better to be up here traipsing through the dust and chatting to the crowd, and you know, that doesn't come from, you know, just wanting to get some benefit out of it. That comes from, as you say, true passion. That's what this family business is all about.
You know, Margaret's such a stalwart, you know, like she came here the very first year. I remember she quizzed me on so many things, and it was like, so you do this, and it's like, yeah, we do that because of this, and you do that, yeah, because of that, you know, and she loved the junior bit. It's like, you know, you guys are building this, like, yeah, and she said, right, who do I have to talk to get involved with this and all the rest of it? And all of a sudden, this thing just barreled out of control to the point where all of a sudden Penrite just said, you know, show us where we sign, let's do what we need to do, and they've been connected with it ever since. You know, it's just so cool that a family business like that took notice of what we're doing, and without your help, you know, we wouldn't have elevated it to where it is. So we do thank not just Mark, but each and every one of the Penrite family for doing what they do to help us. It's just so cool, right? And Penrite about to hit their 100th anniversary. That is incredible.
Yeah, that's born in 1926, so we've got a couple of years to hit that 100th, but again, the passion involved in that, we really think it's something worth celebrating. So as much as it's not in 2026 will be 100, we're going to be leading, and we're going to let everybody know all about loud and proud that we're going to be 100. So, you know, 12 months before the birthday year, the year after, we're going to shout up on the rooftops that we're proud, we're Australian, we're 100 years old, we've been here that good. So yeah, it'll be an amazing time coming up.
Mate, I know how cool it was to celebrate our 25th, our quarter of a century this year. That's 4 times that, mate. Well done.
Yeah, no, it's to be involved in something like this. It's, you know, this is an iconic event. Not wanting to say, I think we're an iconic family company. So putting it all together is just, you know, it goes hand in hand, and we're so proud to be a part of this. As you said, the hard work that all the volunteers put in here, the staff that we bring along. That's not what they're paid to do. You know, we have to get here to put this all together and make that it's really worthwhile, really worthwhile.
Most of our spots are typically about the oil and the business and all the bits that go with it. I know that's how all that works, you know, but this one's really cool for me because this is really talking about families, you know, from our family to yours. We are so proud to be connected with what goes on here, and I know, you know, it probably reciprocates a little bit. You do a lot of sponsorship for a lot of events, and I'd like to think that, you know, ours is one of those ones that you just like coming to, you know. I know it's, we don't pick the right time because it's the coldest part of the year. You know, we're probably in the middle of nowhere where there's not a lot going on, you know, but we're proud of what we do, and we know that, you know, there's a little bit of us that's in you guys as well.
Exactly, and as you said, it is about the pride and what you're involved in, and you don't want to just do something and walk away from it. If you're going to make the effort, really make the effort, do the best you can, and yeah, it certainly shows.
So Pete, on behalf of us to you, you know, thank you so much for the support, for all the family. Please make sure when you go back and you catch up with Marg, you send her my regards, personally from myself. I love the woman, you know. I can never get over the fact that she never wanted to go to the motel. She'd camp out here. She'd do all these mad things that I would think for a woman her age, but such is her dedication as a family business to do what she does. So please make sure you send those regards on to her for me.
Thanks very much, John. And yeah, just on behalf of Penrite too, and all the people out there, when you see these volunteers that are actually putting this race together so you can have a fun time, say thank you to them if you're going past them. And from us, John, too, you really hold this weekend together with your microphone, the work you do to keep people involved, keep people's interest, show them what this event's all about. You do an amazing job, and from Penrite, we'd like to thank you for your efforts as well.
Mate, you don't have to thank me. It's a pleasure to do what I do. Great to come down here, talk to guys like Peter, and catch up with the team at Penrite. They do an amazing job. We really hope if you're out watching this out in the open that you do get a chance, because you really do, Pete, don't you? You really got to come and watch this for yourself once at least, yeah?
Exactly. It's they say it's an amazing... You never see anything like this anywhere else in the world. And speaking to Glenn Bell here earlier, he's an absolute nut, mad fanatic. He's got the excitement of a 10-year-old. He's just running around this place. He can't get enough of it. It's amazing to see. It's that special event.
Good on you, Pete. Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, hope you're enjoying your telecast out there. Book your flights and what you need to come down next year and be part of our 26th year. Here we are at the Hattah Desert Complex for the race this year, the 2023 Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race. Thanks so much for being part of it this weekend. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, Karcher vacuums deliver. From commercial wet and dry to water filter vacuum cleaners for allergy sufferers, make Karcher your first choice. Whatever the cleaning task, we have the solution at Think Water Mildura.
Plan your next event at Verde Mildura for friends and family celebrations, weddings, birthdays, or rewarding your business staff and clients. Reserve your own space to celebrate any event in style for up to 30 people in the Verde Avenue base. And for gatherings a little larger, book Cube for up to 60 guests. Verde's dedicated events coordinator, Michelle, will look after your needs from start to finish. Book early to secure your preferred date.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
Boy, she's going to be chock-a-block at Verde tonight. There's no doubt about that for the presentation night. Getting to the 60% mark or thereabouts now. 4 laps to go. We'll be getting closer to 3 very soon when your race leader comes into the pits. He has been all business, Jack Simpson, Liam Ornger.
Yeah, learnt plenty last year, didn't he? He was right up there inside that top 3 through 90% of the race, and even had that off right at the start of the race as well last year. He came together with Callum Norton and was the only real problem on that start line last year, and he has got it absolutely dialed in this year. They haven't put a foot wrong, that team, all day long, so they've got it all sorted. There's plenty of laps left to run. There's so many stories of heartbreak already happened, haven't there? Callum Norton, probably one of the biggest, as well as Sam Prashira, way back in the order as well. We missed.
And Todd Waters now as well. We're not really sure what is the go with the T-Dub Husky. So you're right, Liam. It's the kind of place that can break your heart or it can make your career. Ben Grabham is a guy that knows just how tough this event can be. He and Toby Price are the 2 only guys in the game who have won Hattah and Fink in their careers, and that in itself is something quite remarkable. I caught up with Ben at our show and shine on Friday nights.
You know anything about winning Hattah? Do you know I could find someone who knows how to win Hattah?
Yeah, going back a while, I used to know how to do it.
Yeah? How many times again?
I think I won this one twice. First time was 07 and then again in 09.
And rode for another roughly 4 or 5 years before that was your last time?
Yeah, like I rode in it a lot. I wouldn't say a lot of times, but I love this race. Like I've been on a podium a few times, obviously won it twice. The thing that probably stopped me from lining up for more front runs was with this being so close to Fink. A few of my Fink wins came with injuries,
Yeah.
so I would leave up there and recovery time would be now.
So it could work for you and against you, Grabbo, I would think, right? The Fink thing being so close, because if you've had a good Fink, you come into this race loaded with confidence.
That's it. Like, to be honest, one of the things I have a little bit of pride in, I think it's me and maybe Toby Price are the only two that have won Fink and Hattah in the same year, or maybe even won them full stop together. So that's pretty cool. And no, I love Hattah. Like, to me, it's one of those races where I say you can't hide out there. Like, it's 4 hours of hard work, and if you're fast and you're fit, it's the race where you can do some good damage.
Now, I notice you got plenty of orange going on here. Tell me about this amazing VIP experience, because you're hands-on involved now. People can actually get your tuition and the whole experience with you.
That's it. You, for example, you can rent a ride with us, and as you can see, the bikes have come up pretty damn nice.
Yeah, it's a very sexy ride.
We've got great packages in the KTM, and it's rock up with your gear bag, and we take care of the rest. It's the same experience as what I had on race teams. We want people to be able to come here, have top quality equipment. I can give them as many tips as possible to do it safe and fun and fast, and go from there.
What do you tell someone who rides this race for the first time, Grab? I mean, how do you possibly put into words? Is it just hang on? Is it pace yourself? Is it go hard? Like, what do you tell them?
I think that comes down to the first one that will decide what I say is I try and check out their fitness. If fitness is an issue, then definitely pace yourself. For example, someone like Todd Waters that's next to me there, he's nice and fit, so you tell him to go hard the whole time. It's an enjoyable race, but it's also a very physical one.
What is tougher, Fink or Hattah?
Yeah, I've been asked this hundreds of times.
I know they're different, right?
Yeah, there is no answer. They're both harder than each other. This is tough as in you've got 4 hours in one hit out, whereas Fink in a good run we're well under 2 hours. The beauty about this race is you can torture yourself, tear all your skin off your hand and your ass, and then you're done. You don't have to get up the next day. But Fink is shorter. Here starts smooth, then gets crazy rough. They're both harder in different ways.
Did you talk to yourself when you rode? You know, like, was it in your mind, or did you every now and again come on, or you say, come on, you can do that better, or did you?
I don't know. It's more game.
Internalize it.
It's more game plans. Like, as in Smarty was the guru, the local gun back in the day for me to race. So there'd always be a bit of a tactic there, whether it was to stay on his back wheel for 3 hours and go hard on the fourth, and it depends on the rider and where you are.
It's going to be epic this year. 25 years, eh? What an event.
Yeah, I didn't realise that until I saw the socials there a bit earlier in the year. But I'm excited because you can correct me if I'm wrong, but generally you have the previous champion or a champion from maybe the last 3 or 4 years lining up, whereas you don't have anyone like that. There's 3 guys or so that I expect to see in the top 3, but there's probably
come on.
We've got one next door.
Yeah, Todd Waters for sure.
Like he's got the number on there. Callum Norton is set to do big things at one point. I don't know. Like, you can't disregard anyone that's been on the podium last year. So then there's Jack Simpson. You got Mason Simmons come back from stage. So already I've thrown in 4 there that should be in the top 3. So so someone's going to be up there. And then there's a handful of guys. There's Corey McMahon. There's I don't know. I reckon if we sat down and wrote them down, there's seriously, I don't know, 6 to 8 guys that could land on a podium. So it's going to be an exciting race.
All right, so we Google Ben Grabham's VIP riding experience. Probably the best way to just Google it.
Yeah,
it'll come up.
The easiest way to find me these days is Grabbo's Trail and Track. That's what I run everything under. All my coach and everything, and you'll find that.
Good to see you, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, absolute legend. Ben Grabham. What a rider, what a talent, and what a story. So, Liam, you have an interesting story about how you can try and turn your day around with a bit of BALL5 and to some natural skill as well.
Yeah, big steer indeed, coming from deep in the field. There's stories right through this field when you're well over 400 riders, and if you don't prologue in overly well yesterday, or you drop the bike in that prologue session, it can hurt you so much. But one thing it does do, if you're Simon Cox and you drop it in the prologue, is it sets a fire under the belly, and it's done exactly that. Simon Cox on his last outing was up to position 107, and he started on the final row, which was from positions 400 to to 419. So Simon Cox is all but up 300 positions so far, ladies and gentlemen. That is just ridiculous.
Did you say 300?
How do you even? And easily he's had to pass 250 or so of those. You have to think there's a few bike failures. And
yeah, for sure.
Whatever, he's been able to make up a couple of those spots, but 110% he's earned 300 positions, which is just mind-boggling.
Another one of the riders from the Sinford Motorsport Group on the Husky, the FE 501, Simon Cox, monstering them 107. Now, you'd have to think it won't get quite as easy as he gets closer and closer inside that top 100. Still, we can't see Todd Waters in this situation. Matt Murray, his quickest lap, a PB, 36.13. And we were noticing before Maddie Healy was still doing the job in the ladies' 8-lap class over Emma Milicevic. And I did notice Monique Simeone as well in that battle. We'll sort of try and scroll through outside the top 10. You see on your screen just there, we have on our monitors, Jonty Reinders just outside the top 10. Jai Dixon is 11th. Jonty is 12th. Andrew Wilkes, Liam Walsh. Liam Walsh starting to get better and better. Now, he was not a force early in the race. He is new to this whole deal, never ridden it before. Doing a hell of a job in 13th right now.
Yeah, climbing his way through, isn't he? This is where that strength and conditioning really plays a part when you're, nearly 3 hours into the race to be able to hang on. And you can tell by the body language right here out the window in front of us as they come across this main straight, or what was the starting line earlier this morning, who's really on it still, or who needs that bit of respite when they come out of the timing loop. It's very clear the difference in the boys and girls that are still wrapping it on and still giving it absolutely everything lap after lap, because right here in front of us, whether they're taking that time to breathe a little bit or they are absolutely on it.
Wow. You can immediately spot the top 20 guys, can't you? Just because there is your lead up. Jack has been an unstoppable force. Getting the big wave on from the crew or a random, doesn't matter. It's all about the support. So Mason Simmons is only 17 seconds behind him. That was on the last lap. So we'll have a look and see here. So Meso, is he that close?
I think it might be even closer than that. They duck under the timing loop. Now, if we're seeing it correct, far out.
Maybe
here we go.
Now, is that because of a pit stop, or is that just because Meso's just stepping it up? Both these guys with American experience as well, back to ride in this event. Corey Mack in 3rd, Angus Reardon in 4th, Cooper Shido in 5th, Corey Hammond, Brodie Waters.
Tell you what I might be seeing. I reckon the left of Jack's sleeve is a little torn up. He might have had a bit of a spill. Whether it's, I can't see, I don't think it's roll-offs. I think it might be he's torn his jersey.
It's a hell of a spot, William. If that is the case, it's a great pickup. Simpson, Simmons, McMahon, Reardon, Shido. Cooper's been solid in that 5th spot. Corey Hammond, he's 10 seconds behind Cooper Shido in 5th. Brodie Waters is 7th. Back to Nathan Trigg in 8th. Race has definitely not gone the way that Triggy would have been seeing this play out.
No, not one bit. He's still well and truly in touch, but what was a 5-minute gap to your leaders becomes pretty tough to reel back in. But excitingly, I think we're possibly in for one of the closest races in recent years, well and truly. The last few have been 2, 3 and even 5 minutes out to the leaders, but Mason Simmons and Jack Simpson, I think we might actually be up for a race to the line, which would be super exciting to ride home.
We've been going for 2 hours and 43 minutes so far, and we still have 3 laps remaining. And when you work at the lap times at the moment that Jack has been punching around the 34s, Mason Simmons did a 33.51 on that previous lap, whereas Jack did a 34.06. So there's basically a 15-second difference in that lap right then.
And there's no real way of knowing whereabouts they're in their pit strategies or not. Or I think they were able to get easily 2 laps on fuel, but I don't think they'll get much further than that. So they set themselves up whether they pit on the last lap or They have that 2-lap run to home. It's a little tough to work out from our point of view, but we'll do our best to keep everyone updated where that's going to situate them post-pit stop, if that's what needs to happen and comes into play. But certainly looking at one of the closest finishes that we've had in recent years, and if there's a full-on bar-to-bar race in 1 lap to go, we are in for a hell of a show.
Jai Dixon inside the top 10 on that. Number 24 bike, Cody Stevens in 9th. Let's go just outside there, Liam. Let's go to 10th. Jonty Reinders is 11th. Andrew Wilkes is 12th. Liam Walsh is 13th. Aaron Mason 14th. Jaden Pilgrim in 15th. Stefan Granquist in 16th. Billy Hargey's been thereabouts inside the top 20. He's 17th. Luke Chellis, the under-19s, along with Billy Hargey, in 18th. Ryan McGillivray. There's a lot of under-19 boys in that little group. Connor Adams in 20th. That's probably the deepest we've seen Connor. He's been having a ripping run. Was around the top 10 to top 12 for most of this race. You then go back to Jacob Sweet in 21st. Thomas Mason, 22nd. Taylor Adams. Taylor might catch his bro here. Always looks good when you...
Way up on the back wheel.
Always looks good when you pop a mono like that.
Yeah,
It looks
why
like it's
not?
under control.
Why not?
Liam Jackson. In fact, let's go back to Chad Sparrow. 26th. 27th is Stephen Bowen. Matt Ryan is 28th. Bo Taylor, 29th. Travis Silk is 30th. Will Price is 32nd. Wilson Griner-Daesch, 496, is 33rd. Jack Bithell is 34th. Tyron Tomic, Jeremy Carpentier, Jet Gibbs, Todd Smith, and Campbell Hall, with Caleb Goulat in the top 40.
It's a little eerie hearing the sirens in the background, isn't it? It spells an all too familiar tale of just how grueling this event is. So much into it, and the medical facility they have here on the grounds is second to none. It's such a good setup. You really are in the safest hands imaginable. We are on for a hell of a race coming up.
There's Corey Mack. Corey McMahon just ripping through there. Oh, the lapper.
Did the right thing to try to move over, and they swapped the lanes.
Boy, that was close, wasn't it? That's not exactly what you need to experience there.
No, not for any reason.
Corey's up on it. Look at him. Over the front of the bars.
He looks better with goggles on, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I can't even imagine what that lap was like. It'll be the longest lap. Longest 37 Ks of his life.
Oh, undoubtedly. So the next couple of bikes we should be expecting through Angus Reardon and Cooper Shido. There wasn't a great deal between those two. Same two to Corey Hammond on the previous lap.
Just looking through the veterans list as well, Liam. Todd Smith is currently 38th on the racetrack. I think he might be our leader of the veterans class.
So we're on board the pit stop with Angus Reardon here and the Mototech KTM team.
Still got the water bottle hanging out. There it
Gone.
goes. She's gone. So that was the veteran side of things. I'm just looking through the various classes. Over 450s predominantly in the top 50. Under 19s, Jamie Dunstan in 57th at the moment. Nicky from Optus. That was Peter just walking by as well. Nicky and all the team from Optus are here this weekend. Wonderful supporters of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Just say yes, local team here in town. They will sort your telecommunication needs. If you're on Optus, you'll be in very good service this weekend. It's remarkable how...
They've absolutely turned this place around, haven't they?
Gee, Maddie Healy and Emma Milicevic continuing their battle. 76th and 77th respectively in the ladies' 8-lap class. The pair of them are going at it, and they're 76th and 77th respectively. Overall.
Angus Reardon on screen, heading back out into the scrub. And this windy stuff is actually some of the smoothest course you have. That's tough to say, but right through the windy stuff after the start line. Just a gorgeous view.
I'm just Googling windy stuff. I know what you mean. That's a ripping berm there in the pit area just then.
It's tall, isn't it? You do not want to have an unload and send the bike up and over the back of that.
Oh, wow.
Something about passes in the pit lane I just love.
Oh, just to the other side just then. It'd be pretty easy to half forget where you pitted as well if you're in the moment. Just going to pick up who it is that's ripping at the moment. Oh, it just froze. Is it the 16 bike just then? Okay, so it was this 16 bike.
So he shouldn't be far off then, seeing Corey Hammond time in. So we go on board with the pit stop. And that is Corey. They're off the bike, getting a fresh Camelback slapped on. Fuel going in the tank. And then straight back on. So whereabouts do we see Cooper Shido come out? Look like Hammond on screen with a slight advantage. So here we go. A drink out of the cup even. We got that long. A big dose of nutrition, a fresh Camelback. And back on the bike. Big ride from position 16 in last year's event. And he's made a big improvement this year, has Corey Hammond.
Every time you say Hammond, I think of Top Gear. Hammond! Let's see what his difference is, the margin behind Cooper Shido, and see whether that has improved. Brodie Waters up to 7th now. Brodie has been very consistent. Remember, he did time in the top 10 for the shootout, albeit right on the edge of that, and he's clawed his way back into a consistent top 10 result. Triggy is now up to 8th. So slowly but surely, Triggy making his way forward. 3 laps to go.
So Hammond over the spot on Cooper Shido. So Cooper to be the next one predicted home, but it's Brodie Waters and Nathan Trigg. Not a lot between them. Brodie was pretty close to Hammond and Shido before, and then a 2-minute gap. Back out to Nathan Trigg. So see where they slot in. There's no real update. As soon as they head back out onto the course, we just have to predict where they time in, and it's hard to know who's past who or if they've made it back into town yet. I think we still have no update on Todd Waters, whereabouts he is on the surface as well. He's deep back in the list, and no real sighting officially for us on whereabouts Todd sits. Clearly something went wrong because we hadn't located him in his pit either, so something out on the course went awry. So we lead on through the pit chase, and they keep ticking them down. So Cooper Shido up to 6. 30 seconds in after Corey Hammond. Shido into 6. So bike 492, the next one on screen now. Brodie Waters through that final pit gate. And he'll be up to 7th now. So Shido times in at 6, and then Waters at 7.
So you still got, when you look at it, if we are talking about 35-minute laps or thereabouts, you've still got an hour and a half to go. You know, it says like, you only got 3 laps to go. You only got 3 laps to go. Well, it's, nice little wheelie as well. This is the place where you've got to style it up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Do it in front of the pits and
throw your hands up off the bars, do whatever you got to, make plenty of noise. There was a couple of kids here under this Penrite banner before with a big sign saying on the bopper. Yeah. They gave them a couple of clutch kicks for the kids. It's pretty cool. This is the spot to do it. Can only imagine the amount of heckling if you drop it in front of one of the beard up camps. A little further over the back, there's some rough operators out there in the scrub, and it's really not the place to have a bin.
I caught a...
You're going to know about it.
I think it was a husband and wife team. At least the hubby was riding, I think, and wifey was in support, and they had a hoodie on it, said 2 dogs racing, why do you ask?
Yeah. I haven't asked yet, have you? Oh.
You don't know that joke?
No.
It's about the old Indian chief saying, how did you name the children in the tribe?
Oh, good.
Said, I called you Little Deer Running By because there was a little deer running by, and then there was Small Creek running fast. And then he said to the third one, but tell me, 2 dogs, why do you ask? Because he named the children after what was going on in the situation when they were born.
Oh, beautiful.
So that is a classic joke. And the 2 dogs racing story, why do you ask? Now you don't have to ask. And I gave a very, very G-rated version of that. Here comes the trig. Trigonometry. There's that big hole. Hey, they're getting through
He'll
that.
give a wave too, I'm sure.
They were getting through there pretty smoothly, actually, considering that thing was a crater last year.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, wasn't it?
It's probably absolutely impossible to get a focused shot of that. I'm not sure if it does or not, but on our in our studio, the Shawnee Stevens medal, everybody got a medal when they came in. And you heard Johnny Contract talking earlier. I'm not sure whether that can be on focus or not. But there we go. How about that? Going that way. Yeah, no worries. Cool, Shawnee Stevens. Friends and family that we choose. We're privileged to be chosen by Sean. Really, really cool medallion. That's just super cool. We really miss that little bloke. There is what I'm talking about. Epically cool man. No doubt about that. Really cheeky and very passionate about so many different aspects of his life here in Mildura. Very big influencer in the Indigenous community and in helping to bring community groups together. And he just loved it, whether it was at Olympic Park Speedway on the starting line there or on the starting line here.
I'm not sure he actually had a home. I think he just lived anywhere the motorsport was, didn't he?
And he loved his fishing, loved his camping. It was a massive service that we went to in Mildura a couple of months ago. And we learned a lot about this remarkable man that had such a beautiful heart and such a huge passion for motorsport. Wow. See them just ripping through the pits there. That just stepped up.
A little pedestrian to deal with.
Absolutely. It'd be remiss of us not to mention the great Warren Monson as well, who was a 9-time Victorian sidecar champion and an icon of various forms of motorcycling throughout Australia. And of course, his factory mechanic role as well in superbike racing with Phil Tainton in particular. Warren Monson was, apart from being a phenomenal rider, here comes Cal back in, he was an incredible engineer as well. So let's have a look at where Cal has got himself back into. Liam Walsh up to 13th. Nice job from Liam. He's continuing to improve. And Cal straight back out there. Boy, he will be caning this orange bike.
Yeah, that's so tough to get your head back in the game. It's probably a similar story now to Simon Cox. You've got nothing to lose at this point, so you give it absolute hell, and yep, he's doing every bit of that.
Oh, look at that.
I'd love to see how his lap times now stack up to the boys that are running out front, because absolutely got nothing to lose from here on out.
He's about to meet Johnny Contract then. Johnny was making his way across the track, and here comes Cal.
Folks, how about banging your hands together as he rips through? He was fastest in that top 10 shootout, and he'll come through the timing stripe now. Bang them hands together, particularly to the team to get him back out there as well. We couldn't work out exactly what went wrong with the Callum Norton machine, but back in the race and keeps tipping her around, and he's got no real reason to do it other than for himself and for that team.
Look, absolutely, and I think for Jason Stewart and the entire STE racing operation, they came into this event obviously with confidence, but they knew they had bike speed. They knew that Cal's confidence was up there as well, and his form has been outstanding. So there was never going to be any doubt that the ability was there, but there has been no gods smiling over Cal here this weekend, unfortunately, after setting the #1 spot in the pole shootout, top 10 shootout yesterday. And I'm just trying to find out where he is overall.
Wilksy is on it, on board with Andrew Wilkes. On the #4, he'll come straight up and over that final hill before the timing loop. And that chatted out left-hander. And to be honest, the finish line is in pretty good nick compared to the last couple of years where it's literally been a trials jump to rip through. The #4 on your screen, Andrew Wilkes.
We'll be getting
in a position 14.
So Cal was classified as 150th just then. I can't help but think that there was a problem either with our timing or with... Yeah, maybe the transponder actually came off the bike in that pit stop. Now, if that was the case, That'd be rather devastating if you don't get a result recorded, because he might storm through and pass 70 or 80 bikes.
Yeah, definitely got the kit to do it. He's
there'll
got
be
a fast bike and knows what he's doing on top of it.
There'll be no official record of what that was if there is an issue. You're right, Andrew Welch starting to charge back through. Simmons still second, Corey McMahon third, Angus Reardon, Corey Hammond, Cooper Shido, Brody Waters, Nathan Trigg, Jai Dixon, Cody Stevens, Jonty Reinders.
Ooh, they're crossing late.
Yes, it seems like it, doesn't it? Liam Walsh, Jaden Pilgrim, Andrew Wilkes, Aaron Mason, Luke Chellis, Billy Hargie, Stephen Granquist, Jacob Sweet, and Riley McGillivray. I'm impressed with Liam Walsh. Came here as a rookie. Another one of those Territorians. I think he was born in the Alice and moved up to Darwin. And having his first rider, caught up with him a couple of days ago when a few of the boys went out riding on the Stevens farm not far from here on Thursday. They did a bit of practice and just some testing, and I spoke to him, very laid back, typical of the Territory, and asked him, yes, that's correct. Asked him, what did he think of this race? What was he expecting? And I think right now, he'd have to be pretty happy with the way he's debuting in position number 12. Liam Walsh, your first time ever at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Yeah.
What do you know about it? Why are you here?
Family and stuff have grown up racing it, but then also good mates with Callum Norton, and he loves the race. I've been trying to come in for 3 years now, but haven't got here, so yeah.
So an Alice Springs boy that moved to Darwin. So stayed in the Territory.
Yeah.
Once the Territory gets into you, it's stuck in you, right?
Yeah.
It's a different way of life, really, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit down here it is, yeah.
So everyone knows about Fink, obviously, in Alice, but is there a big desert racing culture outside of that in the Territory?
No, not really, no. There's, Fink's probably the biggest desert race there is in Northern Territory, yeah.
Yeah, so do you do motocross predominantly, or what do you ride?
Racing motocross, yeah. Done a few MX Nationals growing up, and then sort of just moved over to desert the last few years.
Yeah, okay. So how many YouTube clips have you watched of Hattah lately?
Fair few, yeah. Fair few, yeah.
What do you take from it? Like, what has Callum told you about it? What do you see as the challenges?
Just it's a long race, 4 hours. I've never personally done something that long before. Yeah, it just gets harder and harder each lap, and sort of just a hard, grueling race.
Yeah, and over 2 days you got that prologue, which is super important on this Saturday to get you hopefully some clear air. I mean, it's such a different event, and I can't wait for you to see it. That start line is just insane.
Yeah, I can't wait. Watching videos of the start looks pretty cool, and I can't wait to be a part of it.
What is your goal?
I don't know. Yeah, I've never raced it, so I'd like to be within the top 10 would be something pretty cool, but we'll see how we go.
Looking forward to seeing you at the end of Sunday and ask you how it went, mate. Good to have you here.
No worries, thank you.
Some would suggest it's going swimmingly for him for a guy on debut. Now, we're just looking at the ladies' 4 laps. Olivia Kimball has pulled up. Olivia was, I think, leading the ladies' 4 laps. She may have actually completed and won that event, which should be massive for her. So we'll check in for sure to see if that is the case. I think she's chatting with John Contract at the moment. Liam's just going to find out, but if that is the case, we'll try and grab. So the top 3 are going to come in. Yeah, cool. So Toph will be out there with Johnny Contract to chat with Olivia Kimball. I'm going to go down further in the order and just try and find the remainders in that ladies 4-lap class. So my friend little Chloe Barton in the 300s earlier. Johnny is down there with Olivia Kimball, so he's going to climb on and ride that thing. I like that, Johnny. Take it for a lap, son. Some cool stuff from Penrite down there as well. Glenn Bell is going to be doing the presentations down there with her, which is super cool. Wonder whether she knows just what a BAD A55 she's about to meet right there. Just trying to think who might be second on the racetrack as well, Liam, for the ladies 4 laps. Might be Kelly Catanese, 213th on the racetrack. And just looking for who might be third. Ladies 4 laps might be Emma Haylock, perhaps. So we'll see very shortly whether it's Kelly Catanese and Emma Haylock that join Olivia Kimball on the podium for the ladies 4 laps. It's great that Glenn Bell is involved in the presentations for that. Super cool. 3 to go, but it's a little bit less than that because our race lead up has had a stranglehold on this. Jack Simpson. How good has he been? Mason Simmons and Corey McMahon, Angus Reardon and Corey Hammond. Your top 5. Riley McGillivray in 21st. Josh Anderson 22nd. Chad Sparrow, the captain, 23rd. Stephen Bowen. Connor Adams 25th. So Connor and Taylor are 25th and 26th now.
That's super cool.
It'll be all about the battle now.
Yeah, definitely so. So they get locked right together. Ondi, his heart will be in his throat, I certainly imagine, and the whole fam.
Be Phyllis more worried than he would be. Ondi would be
pretty
fine.
cruisy operator, isn't he?
Yeah, Ondi wouldn't get too stressed about anything, but Phyllis, that's different. Pasta night at Phyllis's house is apparently like MasterChef. Triggy's in 8th, Waters 7th, Dixon 9th, Cody Stevens 10th. Well done, Olivia Kimball.
Big ride, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a shame it's so difficult to track everybody in their classes so that we don't know this more often as it's happening. But there's a great shot of Glenn Bell chatting with Olivia right there. It's great to have Belly here as an ambassador for Penrite Oils. Jared and all the team. You heard Johnny Contract talking about the remarkable Marg. She is an incredible lady. I got a chance to meet her a couple of years ago, and just like Johnny said, she doesn't go into the motel. She likes to camp at the racetrack, and she's in her 90s. Jackson Barraclough is 51st. Jake Henderson, 52nd. Ryan Cossins, Max Phillips, and Matt Sherman, 55th.
Jacob Sinclair, big ride by him up to position 56, of course. Now the local that loves his Mildura. Jake, big ride today. Jack Coey, Chandler Burns, James Lambie, Stephen Powell, Harrison Baker, Max Price, Connor Terry, Lachlan Patullo, Trent Shaw, and Sam Prashira back to position 70. Now we missed whatever had gone wrong with the Simford machine. Now we look a little further back and we see the first couple of ladies in the 8-lap class, Maddie Healy and Emma Milicevic, at position 76 and 77, still directly behind each other, which is pretty cool in that battle for the ladies 8-lap.
Yeah, 10 seconds between them too, Liam. So Maddie has just been able to crank out super consistent laps and really give Emma the challenge. Maddie doing a heck of a job. We're looking down the order here to find where our next ladies 4-lap result is overall. Sam Prashira back in 70th. Liam Dinage in 72nd. So Maddie Healy in 76th and 77th, as Liam said. Now there's 2 ladies classes. Ladies 8 laps and ladies 4 laps. Just looking to where we had Catanese earlier. Overall, Emily Carlson is 3rd on the raceway, I think, in the ladies 8 laps at the moment. Jordan Stewart, 142nd. Jimmy Graham, 144th. Caden Cornish, 154th. So Olivia was 165th overall and winner of the ladies 4-lap class. Fantastic job. Monique Simeone is 168th at the moment and would be in the top 3 or 4 for the ladies 8-lappers. Okay, so there's a couple of GPS outages for the trackers that are just keeping our top 10 in our sights, or at least some way of tracking their overall track position.
Yeah, and this becomes so exciting with those 2 locked right together. Be very interesting to ride along and see who pits and whereabouts those two leaders are at in their pit strategies, with just 2.5 seconds separating the two on their last lap. Is incredible to think about the run home that we've got when they tick over. Currently 3 laps, but next time by will be just 2 left to run.
Which is about an hour and 10 minutes. You would have to think around about 70 minutes, depending on how much they've got in the tank. Jack's best lap was his opening lap, was a 31.15. His last lap was a 34.06, and Mason Simmons is 33.51. So that was like 15 seconds quicker on that previous lap. Liam was maybe able to spot some possible jersey damage. Is that our second lady 4-lap rider coming through just then? Yes, it was. Kelly Canonisi aboard the KTM for Simford. It's another great result for the Simford group to pick up second in the ladies 4-lap class. So I wonder whether there was some jersey damage or not to our leader, whether he had been
have to pay
spat
very
off.
big attention to it next time, won't we? The fans right in front of us will know a little better than we will being on their side, but certainly looked like something off his left shoulder, and whether that was something to do with his tear-off system and the roll-offs coming apart like happened to Corey McMahon, but something definitely flapping in the breeze over his left shoulder, but there's a million things that could have been.
Emma Haylock, I think, is going to be our 3rd place rider if she can continue to hold on aboard the Husky for Moto Adelaide. Great Southern Security. She is number 52. It's Olivia Kimball riding the Alpine motorcycle Yamaha YZ250 as she chats away with Kelly. Yamaha and the Simford KTM. Well done, ladies. Gosh, that's tough. Liam's just keeping an eye out the window to see if he can spot Emma Haylock coming through. We'll just try and find out where she might be on the racetrack overall. Just scrolling through our enormous screen worth of data.
It's endless, isn't it? How's that up on the back wheel? Right across everything, went right through the finish line on his back wheel.
Sometimes that's calculated. Sometimes it happens and you just go with it.
Ride it out. Park the fellas up over the bars.
So Emma is on the raceway. She's 235th overall and 3rd in the ladies 4-lap class at this point. That's Emma Haylock. We're looking for the number 52, the Husky, the Moto Adelaide entry. Different competition for us in the ladies 8-lap class. That's where Maddie Healy has the job done at the moment.
It's a standout battle, isn't it, for them to be locked together so close.
And they're in the 70s. So around 76th, 77th or thereabouts. The last time we checked, Maddie and Emma. Yeah, so Maddie was 76th and Emma was 77th. It's about 10 seconds difference between the pair. Hayden Keeley, 71st. Liam Dinage, 72nd. I think Liam would be disappointed. He was very strong in his prologue yesterday. Actually had a get-off at practice on the Thursday. Dusted himself off. Actually broke some spokes in the front wheel. Nathan Del Bosco in 88th. Daniel Allen. Matthew Prott, Dylan Fox, Callum Penny, Jake Holland, Kenny Armstead out of the territory on the 541, 95th. Tom Foster, Ben Wright, Damien Pendlebury, Alex Hargy and Sam Barton. How about the blisters that are going on right now?
Just ridiculous, isn't it? You don't even want to look inside the gloves. Not a chance. There was a couple of glove changes going on earlier in the pits. A couple of the Yamaha guys, and that's just not a time you want to be having to take the gloves off and have a look at your hands. So something that might have split a glove or something. The reason they were swapping those out, goggles have been swapped out left, right and centre. And what's always a bit of a giggle to see is the missing peak on the helmet. The count was up to 3 or 4 earlier. That doesn't count whether they changed them in the pits as well, but there were plenty missing or folded back over the helmet, which is an all too familiar sign.
Which means you face planted at some point. This part worries me. They marshal it very carefully. But
they've done a great job, haven't they? It just still has the potential.
It does look like it's a bad situation looming. Oh, it's so rutted out there.
So Sammy Brashira
and Brody just
ripping through.
No, actually. Yes, you're right. It was Sammy. So
yeah, the pink Camelback.
He's a lot further back. He must have had some issues.
Yeah,
because
he's got some work to do, doesn't he?
Sammy was impressive. Sam Stockman is in 47th. Max Madwinter, a great name, 46. Max Rikus, 45th. Braden Taylor, 44th. Paddy McGillivray. So Emma Haylock on the 52 bike. We're looking to wrap up 3rd position and fill the podium for the ladies 4-lap race. Here she comes. Good work, Toph. Well done, Amo. Put your hands together, folks. Here comes your 3rd place rider, Emma Haylock, in the ladies 4-lap, and that is a moral victory for anyone. Well done. She will join Johnny Contract.
She'd be super relieved to be here right about now. Great ride by these 3, taking out the ladies, 4 laps. The tenacious women have had up. Be very, very relieved to pull up here and have a break, get the helmet off. It's been a long 3 and now a quarter hours on the bike. A tough, tough ride by these 3, and still the rest of the women to roll through in the rest of that ladies 4 laps.
There's Kel in there as well as they swap some war stories. Imagine the stories that these guys and girls are able to tell about track conditions. Oh, it was gnarly down on the left-hander there.
I dumped it there, or...
Yeah, how about that at the jump here? And that's the stuff we don't get to see out in the deep. I can imagine some of the GoPro vision that'll start to filter back as well.
Yeah, it's good having so many different photographers around the building as well. There's been some big-time Superman photos over the last couple of years of them getting off it as we see our leader coming up. They're geeing him up, aren't they? You see the shot of his left shoulder. Is that the jersey or something coming off?
You're right, there's definitely something flapping on that left shoulder, Liam. You're right. Here's a better look at it. Wait for him to come through. There he is.
And importantly, how close is Mason Simmons this time? Do they pit separately? Boy, Jackie's up the tail and back on it. So looking for Simmons. It's a bit of a different gap this time around. Did Mason pit? I do wonder. They headed out with 2.5 seconds, the gap.
So Mason is actually listed in front here at the moment, so a swap over perhaps on that pit stop.
Yeah, we might have missed him somewhere there in the queue.
18-second advantage to Mason Simmons now. Aboard the 418, Liam. Simpson second, 18 seconds back.
Yeah, we never actually sighted them, so we just got our timing to roll with. And that's all there is to go off. Mason Simmons, race leader. So you'd have to think there might have been a pit stop by Jack Simpson on that lap around. We never actually caught it in the pits, but potentially that's what happened because they left with just 2.5 seconds between each other, or a rather solid ride by Mason Simmons.
Oh, did you see that at the top of the racetrack just then?
Not the time.
Squeezing to the outside. So very soon we'll be joining Johnny Contract and Glenn Bell for the presentations of the ladies 4-lap. As you said, the tenacious women of Hattah. All the support team all waving and putting their hands together for them as well over the other side. God, it's a victory in itself just to finish this race, let alone to be in the podium. Johnny, I think we're right to go with you whenever you're ready with Emma just lining up as well. And we'll be going live to our stream with Johnny Contract, the voice of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm down here with the team from the tenacious women of Hattah. This is your top 3 that have come through to finish their 4 laps today to complete what is a pretty important part of the gig. Bike number 52, as you can see here, this is Emma Haylock. Emma, great day for you today. Tough out there, but to be sitting here talking to me means you've had a pretty good day, yeah?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. You know, I've had a few crashes. Took me a while to get used to the sand, as I didn't do as much training as I probably should have this year. But to be in third is amazing, as the last time I was on podium was in junior years, so it was good.
That's awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I just like to thank my parents, everything they do. They got everything ready for me, made sure my bike was perfect. My sponsors, BMS Racing, Butler's Mechanical Service, FXR, Great Southern Security, Castrol, and everyone else who helps me out to get to all these events, especially this weekend.
Good on you, Emma. Well done. Round of applause for you. Move on to second for the event in this one, in this class, 77, Kelly Catanese. Kelly, great to have you here to talk to you at this point of it.
Thank you.
Hot bit of work out there today. You know, like, I mean, it's not as tough as what the others are doing the 8 laps, but it's still tough out there, right?
Yeah, it's tough enough for me, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm sort of glad I finished. It's a pretty rough track today, yeah.
Who would you like to thank for getting you to where you are here today?
I have to thank all of the Simford crew. Brad Harris and Paul Roach have been helping me out for a few years now. But they always deal with my last minute emergencies, and everyone puts up with my shit in the pit, so I have to thank them a lot. And yeah, everyone else that's here, the competition, it's great to have a pretty exciting field, so yep.
Good on you, Kelly. Well, I know you'll head away with very fond memories of today as well, yeah?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good on you. Well done, Kelly. Round of applause for you. And we'll move on now to the number 57 bike. This is Olivia Kimball. Hey, Olivia, cool to have you here at the top of the heap today.
Thank you. I came here last year just to see what it was all about, and now that I knew what I was in for, I was able to give it a red old crack, and yeah, happy to come away with first.
Olivia, you kicked it out of the park, right? You were hanging around here for a while before everybody else rolled up. Mate, you must have had a pretty solid day today, yeah?
Yeah, well, I didn't know where anyone else of the field was, so I had to make sure I was in front.
So who would you like to thank that's helped you get to where you are today here?
I'd like to thank Mum and Dad most of all for bringing me out here, probably spending too much money on me. And I'd like to thank Alpine Motorcycles for all my gear and motorbike parts.
Good on you. Well done, Olivia. Ladies and gentlemen, they are your 3 girls from the tenacious women of Hattah who finished their 4 laps today. Some of the others will continue on.
Thank you, Johnny. I think we just saw our 4th place rider just come in and had the Mike Metzger no front visor metal militia.
Yeah, the Ronnie
look.
Mack job. Yep. Had a bit of a tumble at some point in the journey. So we just saw, while the presentations were going on, Corey McMahon timing in. So he's got a 5-minute gap to your new race leader, which is Mason Semmons. So we weren't actually able to catch that in the footage when they ripped through. We were expecting Jack Simpson to come through, and Mason Semmons at some point inherited that race lead, and bike 418, your current race leader.
Gee, that's it. You know, this drone has no... on drones, you can actually get something that'll make you avoid hitting things, like that sensor.
Yeah, that has to be off here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's off. He does an amazing job of not running into any of the foliage or people or motorbikes or any of that as well. So this is going to come right down to the wire, Liam, because that pit strategy, like what happens now? You have
Yeah,
to
that
think
certainly could have been...
Mason's going to have to pit at some point here, right?
Well, yeah, there's no way they get through all
think-
3 laps to run without a pit.
You wouldn't think so, would you?
But then did Jack pit as well? It's a little hard to tell whether
Well-
that 18 seconds is with them neck and neck.
That's what I'm thinking, because there was that 2-second buffer between them going in. Oh, wow.
15 seconds is a pretty quick pit, though, as well. We've been seeing some of them. So that's Angus Reardon. I think he pitted last lap as well. So he's come straight back in, lap after lap. So maybe they're just doing a light dash every lap rather than one big, long fuel stop.
Now, is it about 15 or... I mean, I haven't been timing it, but are the pit stops about 15, 16 seconds? Because
Well, the Reardon one was quick then.
So that would really make the difference between the 18-second buffer that Mason and Jack have. So if you think about it, when there were roughly 2 seconds between them going into that previous lap, if you add a 15 or 16-second pit stop, maybe that was what the difference has been for the race change.
Yeah, we'll be right on this time, won't we? Next time they rip through.
They're Iron Men, aren't they? Iron Men and Iron Women up on the pegs at this point in the race. Just incredible.
It's been a tough morning, and now as we head into the afternoon. So 2 laps left to run. Pretty well. If you're right behind the leaders,
we'll be lapping it.
You don't want to pass right before the leaders finish their race.
Yeah.
That is for certain. It's always funny. There's always 1 or 2 at least that stop and wait for the leaders when they know they're close. Otherwise, you've got a whole another 30k lap to complete. All on your own, which is far from ideal.
Jonty Reinders is 11th. Liam Walsh on debut in 12th. Jaden Pilgrim 13th. Andrew Wilkes 14th. Aaron Mason 15th. Luke Chellis 16th. Billy Hargie. So, Liam, let's have a look at this in terms of their class. Corey McMahon on the 250 to 450 4-stroke class is leading that class, though he's 3rd on the racetrack. Angus Reardon, 2nd in class, 4th on the racetrack. You've got Corey Hammond. In fact, so Simmons is the leader of both outright and 250 to 450 4-stroke. Corey Hammond, 5th on the racetrack and 2nd on the over 450. Cooper Shido, 6th on the racetrack and 3rd, 4th in 250. Brody Waters, Nathan Trigg, Jai Dixon. Cody Stevens is the leader of the under-19 class, Liam. He's top 10 outright on the racetrack. That's an excellent result.
Yeah, big ride, isn't it? Then we drop back to Luke Chellis, who's only 6 spots behind in the under-19s, as well as Billy Hargie, a former race winner of this event in juniors as well. These under-19s are killing it, aren't they? Riley McGillivray up to 21st. Chad Sparrow in the under-9s as well at 23.
Captain Chad. Jack Bithell.
Liam Jackson and Jack Bithell at position 30, 31. And then your first veteran, Todd Smith, bike 668.
He's been on his own postcode in that class. He's 32nd overall, Liam. He's done an outstanding job. Let's go down to our next different. So Jet Kipps, under 19s on the 808. We're going to go down to
Max Midwinter as well in under 19s at position 46.
Jamie Dunstan, 51st overall on the racetrack in that under 19 class.
Sampras Shearer's ripping back through him, Wado. Back up to position 52.
Ooh, yeah.
He was as far out as, I think, about 120th. So he's up a wealth of positions in the last couple of laps when something clearly went awry. It's impossible to cover every story of what happened out on the course. But nonetheless, Sampras Shearer working hard for that Simford Motorsport team.
Now
he's clawing his way back through.
2nd in the veterans overall, 60th on track. 2nd in veterans is Stephen Powell on the 629. Under 19s are just littered through the top. Now, Emma Milicevic is now in 68th position on the racetrack and leading the ladies' 8-lap class. Just trying to find where Maddie Healy is, because they were going after it.
Yeah, might have been a pit stop that separated the two coming up. We'll see when they next time in, but Maddie Healy back in that 76th position currently.
Wow.
So Emma Milicevic put on some moves and climbing up there. It's nearly a 3-minute gap when you look back to those two. So potentially that's what went on, a longer pit stop or something like that for Maddie Healy. Simon Cox at position 74, Wade, from 400th at least. I think it was about 410, something like that. He was on the final row.
So 320 positions or thereabouts.
Ridiculous.
That's conservatively.
Just ridiculous. So keep your eyes next time that bike rips through.
Damien Pendlebury in the veterans class as well.
So Simon Cox was 32nd in last year's Hattah event. And he's got some work to do to get back to there, but the best of it is behind him with that 320 spot climb. It's just an unreal ride on the day. For Cox, Jet Bryan up to position 119. It's good to see he found his goggles before the race. On the 365, the all-power and Mildura four-wheel drive machine, the KTM, it was immaculate pre-race. It did a great job on the sticker kit, fresh for this weekend. He had that bike in the kitchen, by the way. A lovely home, and he felt better wrapping the bike in the kitchen. But it's a bike family. I'm sure Mum and Dad had no issues with that whatsoever, riding Jetta home.
I think Emily Carlson might actually be third in ladies 8 laps at the moment. She's 138th on the racetrack outright. Jordan Stewart, 142nd. Matthew Kuhn, 141. Kyle Leach, 140. Jimmy Graham, 144. Brad Hermans, 145.
Yeah, mate, Fabian with the main at 148.
Fabulous Fabian Bill on the X419. Now it's Cal Norton is listed as 150th, but we know that there's issues with the transponder. Sam McGinty, 159. Blake McPherson, Luke Williams, Daniel Piggott, Jason Pierce. Brody Waters just coming through here at the moment.
In a bit of traffic, you'll make up for it. Does exactly that. He's good in the traffic. Brody's rode well all day, confident.
Monique Simeone, 168th on the racetrack, and that is Callum Norton.
Good.
It's about a point to prove for Cal. Cannot possibly get, you wouldn't think, anywhere near the top 10, but it's about gripping it and ripping it to make a point. Whatever that problem was with the fuel issue, they replaced the whole fuel tank, didn't they?
Yeah, they ripped everything apart. They really went to work. And he'll come through the timing loop now. Callum, fastest in the top 10 shootout yesterday on the STE Racing KTM.
Spewing, we can't see his lap times. That would be interesting in itself, but we're getting no readings at all off the bike.
So next into screen. Ooh, I think it's Triggy. Almost a big swap. And this is only the moments we see. You can't even speak for all of the ones way back out in the scrub through the really fast sections where you have moments like that. It could unfold the whole race.
Liam, I love Tricky's gear. It's so easy to spot for us, isn't it?
It is. All of that Sherco stuff is bang on.
Get after it, Tricky. That was cool.
Might be the Camelback whipping over his shoulder, possibly the drink tube or something on his shoulder. You got no problem putting her up on the back wheel.
Yeah,
He's
here
a
we go.
people pleaser.
I love it, mate. Yeah, here we go. Just a great character. No doubt about that. Well, I thought we would have had a visit from Kenny Reid by this point. Mr. Hattah. He was going to drop back by. Might have got busy.
So I think that's Cody Stevens coming into view. So he might have put the move on Jai Dixon. We haven't seen Dixon time through. So Stevens, far right of screen. It's another one of the Shercos. Oh, that was tight.
That's Jonty Riders. Jonty is in 11th place. Stevens, it's so easy to swap it. Wow, Cody Stevens, he's right behind Jonty. Well, actually, yeah, so Jonty's in front on 9th. Cody is 10th. So Jonty Reinders, the two Shercos, 8th and 9th right now, Liam. That's solid.
Yeah, plenty of spots. Jonty, a big mover. Cody Stevens as well. I think he was as far back as 40th on an even lap. So when everyone else had pitted, he was back to about 40th. So he's climbed a number of positions to be up to that top 10 right now.
So it's about a lap and a half to go. You would think at this point, Liam.
It's really exciting to watch where Mason Simmons and Jack Simpson pan out onto this last lap. Who pits? You'd think they would have to as Jet Bryan goes through the lap time stand.
We really want to somehow be able to pick up Mason when he comes to the pits and somehow get a bit of a drone look at what they do. I'm guessing that Mason's going to go to the pits.
You would have to think he definitely didn't pit on the final lap just then.
It's a fuel gamble, isn't it, for Jack? We're guessing he pitted before at this point.
Yeah, Jack may make this out. Might make do without the stop. Maybe a splash. Where do they line up? Do they find each other somewhere out on the track with that 18-second gap? So Liam Walsh, the next bike predicted in, Jai Dixon times in at 11th. And the next one predicted to come through, Liam Walsh. Great aerial shot. One of the KTMs.
Mason is on the Trail Jesters KTM. Would that be one of the tenacious ladies who've had of the 58 bike perhaps coming through just then? On the ladies' 4-lapper, might be Chloe Barton, actually. Little Miss Hollywood pulling in on the Husky for Butler's Mechanical and Castrol Australia. Tremendous young lady out of South Australia with a very passionate dad. They travel everywhere together. Dad John, super proud of Chloe. She's a wonderful character. She was such a shy little flower. When I first met her, you could barely get a word out of her. Now she knows a bit more about how to get some publicity and work the mic. And we're trying to find out when Mason is going to pop in so we can track what the pit strategy might be.
Still so interesting to see the bikes that don't run camelbacks, that they come in and just have to smash down a drink or a bottle of water or whatever, and they come into the pits, prefer to ride without a camelback and nothing on their back, distracting them, or really trying to find a time to take a drink at any point during your lap, whether it's worth running the camelback or not.
Must be just a personal preference, Liam, I'm guessing.
Yeah, certainly.
Fair bit of real estate, isn't there, between some of the pop-ups around that part. This is the sweeper here where STE is, where Empire is in there as well. Sherko was just heading in that spot. Now, if we could get in a little closer, I know it's difficult because we're just trying to keep everything on camera.
It does great justice for how tight that hairpin is through the fences when you're trying to race someone else through the pits, and that pit gate comes up rather quickly. It's cool, first person stuff.
Boy, we're looking at every bike as close as we possibly can to find out. Is this Mason? Is this Jack? Is this Corey? We're trying to work out who's who.
May well be Andrew Wilkes.
Oh.
Be expecting Wilksy through next. So Aaron Mason times in at position number 14. Big ride by Aaron Mason. And Shane will be somewhere up there as well. Thomas Mason at 20th.
Jaden Pilgrim's done a good job as well in 13th on the 458.
Luke Chellis locks in, as does Billy Hargy. So 9 seconds separating those two. Billy up in 16th from his 30th finishing position last year in the same race. So he's doubled that spot so far. Big ride from Billy Hargy. And a couple of those tenacious ladies have had 4 laps finishing up and receiving their medals. Big ride from these ladies today. And then hats off to those still out there smacking down all 8 laps. So 1.5 laps left to run. We'd predict our leaders not to be too far away from here.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably like a lap and a quarter perhaps. I wouldn't think it's still a half a lap for them to go, but we didn't check the time overall for when they came in and what that last 2 laps. There's a bit of local encouragement on the side. You can only wonder.
The boards are everywhere.
Yeah, they are. And I think Ryan Branford was talking about that before, that sometimes you just that little smile you need.
Yep, to keep motoring on.
when you're 3 hours deep?
I think they're one of the best developments to come in the sport of the pit boards. Hardly used by the pit stop. I think they're much more for the fans these days. And there's a couple of colourful messages, I'm sure, that are way back out in the scrub.
Only authorised people 16 years of age for a gun with wristband. If you are under that age or you don't have a wristband, we will eject you. More importantly, if you are a spectator, you are not, and I repeat, not to be in that area. Now, we've had reports of people that have climbed and gone into that area. If we catch you in there, not only will we eject you, but there will be penalties enforced, which we won't allow you to I do not want anybody in there hindering them. It is their event today. The fact that you're able to come out here and watch this event is the graciousness of them competing that allow you to do that. Please make sure you follow the rules. Our officials will be out here checking tonight. If you are found in there, you'll eject you and please work with us, not against us. It's really important. Thank you.
Championships are won and lost on and off the racetrack. When performance is required and reliability matters, turn to an Australian-made and owned product you can trust. Championship winning oils by Penrite.
Kenny, how are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Just get a quick shot of the STE logo there and keep Stu Balls happy.
Keep him happy.
Mate, Hattah, what does it mean to you? What's the goal for you? Why do you ride the Penrite Hattah Desert Race?
Look, I'm not really sure. I'm going to see what it's all about.
Hi, my name's Ben Schiermeyer. I work for Chad Reed. I'm going to tell you a little bit about lubing your chain. You always want to make sure that the chain's been cleaned before applying chain lube. And it's also a good idea after washing it to blow it out with air and then get some chain lube on there right away so it keeps it from rusting.
Kenny, how are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Just get a quick shot of the STE logo there and keep Stu Balls happy.
Keep him happy.
Mate, Hattah, what does it mean to you? What's the goal for you? Why do you ride the Penrite Hattah Desert Race?
Look, I'm not really sure. I'm coming to see what it's all about, and as long as I can just stay strong for as long as I can and see where we end up, I'll be stoked. So.
Okay, so you've never ridden it before?
I did it a long time ago. I think I did 2 laps and drank more beers than I rode. So
Not on the same day.
Yeah, oh no,
Later.
not on the same day. No. So yeah, different mindset this time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Kenny Armstead, why is this race so special to people?
I think it's tough.
Why do you put yourself through it?
It's tough. It's grueling. It's got a good name about it. Yeah, I think it sorts the men out for the boys.
25 years of Hattah, it's got an amazing history about it, and you're around some really good people here.
Yep.
So what normally would you ride? What other events do you ride, and what compares to this?
So I normally come and do the Triggs Enduro, deep well back in the territory, the 12 hour and stuff like that. So
Yep.
similar red sand, but not as deep and wet as here.
So where's home for you?
Home is Alice Springs in the Northern Territory.
Wow, good spot. Hang on a second. Really great motorsport culture in the Alice Springs side of things. A lot of really great talent in 2 and 4 wheels.
Yep.
So very different weather conditions.
Yeah, very different.
It's all right, mate.
Wet and cold.
It gets cold at night in Alice in winter.
Yeah, for a little bit, yeah.
So have you got a goal?
Mate, if we can put it in the top 30, I'll be stoked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So Prologue on Saturday. I mean, you've obviously watched a ton of YouTube videos, right?
Heaps of YouTube videos. Yeah.
The start is something else, isn't it?
It's crazy, yeah.
And hardly anybody goes, although Cal tripped someone over last year. We're going to talk about that a bit later on. But have you ever seen anything like that start?
Never. No. It's gnarly. Crazy.
Good to have you here, mate. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So Kenny currently on track at about position 89, 90 thereabouts. And a stellar ride thus far as we await our leaders to roll through. Mason Semmons and Jack Simpson. There's nothing in it as these two wind the laps down. There'll be 1 left to run this time by. And we can only predict a couple of minutes away from the leaders rolling through, and wherever they will place in, it's going to be a tough one to work out Mason Semmons and Jack Simpson, wherever they place out. At one point it was 2.5 seconds separating Jack Simpson as the current leader on bike number 3 from Mason on bike 418. Then they had a bit of a distance back to Corey McMahon, and then Angus Reardon, Corey Hammond, Cooper Shido, Brody Waters, Nathan Trigg at position 8, Jonty Reinders at position 9, and Cody Stevens inside the top 10 right now, which is a big turnaround from position 38 last year. Hence, running number 38 on that bike. As we're winding them down and getting closer and closer to crowning a new king of Hattah in this 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race, where legends are made, and we'll crown another. We've already crowned a few this weekend. Olivia Kimball becomes Queen of Hattah in the ladies' 4 lap, and we're still yet to crown the Queen of the ladies' 8 lap, where that battle is certainly heating up. Emma Milicevic, the current leader of that, with Maddie Healy still well and truly in touch. We follow them on. Good shot through the pits. The boys and girls making light work of those couple of corners in front of a strong contingent of fans. It's one of the coolest spots to watch this race, as they are absolutely pinned through the pits. So folks, not too far away from your leaders to come back into view through those last couple of long straights, and then they wind in through the pits. So good shots, and it's all left to play for Mason Semmons and Jack Simpson. Corey McMahon needs something major from here to challenge the leaders, but good shots of those last 2 straight away. So it's a long sweeping right-hander before they trickle back through the pits.
Just found 2 people of interest, Liam, that we've been trying to track down. Ken Reid and Ado from Blokes World. Turns out they've been in the same place for the last half an hour.
Who would have thought?
Side by side. Ado said, and I quote, "Best day of my life." Ado is living at large here on Blokes World. Now, you're going to chat with Mr. Hattah, Kenny Reid, in a moment. We're just waiting on Mason Semmons and Jack Simpson to see what this advantage does or doesn't look like. Liam, we're expecting them any minute.
Yeah, it's not far away whatsoever. And then this last lap, it is all to play for. So you predict that Mason probably needs a pit stop here, and same too potentially for Jack, but that's going to sort this race battle for the lead out. Whereabouts that strategy winds them up at going to be very, very exciting indeed. One of the closest finishes in recent years for certain. Daniel Sanders won last year by about 2.5 minutes. Back to Todd Waters, but we're looking at a much tighter gap this year.
Just trying to be able to spot them from the air. Mason Simmons and Jack Simpson, once they come through, will slide Kenny Reid into the co-pilot chair with you, Liam, and then I'll have a word with Ado from Blokes World. So where is Mason? Where is Jack? Little difficult to spot him from the hot air balloon.
It's tough, isn't it?
I mean, you look for someone that is just going so much quicker than anybody else as your basic guide, but that could be anybody. We're sort of in the general area where it's a little bit of a guessing game, isn't it?
Very much so. It's all we can do is ride it along with you, folks.
Jack has led pretty well every lap except the last 2.
Which is important, isn't it? Mason's cranked it on at the right time.
Good idea, Kenny's
This is
opened up a bit of
fast.
air.
Could this be who we're looking for? It's a fast bike.
Yeah, it is. And then you want to spot someone who's about 18 seconds behind as a fast bike.
Potentially much less than that. There's a couple
or
to
more.
ride a screen.
You never know what's happened out there either. This is a very aggressive ride. We're looking for the 418 of Mason Simmons, the 3 of Jack Simpson.
It's got plenty in the tank, doesn't it, this bike on screen, if it's who we're thinking. Oh, it is congested. There's 2 bikes in front of him. He can't waste a moment. Try and catch exactly who it is. It doesn't look like Simpson from here. But is it Mason Simmons we're trying to ride along with in the first person?
Looking for a KTM.
Drone. Looks like Simmons. Is that bike 418? I think it was.
It's a hell of a camera job if we were able to pick it up. Came through very quickly.
If that's the case, this could all but be the race. There was no pit stop there at all.
No, there wasn't. So they're gambling on running this thing right through to the end. But where is Jack? So that'll be the interesting part in a moment. Once we establish that, the boys giving him plenty. So here comes your race leader, Mason Simmons. 1 to go.
He looked cool and collected, didn't he? He had time to look over at the crowd over his left shoulder.
The Trail Jesters KTM. All right, I'll throw Kenny Reid in with you now, Liam, and have a chat about where the hell he's been. Taking Ado all over the place. He's at politicians. I saw her last night, by the way, at the Mildura City Soccer Club 50th anniversary. She gets around. Not that way.
So we still await Jack Simpson, who was our second place spot on the final lap. Just heading in there. And Kenny, good to have you in the house, now becoming a well-renowned tour guide, as it may be, and in that side-by-side, loving every minute.
Yeah, no, it's been really good. You know, I've had Ado, and then I had our local member yesterday, and it's been really good. You know, we've had a ball. I think it's just watching Jack come through now. So I've been out the back for a fair bit of the day, and I've lost track of what happened to Cal. I actually don't know what happened to Callum.
Neither do we.
Oh,
Neither do
okay.
we. They changed a lot on that bike. Sammy Prashira right back in this thing as well.
Yeah.
Coming in just ahead of it. Now, he lost a ton of ground as well. He ended up back out to about position 120. So you see him locked pretty close together with Jack Simpson. There's only that straightaway separating them, but there is a full lap between them as well. So a couple of big stories to come from the day and a couple of swaps. We've also got no real news on Todd Waters or what went wrong with that bike as well. There's so much that's played out. You see Jack Simpson's left shoulder, the jersey tore up.
He's got a bit close to the shrubbery there somewhere.
Something's gone on for certain, but
definitely.
Mason Simmons, massive ride from him today. The
Oh,
last
absolutely.
couple of laps in particular went by Jack Simpson and now has a minute 15, so a little bit of room to play with, but it's all come down to Pitt's strategy right at the end to be able to run it right out. But you have been certainly enjoying yourself with a couple of, well, you've become a tour guide.
Yeah.
As it may be. I'm certain it's not the role you would have liked to have been playing in previous years. You've always done this race yourself and haven't missed very many on the bike yourself. But is this a close second to being on the bike yourself?
Oh, it's been awesome. Yeah, it's a different aspect of it. You know, like I was privileged and honoured to help out yesterday with and help fill Shawnee Stevens' role. You know, with Shannon and Brock Gates and that. So you know, if we did it any sort of a justice and he's sitting up there with a smile, well, that's a good thing. So yeah, and then I got out with Jade Benham yesterday, and you know, our local member, and she was just absolutely over the moon. She just couldn't believe the side of the crowd or anything else. She was having a ball. So Triggy looks like he's having a bit of a spell there for a minute, or whether it's done, I don't know. Doesn't
yeah,
look
the
good.
bike's in the tent. It doesn't look good at all.
No, helmet's off.
It's not rolling forward, is it?
No, it looks like a gearbox issue, maybe, by the look of that, or a clutch, something.
Boy, that's heartbreaking.
Oh, it's been tough on them today. It's been really tough. Like, when it's wet and damp like this, the bikes and the guys don't get a rest, because when it's dusty, they'll back off for that bit, but they're just on the gas all day. Like, they've been sending it for nearly 4 hours now, and, yeah, they're doing it tough. They're really doing it tough.
Yeah, there's plenty of stories to come out of it, and so many that we haven't even heard.
Absolutely.
You've got Todd Waters and Jack Brashira, and you just don't get to see those at all until the very end of the day, and everyone gets to recollect over a beer and work out what exactly happened. The recovery trailer's been in and out frantic all day.
Yeah, and you know, like, we can predict what we like and say what we like, but at the end of the day, they're still on a machine and they do break. So anything can happen on this last lap. You know, young Gussie reared and come from all the way back, I think, from 21st on the grid this morning. What a ride. And as we said before the race started, you want to be on a 500 for the first 3-4 laps because it's super fast.
Yeah.
But on the back end, you want to be on a 350 because it's light and it's nimble and it's, you know, it's pretty snappy. So, and that's what Gus is on. So don't be surprised if he doesn't make a move up the line here and gets himself onto a podium. He's certainly got the fitness and the stamina and the drive to push that. So just, watch this space over the next 40 Ks. So
yeah, we're following on closely through the pit route. So predicting Corey McMahon or Angus Reardon to be the next few if we haven't missed one. So be able to pick up exactly who that is in a moment. We're probably looking at Corey McMahon, the all-red bike.
Yep.
So he actually headed out on one of the laps without goggles. He came through the pit corner and the roll-offs were flying back over his shoulder. So that is Corey McMahon. Now that's a tough ride in itself for the goggles to have to be off at any moment. Is a very big role to play as you head back out to it. Oh, that was... I'm certain that's very few of many moments that we're capturing on screen, but it's a grueling day, and they're eating into the surface. There's so much moisture in it. Rather than that sand, they usually would roll over and it reforms itself a little. They put these trenches in it, and they're there to stay when there's so much moisture in the sand. Yeah,
it's very rutted, and it was pretty rutted after the end of the first lap. I was quite surprised, but now they're getting the brake bumps, and if they're not on their A-grade game, they can go down, and it'll go heavily too, you know. Like, but these guys are pros. Like, they make all rough tracks look smooth. They're just so fast and their prolines are predictable. They're going around the outside and they're just on the hammer. They don't back off. And I think that was one of the things that Ado, he just cannot believe how hard these guys go. And I took him out to the fastest straight, and he just said, like, you've taken me to the roughest, now we've been to the fastest, and he said, these blokes are insane. He said, like, he's been at the Don River, I've never been, I'd love to go and have a look, and he said, it's just brutal, this thing. And we all know that, once it gets past the halfway mark, it then becomes a war of attrition. There's two types of riders, those that are in it to win it and those that are trying to finish.
That's definitely it.
And that's it.
There's a long way between it, isn't there? There's so much you can hold your head high on being able to just finish, or there's those heartbreaking stories where that just doesn't come to be. And Nathan Trigg joins the list, and he had a pretty strong record of finishing in the top 10 over the last 8 or 9 years. So that's heartbreaking for that team, whether they can just get it back out there at all, but that looked fairly terminal. They're right back in the tent. So many stories of triumph and try.
Yeah, Triggy's probably been the most consistent, and he's come through the junior ranks as well, which, you know, he rode all of it on a little 65 back in the day, and he's worked his way up and then come into the senior ranks, and he's always been thereabouts, but he's just Mr. Consistent, and he rarely has a bike failure. So there'll be something. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but something's gone awry. But he generally goes pretty hard, but he's smooth. He's very smooth and gentle on his machine. So yeah, I don't know what's happened there, but I hope he does get back out, because he does deserve a good finish and a solid finish. Because, like I said, he's been here a long time, from a very small junior all the way through. He's probably been the most consistent rider too, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. He's proud to call this area home. He's pretty used to this kind of soil. He's hard-working in the tractor, and on the family farm he's got so much going on and off, and becomes a new dad this year as well, which is pretty cool, and I'm sure a new outlook on life for Triggy. Certainly changed that household this year.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, it changes his whole aspect on how hard he probably goes to and where he goes, you know, because he is super fast when he gets cranking. He can hold his own against anybody in this field. Yeah, so the other local there, you know, we're looking at, well, we still call Angus a local, even though he's overseas, but you know, don't discard the effort from Brodie Waters today. What a ride!
Yeah, definitely so. One of his best results to date. He was 12th last year, but well and truly in that top 10 right now.
And he was back in the field at the start. He didn't have the greatest prologue by his standards, so yeah, he's worked it. He's pushed hard and got himself back on a really good position.
Another shot at goggles off on the wrist. It's tough to do at any moment. You know, you're eating roost, everything's going up. They all come in with that chocolate dirty smile, don't they? There's no avoiding it whatsoever.
Yeah, come tomorrow. You know, you can ask them today, I'm never coming back, and by the end of this weekend they'll be saying, oh yeah, we'll be back. So yeah, no, it's just the pit lane thing, you know, Wade touched on it yesterday, that nowhere else does this. Like, it's just awesome to think that is just a flat out 1.5 Ks, 1.8 I think, K through the pits, and it's just on the rev limiter the whole way. Like, it's that close to the action, so, you know, and that's why crowd control is paramount too, you know, like you can't have under 16s in there for that reason, because it is a race track. But yeah, I must say Atto was out there, and the filming he did of the bikes was good, but the filming of the locals was phenomenal. Or the kids, like the kids are there playing in the dirt, and who's your favourite riders, and they've all got someone they're following, and you know, people from Ballarat and Pinaroo, they were up on the hill, you know, we're talking to those guys.
It's great to bring so much attention to our event, as it just gets bigger and bigger every year. A platform like Blokes World is going to do so many great things for people that somehow haven't heard of it, or people that are outside of our desert racing sport that previously wouldn't have had a clue about the whole idea of desert racing. Now, the man with an ALF t-shirt on walks past. He's going to bring so many people to this event that previously would not have been involved at all.
Oh, I think you'd be hard-pressed to keep him away from now on. I think he's really entrenched into it, and he's embraced it, he's loving it, he's just... And the juniors yesterday, I think, just blew him away, how big the actual junior event is, and that is unique. There is nothing like that anywhere else in Australia. We can't speak for overseas, obviously, but definitely in Australia, there's nothing like it that takes up, you know, as much as it does. And you get world-class riders comes out of the junior program that the club has put together, you know, like your Kells, your Simmonses, all those guys that have all come through, Nathan Trigg, they've all come through the junior ranks, and they can seriously hold their own with anyone.
And all of that comes from a strong local breeding ground as well. Like, with such a strong motorsport dense community around Sunraysia, and the whole town gets around it. That's why the event does so well, as does any motorsport in Sunraysia, because the whole town rally around these sorts of events.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, you know, like it's sort of like, you can liken it to sort of the Wagga region with cricket and that sort of stuff, and tennis. Like, half of the Australian cricket side was born and bred, and AFL footballers that, you know, come from Wagga, like Carey and those guys, they're all Wagga boys. Well, here we've got the Waterses, one in a car, three on bikes that are pretty handy, you know, supercars. So I think drag cars, you know, the Lamar, that hurt.
Definitely. You know, somehow it's one of the first we've actually caught on camera. I think clipping that post on the way through, it's a tough spot to do exactly that, but attrition comes into so much of this race, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Fatigue's getting them now. Like, as I said, two types of finishes now. those that are still in a position to pay. Like, look at he just got roosted.
Yeah, I think it was actually Emma Milicevic.
It's actually Emma Milicevic, yeah. She will not be happy with that.
Ate a big piece of it.
Yeah, big pile of dirt in her goggles right there. As she just blasts through to probably repay the favour.
I would be thinking so. She's a pretty stiff operator.
Oh, yeah.
Emma Milicevic, very, very promotable and does everything right. One hell of a rider.
And very nice girl to go with it. You know, very relaxed, very passionate and very quick.
Yeah, she promotes her Honda very, very well, doesn't she? It's a big climb.
Yeah, she's
Emma Milicevic.
She's up into 61st outright, is that correct?
Yes, yep.
Oh, yeah, Maddie Healy's down in 77th, so she's running second. Correct. Yeah, rightio. Well, that's good.
Big ride by both those girls in the tenacious ladies of Hattah, the 8-lap group.
Well, given the field, to be in, you know, potentially the top 50 or even into the inside the top 100, there's no mean feat. You know, it's like doing the top 100 at Fink.
That's right.
If you get in the top 100 at Fink, you are a damn good peddler. You go
yeah, that's
hard.
remarkable.
You really go hard.
And no matter what at this point, no matter how many laps they've done, they're all going to do it on the bike the same time. In fact, most of them be on the bike longer than our leaders.
Yeah,
so
four and a half minimum.
It's just incredible to think about doing anything for that amount of time. If you're running or riding literally a push bike, being able to keep up anything in that sort of concentration for 4.5 hours.
It's a long time in the box here for you guys. 4.5 hours to think rather than hang off a dirt bike. So 32 is...
Yeah, part of the Simford team.
Yeah, the Simford group boys. And he'll be glad to see the board too, I would have thought.
Definitely so. Definitely so. So through that final pit gate that is always a little treacherous as they slow back down and have to get the adrenaline back pumping again. And what a ride by Mason Simmons to this point and Jack Simpson. They were so close that one of those laps, there was 2.5 seconds separating them. They were absolutely nose to tail. And it's so good to have a close race. Again, it was a 2.5-minute victory to Daniel Sanders last year, who, of course, missing in action at this one. He'd be absolutely gutted that injury has robbed him of coming back and having another crack, but I'm certain we'll see more of Daniel Sanders here in the future.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is it's not his bucket list, but it's his favourite place to ride, he says. You know, and Toby was the same too. Like, Toby, he would love it.
Yeah, Callum Norton on screen once again.
Yeah.
So it's tough to plot whereabouts he's come in. I think there was a bit of an issue with his transponder. At some point, he might have missed a lap altogether when they were parked in at the pits. So he's rode really well since then, but we're not picking him up on the timing, which is tough. But Cal has given it absolutely plenty, which is commendable when you spend so long in the pits to be able to put all that behind you and jump back on the bike, not only for yourself and your own mental state to say, hey, I still gave this absolutely everything, but for his team this year, riding for Jason Stewart and the STE Racing, so many partners and so many people, that manpower they've got behind those couple of gazebos is incredible. But more important for Cal, I'm sure it's just finishing this race for his team and his partner Casey and father-in-law Lee Adams, Decky, everyone that's in behind that team. It's just getting back on the bike and keep motoring on for those guys.
Absolutely, he'll just want to ride now to give back to his team and his sponsors, because he's got a huge following, and rightly so. You know, like he's a very, like you said before, he's a marketable fella. He really is. Like you can put $1 on him all the way to the bank. He's a good lad too. Very well, got his head screwed on. Really likeable guy. Just and gives it his all, and plenty of time for the fans. Plenty of time to talk to people. Interviews are never an issue. Like just whatever you need to do, he does it. He's a good lad.
Very likeable indeed, Callum Norton. Not the result for him today that he's been looking for, but he trudges on. The same sort of story for Cal last year, as he had issues with the gearbox and it robbed him of probably a top 3 finish easily. So he'll go back to the drawing board, second at Fink, which is a commendable effort as well. We pretty much claim him as a local these days. He spends as much time in the Sunraysia as anywhere. In with strongly entrenched now in the Adams family with Lee and Kylie and Casey there. And it's a big operation out of the Lee Adams shed. They spend so much time out there, and Lee tends to so many different bikes, doesn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He run. If you go there, it really is good. I think just looking over there, I think I've worn out my old mate. I think he needs a bit of Blokes World, I think. He needs a bit of TLC. He's covered a fair bit of the track today. I've taken him to the far reaches and took him to the best bits, the worst bits, the smelliest bits, the fastest bits. And I've tried to give him a really good overview of what the Hattah Desert Race is all about and how hard it really is. Like first world, it's like they're on a slalom ski. First lap, I should say, it's like they're on a slalom ski, and then it just changes. The track gets nasty, and it owns you before the end. You might own it for the first lap, but you don't own it for long.
Certainly over at that point. Kenny, thank you so much for joining us in broadcast and making so many people's weekends and opening a lot of eyes to Jade and Ado and everyone that's been able to go on tour with you this weekend. Mate, you are the backbone of Hattah, and we couldn't do it without you in another year again. Thank you,
that's
Kenny
all right.
Reid.
Might be my pleasure. Thanks, guys.
So we await the rest of the leaders. Mason Simmons, the predicted leader, but it's always tough to tell, I think, coming into screen. Bike number 12, Brodie Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Hattah, Kenny Reid and Liam Ornger, who'll be back in here very shortly. But weather beaten, brow beaten,
Ranger beaten, sun beaten.
Still wearing his Alf shirt and still with that cheeky grin on his face and the look of a man who's had a rather unique experience. That is, of course, Ado from Blokes World. You have survived your first ever Penrite Hattah Desert Race. How do you put it into words, Ado?
It's going to take surgery to get this grin off my face. I'm telling you right now, that is the most fun I've had in such a long time. Kenny was that was better than any Kentucky tour you could ever go on. He took me everywhere.
It's a Kentucky tour.
It's a Ken. You know what's so good? I interviewed him and speak for the first half of the day. I was calling him Warren, and he never corrected me. He's that much of a gentleman.
Yes, he's Ken Reid, Mr. Hattah.
Oh mate, what an absolute cracking event! You know, I still can't believe just the logistics of doing something across the road and then packing up. I stayed last night and watched them pack up. It's like an ant farm.
Yes.
It is just, I think, you know, you obviously know we go to Erzberg and we go to Don River, we go to all the events.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you how many kilometres this is ahead of all of those.
Really?
100%, 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's been a real eye-opener for you, Ado.
Yeah, when I first got down here on Thursday, I was like, how could anyone live down here? How cold is it? But now,
look at you now.
Look at me now.
Just in an Alf shirt, mate.
Now I'm looking for real estate. I'm thinking about moving down here.
Hang on. We didn't discuss that. So, I mean, what things stay with you from this experience, Ado?
All the people I've met on the track, they're, you know, people who love motorbikes are the best people in the world, you know?
Yeah.
And just everyone that's sitting out there on a track, I mean, I was blessed to be in a Polaris, but there are people that have walked 6 kilometres to go watch their favourite section, you know? That's dedication. Not only that, there's not many sports you can go to where you have such access to the riders.
Yes.
And the riders here just love the fans, you know? There's no hiding in the truck like some other sports do, and they don't come out. Here they're out there mingling and meeting on kids. And just to watch little kids' faces light up when they're going past full noise, you know? It's just fantastic.
What about the pits, Ado, the way they race through the pits? Have you seen that anywhere in any other event? Because I haven't.
No. I've never seen that anywhere, and it's great too, because yesterday I was actually putting clip-on microphones onto dads and standing back and watching dads fill up for the kids. And I've got to tell you, it's the first time ever I felt plucky at a motocross race.
When is this all going to air on Blokes World? Have you got a rough idea as to when you think you put it to air?
Yeah, well, I've been cutting every night when I get back to the hotel, so I like to do things straight while they're in my head. So I'll be going and living in the office, working 20 hours a day, sleeping on the desk for 4, and I will be trying my hardest to have this all finished by Friday.
Wow.
And I'm going for 4 episodes. I don't want to do an episode on Hattah. I want to make Hattah a series.
Yeah, right.
I've done over 35 interviews with everybody, and there are so many people I haven't had a chance to catch up with.
Yes.
Am I speaking really fast? Because I'm so excited.
Mate, I love it. I have, you know, Shannon Moyler and myself have been talking to you for several years now about the idea of you coming here because it's such a great fit. Blokes World is I'm not going to blow a bit of smoke your way, mate. Blokes World is an iconic Australian TV show that has no peer and it has no rival and it has no comparison. It's a TV show that a lot of people have grown up with. Callum Norton is a great example of someone who has a unique experience he probably won't share. How he grew up watching it, sitting on the couch with his dad and with his mates. And now here you are doing this with us. So we want to say thank you to you, Ado, for coming down and immersing yourself in this event? Because until you have seen it, I can tell you all I like for as long as I like how good this is. But when you come here, that's when you go, wow.
Oh, mate, I will do anything to come here. This has been the greatest event. I had my first weekend off last weekend of not doing anything, and I didn't know what to do with myself. I ended up playing Call of Duty for 2 days. So to actually get back out with the camera, it's what I love the most, you know. And coming to this event, and I've got to thank Shannon and Nikki, who have just taken so much care of me, you know, checking if I want a drink, if I want food. I mean, not only is this a fantastic event, but those two are going to win we're having our awards later in the year, the Blokies.
The Blokies.
And they're going to win Blokes World's Best Hosts,
Oh,
for sure.
nice.
Yeah, they are just the greatest couple I've met in ages.
Now, walking across the racetrack right now, wearing the hat and the green jacket, is Johnny Contract, the voice of the Hattah Penrite Desert Race.
Yes.
Boy, he is an encyclopedia on this.
He is a funkin' Wagnall, isn't he?
I think he's a... John, have you ever been called a funkin' Wagnall before? He probably hasn't, but he has now, and you've done a fantastic job of doing it. They're getting around the finishing area at the moment. G'day, Johnny. You've done an amazing job as always, mate. I can't wait to tell you what Ado just called you.
Look at that face. That would crash Tinder. Look at him.
He just loves it, doesn't he?
He's a legend. I've been going up to him all weekend saying, do you want me to get you a tea with some lemon in it? He's like, oh, I'm fine.
Yeah, he's tough as nails. Hey, how about the ladies of Hattah too? The tenacious ladies of Hattah. Emma Milicevic is now back in front. She and Maddie Healy have been going at it. In the ladies' 8-lapper, we saw Olivia Kimball win the ladies' 4-lapper earlier on. They're just beasts, but still beauties.
Oh, 100%. The girls are on the gas. I mean, it's like they've got something more to prove than the blokes. I mean, they are just pinging it. Like some of the big straights I've seen down there, they're just wagging the tail, fully pinned, just not holding anything back.
You know, Glenn Bell made a comment, and I want this to be taken in the absolute purest sense of what he meant. He said back in the day you could spot a woman on a motorbike, right? You could say, that's a girl on a motorbike. These elite girls that run this event, you can't just look at that person and go, that's a woman on a motorbike. That's a motorbike rider. I'm not being sexist. It's not what I'm trying to say. What Bailey was saying is the technique, the style, the strength, all of that, there's no point of difference.
Oh, look, I fully
knew
agree.
what he meant.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I grew up on the coast, so I grew up, when I grew up, it was in that sort of puberty blues sort of years, you know, where chicks can't surf. And you look at girls in the water nowadays, and they outsurf the blokes like every weekend. Hey, you know we should give out a shout out to is this FPV drone pilot.
Yes.
How he hasn't got a migraine and bumping into things is just beyond me. He has been doing such a great job. I mean, the broadcast team that you've got in that caravan and what they're offering the people to watch, it's better than any world-class surfing event I've ever seen, better than any Formula One event, you know. And the best thing is that when you go to these events, sometimes when you hear the commentary, it sounds like a train being announced at a platform.
You know, considering the remote location of 90% of this racetrack, Toph and Tex and and Amo and all this incredible camera team, as well as the drones, like you just said, they bring it back to an intimate, somehow it's still an intimate coverage.
Oh, 100%, and it makes everyone feel like they're part of it. I mean, this would be easy for you to watch this event and everyone disappear, then everyone just goes back to the quick shades and then comes back 4 hours later, but everyone's involved. They can see what's happening.
When are you going home?
Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at real estate. I think I might be staying.
Mate, you get sick of all the speedway, all the drag racing, all the ski racing, all the safari, all the desert racing. You wouldn't want to live here.
No, but mind you, I've got our next event that we've got coming up. It's a bit of a classic we've got to go to.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Northern Territory.
Oh, yes.
The Pig and Pussy Festival.
Wow.
Feral cats and feral pigs.
I'm so glad you've explained that. I'm so glad you explained that.
Yeah, no, it is a fantastic festival. You know, everyone meets in town, gets a burlap sack, and then they all disappear for 2 days and come back to the pub on Sunday.
I'm getting scared. I'm glad you got to sample some methanol moonshine as well while you were here briefly. Ado, it's been wonderful to have you here, mate. Finally. Enjoyed. Don't forget to bring back Rachel next year. She can come as well, all right?
Yeah, 100%. Oh, 100%. And can I just say big thank you to everyone that's looked after me this weekend, and a massive thanks to everybody out there in the crowd that's come up and said g'day and, you know, said they watched the show and stuff. That's awesome, because sometimes I think we're just making a private joke and no one's watching it. So to actually get feedback, it's awesome.
We love it, mate. We absolutely love it. Ado, been a bloody ripper, mate.
Mate, I'm moving here. We're going to make a podcast, the Ado Wado podcast.
I cannot even imagine how dangerous that would be.
That would be awesome.
Hadrian Knox, a.k.a. Ado, and, of course, the Underdogs. Get across the Underdogs as well on Instagram and on Facebook as well. Some of the very best music ever.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
I don't know about you, Liam, but I feel like we've made a Mildura friend in Ado from Blokes World.
Definitely.
Wow.
Here to stay.
He just loves it. And for him to say some of the things he said about the event itself, the organisation of it. Liam, let's track through some of the classes here and have a look at who is where. We know that Mason is getting the job done at the moment. Phenomenal effort to turn things around about 3 laps from home. But let's look through some of the classes. Jack Simpson in the over 454 stroke. He's leading that class even though he's second on the racetrack. If you go down to the next class, which would be under 19s, how about Cody Stevens?
Yeah, up to 9th at the last time through. So that'll be very exciting to follow home. Big time ride in that under 19s. You can't have as much experience, clearly. And then the next couple, Luke Chellis and Billy Hargie at position 14, 15. Way up in this thing. Riley McGillivray in the top 20 as well, which is so incredible to think about. You haven't had as much experience as some of the guys that have nearly ridden all 25 Hattahs that are out here, and they know exactly what to expect. Those under 19s that have come out of the junior ranks doing a significantly less distance, but they're still mixing it with the absolute best. Big couple of rides from those top guys in the under 19s.
30 overall on the racetrack, but leading the class for veterans, Todd Smith on a 668. He will, if he holds on, win the veterans class and be inside the top 30 or top 30 overall, which is absolutely mint. Let's go down to some other classes here and try and find where the ladies' 8-lap side of things sits. Emma Milicevic is up to 61st. She and Maddie Healy were absolutely going at it earlier in this race.
Yeah, it was a great battle to watch, wasn't it? There was only about 10 seconds between them through most of the day. And now Emma Milicevic climbs just a touch higher. She's got about a couple of minute buffer back to Maddie Healy by the last time they came through. So battle still raging on as people come up with their own places. So we have Callum Norton timing in at 70th now, which is probably realistic.
A bit more reflective,
you would think.
That he was around 150, 180 or something like that, and we feared that it was a transponder issue, but that's relatively realistic.
Yeah, I think it's probably sorted itself out by now. He definitely lost probably 20 minutes, I think, ground over that pit stop. They had to drag the bike back into the pits and something went wrong. They were thrashing to get it running. They couldn't even get it started for the longest time in the pits.
I saw a name here that you've been referencing before, and it was inside the 100. Significantly inside the 100.
Simon Cox,
yes,
up inside the 70, I think, at 69th, just back down there. I think he was, yeah, position 69. Simon Cox from 410th or so.
Wow.
Which is remarkable.
He'll sleep well tonight.
One of the strongest local rides today. Not the result overall that he certainly would have liked, and he finished inside the top 40 in the 2022 Penrite Hattah Desert Race, but it's going to be a standout story for years to come to have come and travelled up to 330 different positions. That's a lot of bikes to motorbike.
Anybody that's up on the pegs at this point or still upright is an absolute hero of mine. Now, what you find a lot of the guys are now starting to worry about is, I don't want to finish in front of the winner. They'll be starting to look around if they even know a little bit about proximity.
So I don't think there's a queue yet, but it usually starts to form.
Do you know what we saw, which was amazing here, Liam, a couple of years ago when Chucky Sanders won the 2018 event? He actually got off his bike at the end and ran over to the backside of the track and helped push a guy that was wheeling his bike. He pushed him all the way across the line. We actually was coming this way. We're anti-clockwise with the direction in that year.
It was incredible. He just got off and ran, didn't he?
Yep.
Was remarkable. An absolute gentleman and not a part of this year's race, but I'm sure he's at home following on, or wherever he might call home these days.
Jonty Reinders, nice job in 8th on the lone Sherco out there. Brodie Waters has been 6th and 7th, 8th around that all day. Angus Reardon, been a lonely ride for Angus, but top 4 has been stout. He just hasn't had a lot of dance partners on the dance floor. He's had to ride a lot of that by himself. I want to see where the Adams boys are at the moment. And they're still 27th and 28th. Taylor's in front of Connor now.
That's super cool, isn't it? They've been able to pit separately, which has been the good news of it all. You don't want to come in pitted right behind each other.
Double stacked.
But they've ridden so well. The local contingent is so good around this event. It's the strongest breeding ground around for this Hattah Desert Race.
The incredible thing, though, as well, Liam, as you know, is you can't ride this track during the year. It's not open except for one day of the year. So you cannot come here and practice. You cannot come here and be a part of this. As private land provided by the landowners here in this region, which we are so grateful for. So there's not even a look lap. You can't
Nothing at all.
You can't get in a side-by-side with Kenny Reid and go and check out the track. The first time you get to a corner is the first time you get to a corner on the opening lap. So it's truly remarkable what these guys and girls do.
Yeah, it makes it so unique to anything else on the planet. This setup, you can only retain as much information as you can from last year's event if you were so lucky to be at it. And I'm sure that everyone each year is never reluctant to give up their spot in the following year's running. It's usually only injury that changes whether they're running in that following year or not.
We had over 800 bikes this weekend.
It's crazy, isn't it?
So
just remember that pit area is still part of the racetrack. Even though we get the finishers in here, it's still part of the racetrack. Stay well off that race line and allow them the opportunity to finish the way they need to, all right?
Johnny Contract just giving a very clear message to everybody. If you're in the top 10, only 3 crew members from each team, and you must have armbands, which means it is imminent that Mason Simmons is looking down the barrel of an historic career first Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We're expecting him very, very soon. Does that look orange?
It looks orange enough to me. I think we could be riding on board through the pits, potentially for the final time. If it's definitely who we think it is, we go on board with the first-person view drone.
Boy, wherever you are around this place, look at this. The arm was up just then. This could be our winner heading our way. So Hattah, I want you when he comes through to really bang your hands together, because this has been an amazing performance. When you think about it early, it was all Jack Simpson. But this man right here, when it counted most, has powered on. Look at this. Absolutely loving it. Heading towards the last few corners. What a moment for Mason Simmons aboard the Katoom. Look at this. What a moment for him. Last corner, heading down this little straightaway here. And we're about to catch him coming straight at us now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together. Here comes your winner, Mason Simmons. What an Ironman ride. And look at the emotion, Liam.
That's so good.
Just on the pin. What a moment for this team. Johnny Contract gets him. This will be fantastic. Look at the emotion. This is what you love about elite sport. Look at the smile on Johnny's face. So good. Shannon Moyler is crowd control. This is where we end up with everybody bunched up
Gets
behind.
very exciting, doesn't it?
We got to keep moving him through though, because we still have top 10 that will follow him on the lead lap. Raw emotion. Boy, you got to feel for Jack Simpson too, because he was the form guy basically that entire race, Liam, until about 3 to go when Mason stepped it up. Now, we still don't know, did Simo get off the bike? Like, was there an unload? That jersey was definitely appeared to look ripped.
It could have well been a bit of the Mallee scrub on the shoulder. It could have clipped a tree or something along those lines.
Man, what an iron. This is where you don't mind having a grubby face in a photo.
It wouldn't be the Hattah photo without, would it?
He looks like a 3-year-old kid that's attacked a chocolate mud cake and he doesn't care a bit, does he? For KTM, wonderful job. The Trail Jesters KTM team. Mason Simmons, finger up. Yeah, boy. That is history. We knew we'd have someone brand new this year, Liam. That was the reality of what was, and the certainty of what would happen.
It's as good as you'd like, as we now await second place to roll through. The rest of the field that finished right in behind him will be pretty happy to pull up that they're not doing a whole nother lap of this place.
Jack Simpson is where they need to keep moving the bikes forward. We always get a big bottleneck. Right now, is this Corey? That looked like Corey McMahon to me.
Angus Reardon on screen.
Angus Reardon. So maybe Angus, unless
they're ticked over. We haven't had anyone else time in yet, but that's not saying we haven't missed them. On the screen ahead of him, but the camera following. So that's 4.36.
Here we go. This will be Jack right here. I think you find this is Jack Simpson. Boy, he was superb today. I'd say he'd be disappointed for sure, but boy, he was just stout all day. Tremendous
Yeah, have a look
job.
at his left shoulder. Busted apart. Through the gate, folks. How's about banging your hands together as he comes down that final straight? Bike number 3 led 6 of the 8 laps in a grueling 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. And down to the final corner, bang plenty of hands together as he comes around. Jack Simpson. And the checkers wave for bike number 3. And he'll be absolutely exhausted. And he'll head right to the front and pull up alongside Simmons. And then we'll confirm the top 3.
Yeah, will that be Corey Mack? Corey McMahon's had a lonely ride as well. And you can just see they're spent, aren't they?
Another missing visor. There's bits of tree bark hanging out of the goggles.
Mason Simmons, Jack Simpson, Corey McMahon. At the moment, the first under 19 would be Cody Stevens in 9th, Liam. That's a big ride.
Big time indeed. A lot of preparation goes into this event, and the body and the bike and getting it all dialed up together.
Just said the
word,
yeah. And it's understandable too. He gave it everything. It's a hell of a ride, Jack. I know you've been PI 55 to finish second, but boy, he was just a pace setter for the majority of that race. Mason, the opportunist, took the chance when he had to and powered on to a strong win. So still waiting on Corey Mack. Angus Reardon, Corey Hammond, good ride from Corey. Cooper Shido was thereabouts. Likewise, Brody Waters 6th and 7th throughout that race. Jonty Reinders will put the first Sherco home in 8th if he can hold on to that spot.
So as that McMahon comes into view on the gas, number 11. And Corey McMahon will join the podium as he comes down that final straightaway.
I feel old mate on the 287. I totally feel it.
The vibe's all off.
Here he is,
so
folks.
K-Mac through the final left-hander and through the timing stripe. 3rd place in the 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Corey McMahon on the gas heads up to the front. He'll go and join the rest of the podium. Jack Simpson and Mason Simmons, your winner, and a couple of high fives as well. It's super cool. It's definitely the fans that get you home.
Johnny's in charge of bike and crowd control down there all in one. But he cannot wait to get a word with these guys. Corey Hammond, Cooper Shido, Brody Waters, Jonty Reinders, I should say. We're expecting those guys through here shortly.
It's another missing visor, and why wouldn't there be?
Yeah, the 711, the WBR.
Why don't more ride without them?
They all get them.
They're going to come off anyway.
They get a medal for finishing, and they should do. Because it's just the ultimate test. I wonder where Callum will end up, and I'd love to know what happened with Todd Waters. Sammy Prashira in the mid-30s. Just looking down for Angus Reardon.
That's a massive recovery for Prashira. He was definitely back in the 100 and 120 mark.
Yeah, you're right.
Something clearly went wrong. So there's so many stories still to cover after the race that you try and find out as they all filter out. And the checkers continue to wave for the rest of these bikes, tying up the rest of the laps. So commendable just to still be on two wheels at this point of the day. We're now at 4.5 hours, 4 hours 35 minutes. That is a very, very long time on a bike.
Just trying to watch some of the body language and some of the signals given the team. Just indicated a tumble there as well. So you just don't know what's happened out in the Mallee, Liam, do you? We just don't know whether someone's had a massive swap or they've stalled the bike or they've run off the track or crashed and got back up. So many untold stories. It's impossible to...
You could spend the next 12 months just trying to cover them all.
So they will be coming through for about another hour.
The longest lap of their lives.
They'll be filthy that they finished in front of the guys on their last lap, the winners. But how can you know? It's just pure luck.
And folks, you love to see them keep cheering them home. Anyone that's still rolling in at this point, making plenty of noise as you bring them all home.
Absolutely. Anyone that has managed to be there at this point deserves your respect. There's no doubt about that. To all of our commercial partners, Penrite and Optus, the Mildura Regional Council, the City of Mildura do such a wonderful job, and so many great sponsors. Mototech, heavily involved, of course, Deacon Motorcycles, Sunraysia Press, the Sunnyland Press, I should say, Costa, Lindemans, Sunnyland More Than Print, all the category sponsors as well, Monaghan Logistics, Decentralised Demountables for the juniors, Thinkwater, Mildura Cranes and Access, GBM Consulting.
And I think this has definitely got to be one of our top 5 coming into view.
I reckon it might be Angus.
On the screen, definitely the body language of one of the top 5 as we look to confirm Angus Reardon and Corey Hammond. The next couple projected.
Coates Hire, big thanks to our great friends at Coates Hire. You can only imagine how much they have helped with our logistics. AgTech Machinery, welcome to the future. Total Tools. Just so many great community sponsors. The Gateway Hotel Verdi tonight will be going off like a frog in a sock with hundreds of riders and fans and friends and family.
Yeah, on screen, bike 435, Angus Reardon. What a gutsy ride.
Good to have him back too. Boy, can you hear the collective sounds of cans opening?
Clack.
Angus up on the pegs. He won't just cruise home. He'll ride the thing back the whole way, as you should. I'm really keen to know what Jack Simpson, what's going on with that left shoulder. You picked it, Liam, as to whether he had to get off. So would you put your hands together, folks, for Angus Reardon coming home in 4th right now. Final corner. Bang your hands together for Angus. Great job. Top 5 for him. As he goes by Mr. Hattah.
Nothing off him, is it?
Ken Reid. Getting high fives from everybody. Gets the stubby holder. Big bragging rights, that one, mate. Not everybody gets one of those.
That's right.
Ado called you a Funkin' Wagnall of Hattah, Johnny Contract. I love it. I'd be too scared.
There's another shoulder fully busted apart. Just a breeze pocket.
So we're looking for looking for Corey Hammond and see where he pulls up here as well. That might be Corey. We look down at the moment. Cooper Shido, Brody Waters, Jonty Reinders, Cody Stevens, and Jai Dixon. Now remember Jai? It was 10th in the prologue until Cal knocked him out of that spot.
Yeah, only just, wasn't it?
And
Not
then-
even half a second that did it.
The Trail Jesters boys are absolutely pumped. What a great result for that team.
Boy, he's eaten some roost today, hasn't he?
He just said something about my back. Well done, mate. Huge effort. He looks a bit more crusty than when I saw him on Thursday night at Motortech, that's for sure. But Declan Adams down there as well. Decky, pretty pumped. He'll be already trying to tear the bike down and clean it. I'm sure about that. How can you get this thing that dirty? So looking for our top 10. Now Dixon, remember he was just nicked out of the top 10 by Cal. So he started 11th. He was been in and out, and looks like he should wrap up a top 10 result on that number 24 bike. Cody Stevens in the under 19 class will finish 9th if he holds on and win the under 19 class. Good result, Liam.
Yeah, next couple of our bikes inside that top 10. Coming into frame once more. They come into that first left-hander into the pits. Looks like a couple of them might be together. So expecting Corey Hammond and Cooper Shido, the next couple. So Corey, a big step up from last year's finish. Still ran a strong 16th last year, but looking at a projected 5th this year. So a big climb for Corey Hammond to back up last year in the 2022 running and jumped up 11 spots. That's where he winds up here as we follow him through the pits for the final time.
Tricky back in 46. Remember, they had problems very late in the race in the last 2 laps. Emma Milicevic at the moment looking at 61st. But she will, if she holds on, win the ladies' 8-lapper. Simon Cox, 69th at this point.
Remarkable. Just remarkable. It's past so many bikes. There'd be some dense traffic at that point in time.
So still they trickle through. Boy, that is the hardest you'll ever work for a stubby holder. But it's a special one.
Yeah, that's the one that goes straight to the special occasions.
Oh! Wow. So this is Callum Norton ripping through. Cal just about got together coming out of that pits. What a ride it was from this guy. I have no idea where he's finishing, but it's going to be impressive. Come on, folks, put your hands together for Callum Norton. What a ride for him. Aboard the STE Racing Katoom, he shakes his head and thinks what might have been.
It's a tough day, a really tough day for so many of them.
I have no idea where he's going to place in the end of it because I'm not sure that the transponders give us an accurate idea. But I'm sure this one probably hurts a little more than the disappointment of last year, just purely because he knows he had his best shot yet at this one. But like Kenny Reid said, they're riding motorbikes. Mechanical things happen, especially when you put them under so much stress. So still, I think, looking for Corey Hammond if he hasn't already come through. So Corey Hammond, great result for him. Top 5, Liam, as you said.
Yeah, cracking ride, like we spoke about, riding on bike number 16. So he finished inside that top 20 last year, but a big turnaround to back it up. and going to the top 5 this year. Remarkable ride from Hammond on the
knackered.
16.
He's knackered.
Boy,
Liam,
it's
you can
chopped
tell.
up.
Come on, folks, put your hands together for Corey Hammond in 5th place. Massive job for a top 5. I reckon he's
Absolutely given everything.
The last couple of metres of that area before the finish line, that bike was all over the shop.
Dancing around, wasn't it? You're just holding on at that point.
So Cooper Shido may well be our 6th place rider. We'll wait and see whether Brodie Waters is 7th. Jai Dixon currently in the top 10 if he can stay that way. You can see there that Corey McMahon over to have a chat as well. Gosh, they're just superhumans, Liam, aren't they?
It's the Iron Man of any kind of motorsport. There's just nothing else like it in this endurance.
It's been so good watching Ado, his emotional reaction to all of this, because he's really been just blown away, hasn't he? We're looking for the 492 of Cooper Shido. Okay, so we may not have caught him coming for the pits, but this should be Cooper here. Or thereabouts. Jeez. You don't want to drop it that close. Wow, rips all the way through. Put your hands together, folks. Cooper, tremendous ride for 6th. 17 minutes behind your race winner, Mason Simmons. Now, Brodie Waters could well be our next one through.
And how do they even know at this point too? They've just got to be told that they're inside the top 10, because so much can happen while you're in at a pit stop. You could miss another couple of guys whiz straight past you, and I'm sure a lot of them are finding out for themselves here, even on the last lap, that they're in the top 10.
Yeah, sit down, bud. You deserve it. No doubt about that. Would you like a Coke? Forget the Powerade. What about a Coke or a Jack's? So, Coop, nice job. Brodie Waters, excellent top 10 for Brodie today. Just waiting to catch a look at the 12 bike. The Mason boys, Aaron 13th, Thomas 17th. That's unofficial at this moment. Connor, Adams and Taylor. Looks like Taylor might be that 2 spots ahead of Connor. The Adams boys have done a great job this weekend.
A strong motorsport family here to the Sunraysia. They're involved in so many different aspects of motorsport, in solo speedway and motocross, and it's probably the best shower of the day.
Moto Burger, anyone?
So far.
Yeah, the blisters. I wonder how they are. Got to be worth it, though, at this point, doesn't it? So waiting on Brodie Waters. We started pretty close to 9 o'clock this morning. It was a ripping start, right on time. Very emotional address to the riders briefing by Johnny Contract about our great friend, the late Sean Stevens. He would have been very proud of the way that today played out. There's no doubt about that. So we're looking for Brodie, Jonty, Cody and Jai.
I dare say we might be following on now. Still good posture on these couple of bikes. So it could be the riders we're looking for.
Any posture is good posture at this point.
After 5 hours it will be, if you're in this top 10 right at the tip. It's going to be every bit of 5 hours worth of work. And even trying to ride a motorbike on the highway for 5 hours is unheard of.
Here we go, just looking for the... Just there's something about the attitude where you know that these guys are in contention because they're still up on the pegs and they're still having a crack. That corner is so quick. Was that Brodie going by just then? They ride that section so well. Oh, jeez. Oh, please get it home safe. Last thing you want to do is spin it off when you've only got a few corners to run. So waiting for Brody. And also waiting for Emma Milicevic as well to come through. She and Maddie Healy have been amazing in their battle today in the ladies 8-lapper. Liam Dinage around the 75 mark. Boy, you just ache in places you didn't know you had. Some places you wouldn't even know you had a muscle there.
Oh, it's a super cool shot of the Simford 32.
Yeah, the little
right
bloke,
in front of us.
the fist
And
bump.
Emma Milicevic.
Yeah, well done, Emma. Boy, Maddie really gave her something to think about. She just did a ripping job. All of the girls, the ladies have had her in the 4-lappers and 8-lappers. Super women, no doubt about that. So I don't know, have we seen Broad come through yet?
No, not by the timing. Still waiting on Brody, Jonty Reinders, Cody Stevens and Jai Dixon. The projected top 10, but still anything can happen on this last lap. It's always the one that throws a spanner in the works.
Boy, it started off on Thursday night with a massive turnout at Mototech. Huge rider and fan turnout. All the teams have really stepped up their acts this year with the posters they've been handing out, the autograph sessions. Yeah, so here comes Brody Waters. The Waters family, absolutely iconic in this region. Brody always a natural talent. Jumped on Lee Adams' solo a couple of years ago too and looked extremely handy on that. Probably could have even looked at riding Speedway a bit more often. But desert racing and dirt bikes are certainly in his blood. Waiting on Brody to come through for 7th position. Here he comes now. Oh man, he's worn out, I get the feeling. Put your hands together, folks, for Brody Waters. Home in 7th place. Brode looks like he is out of gas. Yes, he does.
You just can't even fathom doing anything for 5 hours straight. They don't play AFL for 5 hours.
Mate, lucky to play PlayStation for that long. So just looking for the... Yeah, so Jai Dixon. So Jai Dixon and Jonty. So there is Jai. What a ride from him. So well done to Jai Dixon. Put your hands together for him, folks. That's a great result. That's 8th place for Jai. Jonty is right in behind him. And then you should have Cody Stevens, who should win the under-19s.
So I'm not sure they've grabbed him yet.
No, I think he went off to the right. There is Nick Waters just to the left with his brother. There's Waters' boys. Boy, they can ride. And of course, Josh, a multiple Australian Superbike champion. So when it comes to 2 wheels, that family is insanely good. Very soon, be crossing to Johnny Contract to chat with our top 10 and to wrap things up on behalf of this amazing committee and this army of volunteers. The Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club started off as a 30-bike enduro 25 years ago. And here we are, 800 plus bikes with their own junior day as well. There's Jonty. Great job for the Sherco team. I think that's a real positive for that team, Liam.
Yeah, they've searched long and hard for a good result like that. There's been a couple of mechanical defects along the way that have robbed them from a strong spot like today. But they'll get one.
Saying Cal Norton in 47th, but I just don't know necessarily how accurate that is. Sam Stockman, 53rd. Let's go back outside that top 10 as we keep an eye out for. So this would be our under-19 class winner. Cody Stevens, he'll be top 10 overall and your under-19 champion. And boy,
he's got nothing left either.
Looks like he's absolutely just hanging on. Come on, Hattah, put your hands together for him. Cody Stevens wins the under-19 and a top 10 overall. That's a massive effort, and just look at that. He has got nothing left. But he's down.
Why not?
Fair enough too. Boy, he just put everything into it, didn't he? Come on, folks, put your hands together for him. That's the kind of commitment that these guys put into this. Wow, Liam. Just respect.
True Iron Man.
Next level respect for these guys. At the moment, we're thinking Liam Walsh may come through in 11th on debut. That's a hell of a ride from him. Jaden Pilgrim, 12th. That is Jaden Pilgrim coming through right then in 11th. So well done to him. Might be Liam Walsh, Aaron Mason, Luke Chellis, Billy Hargey, Stefan Granquist, Thomas Mason, Jacob Sweet, Riley McGillivray, Josh Anderson. That's all waiting for them to come through. Boy, you don't want to hug them too hard.
No. Squeeze the final inch of life out.
You might break them, and they're not like a nutrients pack, are they? Well, you can walk to victory lane. That's not a bad thing. You can do it gently, but you can walk into the top 10 to meet with Johnny Contract, who's ready to chat with them all shortly. You get the feeling he's been an off there, don't you?
It's going to be tough in the next week at work. If you haven't already taken it off, it's going to be rather grim getting up in the morning.
Cool aerial shot of the Penrite Airstream merchandise trailer in the background. All those green coats and a couple of the powder blue ones as well are the executive and the committee that make this event possible. It's an absolutely glamourless job being on a committee, especially when you've got to do the work that these guys do for this event. Congratulations and well done to the team that broadcast this event. Big honours to Toph and Amo and Tex and everybody involved in Living It Live. And of course, the aerial stuff we've had today has been incredible. So well done. It's a massive effort. All the camera team, the production team, the switchers, everyone has been involved in this coverage to bring it to you on the live stream, Liam.
Yeah, they get here long before anyone, and they're here for miles after everyone's gone as well, trying to pack up. And
didn't I see Toph sprinting past you this morning?
Very early. There's no way you've got me into a stride at that time.
8 o'clock in the morning or something. I'm like, oh God, something's wrong. Toph's running. But we managed to pull it together. Mildura Waste and Recycling as well. Big thanks to them. As the last few funnel through.
So Aaron Mason, another local, bike 425, puts her in at position 13. Commendable ride by Maso. Luke Chellis, the next one predicted. Billy Hargey, Stefan Granquist, Thomas Mason, Jacob Sweet, Riley McGillivray and Josh Anderson still to pass over here on this final lap as the Gladiators head back in with absolutely nothing left to give.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, Karcher Vacuums deliver. From commercial wet and dry to water filter vacuum cleaners for allergy sufferers, make Karcher your first choice. Whatever the cleaning task, we have the solution at Think Water Mildura.
Plan your next event at Verde Mildura for friends and family celebrations, weddings, birthdays, or rewarding your business staff and clients. Reserve your own space to celebrate any event in style for up to 30 people in the Verde Avenue base. And for gatherings a little larger, book Cube for up to 60 guests. Verde's dedicated events coordinator, Michelle, will look after your needs from start to finish. Book early to secure your preferred date.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
Hi, my name's Ben Schiermeyer. I work for Chad Reed. I'm going to tell you a little bit about lubing your chain. You always want to make sure that the chain's been cleaned before applying chain lube. And it's also a good idea after washing it to blow it out with air and then get some chain lube on there right away so it keeps it from rusting.
Rightio, guys, we're about to do the interview with the top 10 guys. If you want to head to your bikes, guys, and we'll quickly go through this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race is all but run and done. We've managed to get our top 10 through today, and as we can continue to have a chat to these guys, the bikes will peel through behind us to finish off what will be a pretty amazing day's racing. Ladies and gentlemen, the first guy I'm going to talk to is the guy who finished first. It's been a long journey for this kid. He's been through Hattah from junior small wheels, junior big wheels, into seniors, and now he takes a penultimate win. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mason Simmons. Mason, big journey to get to where you are. Have you always ever dreamt about winning this bloody thing?
I seriously have, mate. Ever since I come here in 2011 and I won the 65s, my goal one day was to win this race, and mate, we did it. I'm ecstatic. I am absolutely over the moon, and coming into it, I didn't really think it was possible, to be honest with you, but I just knew I had to give it my all for 4 hours, and once I got on the back of Jack, it was a bummer. Callum, he had a fuel pump issue, I think, and such a bummer he went out. It would have been good to have him and Jack, both there as well, and yeah, about halfway I got on Jack, and we had a good little battle for a bit there. It was good fun, and got in the front, mate, and then once I got in the front, I was just trying to hold my own and weave through the lap riders and just not hit the ground, and that last lap felt like a lifetime, but crossing that finish line that's a feeling I'll never forget.
Mate, we could tell where you were. And you know why, don't you?
No.
Because the back end of the muffler fell out.
Oh, yeah. I can't really hear too well, so if my ears are a bit blown out, but I know that happened second lap. I was going down here, I looked down, I was seeing it half hanging out. I was like, oh, this ain't good, but we kept holding it wide open and blew it apart, and it held on to the finish, and I'm over the moon.
It's a sweet dream, huh?
Oh, it is, mate. It's a dream to win this race, and my name's in the record books with some pretty important guys, and the guys I've looked up to, and who I've also trained with, and I see the effort they all put in, and just to be here, win this race, words can't describe it.
The worst part about it, mate, in the next 12 months, you got to work out how you come back and defend that. That's going to be tough, right?
Yeah, it'll be tough, but we'll worry about that when it comes. But I'm just going to enjoy this now, and I'll be back next year to defend the #1 plate. That's for sure.
Good on you. Who do you want to thank?
First of all, I just want to thank my mum, dad, my brothers, Cole as well, and without them, this would not be possible. They've gone above and beyond to get me home and get to do this, and Dad and Hunter, they nailed the fuel stops all day. Mum, she was in there too, give me goggles and the gels and everything, and big thanks to Podium Australia for giving me a bike, Choice Suspension for giving me suspension, getting this thing dialed in. We only did 1 day on it, and they nailed it. They're the best in the business, and Trail Jesters, Moose Racing, and 9-2 goggles, and everyone else in the USA that support me to get here too, and all my friends and family that come up here, they drove all the way just to watch me race, and man, I'm happy to get this win and give that back to them, and just everyone else, thank you very much.
A little bit sweet on my behalf too, mate, because I've seen you come up through the ranks, and it's really cool to be able to stand here, give you what you need for what you've done today, mate. So well done.
Thank you.
Mason Simmons, ladies and gentlemen, took the win today. Put your hands together for him. Rightio, next cab off the rank, this guy here. Rode his heart out today and managed to lay down for a little bit to rest up, and I don't blame him. Put your hands together for Jack Simpson. Jack, a tough day in the office today, mate.
Yeah, it was. Track was brutal. Got off to a good start. Was, sort of riding my own race for a little bit. Then had a bit of pressure from Meso. We battled out the back in the real rough stuff. It was pretty fun. Nice, clean racing. And, the hands started peeling up pretty good. And it was just, I was digging deep. It was getting tough. So didn't want to throw it away like that. So, I just tried to ride as smart as I could, as delusional as I was, to bring it home for second place.
And it really takes a hell of a lot out of you. I mean, rehydrating while you ride is just so important out there, man. It just sucks it out of you, doesn't it?
Definitely. And then even in the pit, you always, you get the pit and you want to get back out on the track ASAP, and you got to make sure you try and get something in. And,
So who do you need to thank, Jack, for your journey this weekend?
Well, I'd like to thank Dad for making me come and race this bloody race, because because we do American racing now. June, July is our summer break, so usually that's my holiday, but we come here, it's good training, and me and Corey were just talking before. I said this year was pretty damn rough. He reckons it was as rough as it was on the second lap as the last year, and the times can tell we're a little slower than what was last year, so it was definitely tough out there, and all the boys can agree with that.
Well, mate, I'll let you sit back and enjoy a little bit of what's there. To finish in this 10 is, to finish the race for starters is a big deal, right? But finishing this 10, that is no mean feat. Well done to you, Jack, and all you guys behind you.
Definitely, and I'd like to thank OBR for supplying this beast of a bike. TuneTech suspension was unreal, really, for how rough the track was. And it's just progressive. It can hold up with the smooth, fast, sharp bumps, and then it can work with the wallowy, slow stuff as well. So huge thanks to Jonesy. Native Concepts are doing the sticker kit. Old man again. Who else we got? O'Neill, 100%. 6D helmets, YT Industry mountain bikes, Hammer Nutrition, and all friends and supporters. Thanks heaps.
Good on you. Jack Simpson, ladies and gentlemen, second man to finish today. Well done, Jackie. Right now, let's move on now to the number 11 bike. Corey McMahon, come forward, Corey. Let's have a quick chat, mate. So, good day in the office for you as well. To finish in the top 10 here, that's a great effort. Obviously, you're comfortable and happy we are, right?
Yeah, I'm super comfy on this bike. Gas Australia supplied an awesome 450 built by Carusi Motorsports and Apro race engines. But the bike was awesome. Choice suspension was handling good, and made it hard for myself early and had a off on the second lap and lost a bit of ground. But that's racing, and happy to get back on the box. It's unfortunate to see Cow go out again, but I won't complain. I'm happy to be up on the box outright, and it's pretty good on a 450.
Any moments for you out there? Obviously you had the get off, but any other moments out there that come to mind that were those checkpoint ones? You go, whoa, that was close.
Yeah, I think if you're not having moments, you're not trying hard enough. But there was definitely a few out there. It's a long race, and we just got to be strong enough to prepare for them when the bike kicks out and to hold on to it. So, happy with my training and all that, and felt really good all 4 hours.
Good on you, Corey. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, third man across the line today, Corey McMahon. Well done. Put your hands together for him. What about this guy? Snuck up on everybody, didn't he? Flew home through the week, and local boy doing well. I'm really happy to have you on the in this top 10 here. Put your hands together for Angus Reardon, ladies and gents. Angus, you've had a pretty big schedule. A lot going on overseas. Come home to do this. You probably came home to ride it because you want to ride it, okay? You want to do reasonably well in it, but mate, you did a stellar job out there today. I must say that. Well done.
Cheers. Yeah, me and Maso flew in from the States on Wednesday, went and test rode our bikes Thursday, and then here we are. We were here last year, and I had itchy fairs like I need to do it next year.
Mate, it is an addictive joint, this place, isn't it, eh?
Yeah, next year I'll definitely be on a 450 though.
Hey, Any moments for you out there? I got told that something a little strange happened out there today, yeah?
Yeah, on the first lap, me and Cooper were battling, going around a right-hand sweeper, going fairly fast, and I nailed a root, hip and shouldered it, and looked behind. I see Cooper look behind as well, and yeah, but that was a bit scary, but no. Other than that, it was a fairly smooth race.
What'd you do? Just brace up and sort of go, it's inevitable I'm going to hit him, so what do? You just sort of flick it off as best you can and just get on with life, huh?
Yeah, I gave him the big rugby hip and shoulder and turned my handlebars into him because I knew he was going to hit me hard, but no, it was all right.
Everyone got away okay. Mate, you should have seen the look on your mother's face when you were talking about it. She was nearly distraught over it.
Yeah, I better not tell my grandmother that one.
No, let's leave that right where it is. Mate, anyone you want to thank? Obviously, Mum, Dad and a number of others, but who do you want to get on the bus with, huh?
Yeah, massive thanks to Mum and Dad for organising everything. Heap of local companies got on board to help me get me here. Mototech, Cobram State Extra Virgin Olive Oil, Red and Grain. Heap of family and friends that came here. Chuka Mini Mix, Cummins and Noonan. And yeah, thanks to everyone else that got me here. Greatly appreciated.
Well, all the best. I know you fly back in, 8 weeks or thereabouts, and you're back in the States going for it again, mate. All the very best over there to you, huh?
Nah, cheers. Yeah, me and Maso will head back to the States and finish off our season over there and be back next year for the big dance.
Good on you, buddy. Well done. And you fly that local flag over there for us, eh?
Nah, will do. Thank you.
Good on you. Well done. Ladies and gents, let's move on to the next one. We need to have a chat to Corey Hammond. Come over, Corey. Man, you look spent when you turned up in the joint.
Yeah, don't get much bike time these days. That took it out of me, but yeah, we got to the finish, so yeah, happy with the result.
Mate, it's a big dance out there to do, isn't it, right? And you got to be so dedicated to it. There's points when you're running midway through the event, sort of 2/3 of the way through, you kind of think to yourself, I know I've got it in me to go the distance, but you just keep going, don't you?
Yeah, you're hurting, but you know everyone else is hurting, so you just got to dig deep and keep pushing, and when you get that last lap board, you know you're nearly there, so yeah, just got to get it across the line in one piece.
And you kind of got to contain yourself a bit too. You said that last lap board and you think to yourself, you only got one to do, but it's really easy to bin it in that last lap. You just got to keep a level head, come through, go, one to go, nice and gentle, make sure you run it at the pace you've been running all day and just get it done, right?
Yeah, it was that rough out there. I actually had a big crash that second last lap, dropped the front end to a whoop and just went over the bars and bike drove me in, but you're just that tired that little mistakes like that can bite you. So, but yeah, once again, everyone else is hurting, so you just got to keep pushing and keep the mistakes minimal and yeah, get it across the line.
Good to be in that position in the top 10 for next year, right?
Yeah, we started in 13th, so to get it into P5, we're happy with that. So yeah, so I think maybe first privateer across the line, so pretty happy with that. So
good on you, mate. Well done. Anyone you need to thank?
Yeah, especially my parents, Mum and Dad. They're the reason that I'm still able to do this, and they help fund the sport. And Winston Express Haulage and Hogan Buckets, they help me out a fair bit, and yeah, just everyone else that sort of helps me out. So yeah, we still buy all our bikes and stuff like that. I work full time, so go home and sit in the car for 11 hours now, back to work tomorrow morning. So yeah, so grateful to be able to be here and mix it up with these boys. So.
Mate, I am really looking forward to seeing you back here next year, mate, and I really hope that things land for you to get you where you need to go, mate. You're a bloody great guy, and you just want to get on with the job, mate. So good luck and kudos to you for what you've done today, right?
No, I really appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we can get something out of this. I feel like I can take that next step with a bit of support and some more bike time. So yeah, see what comes about, and we'll just keep chipping away and keep working hard, and good things happen. So,
well, I always say that good things happen to good people. You're a good guy, all right? So let's hope good things happen for you. Huh?
Nah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good on you, Corey Hammond, ladies and gentlemen. Nice guy, really, really good guy. Righto, let's have a chat to this guy. Keep a shine, mate. Big day for you today, but it all paid off in the end, huh?
Yeah, made it hard for ourselves yesterday, starting back in 16th. But got a tow from Gus on lap 1, and we went at it and managed to make up a fair bit of time on lap 1, so just put us in a good spot for the rest of the race.
I reckon the gods were smiling on you when that rude mutt missed you, mate.
Oh, yeah, Gus and I were going pretty quick. There wasn't much between us. It just missed me, and I looked back, and he just nailed it, so it was pretty lucky to keep it on 2 wheels, but yeah.
So, first of the Blues, mate, that is a really cool effort for you. And I know AJ's going to be stoked over this.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Lucky enough, got the call up, come in. A few of the boys got injured, so got to give a massive shout out to AJ, Tolley, Jack, Brando. This thing's freaking rocket ship this year, so it was definitely good fun.
Tolly's just a bloody revet, and he is a superstar in that pit area. You just don't know how the hell to keep him contained, though, right?
Nah, Jack and him definitely had pit stops nailed, so they were ready before I was, which made life a bit hard, but...
It's all good. Mate, who would you like to thank on top of the guys that have helped you so far?
Just massive thanks to Shop Yamaha, Yamalube, GYTR, Thor, everyone that helped me got here.
Good on you, mate. Well done. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for him. Cooper Shino, who had a really good crack at it here today. Well done. All righty, let's move down the pile a little further to the number 12 man. Here he is. Ladies and gents, put your hands together. Brodie Waters. Oh, is that all you got for him? Come on, you lot. Hey, Brode, tough day, mate, but you like it tough, don't you?
Yeah, I don't mind the old grind. Once I get going, I just keep chipping away at it. But, I'm wrapped. I was always pumped to just aim for this top 10, and to be a little bit further up was more than I, dreamed for this event. As literally I've done 20 minutes on the bike before this, between Fink and here, so to come into here with that little prep time, I'm wrapped to be here.
Mate, you didn't get this because you just sort of turned up and took it, mate. You got this because you worked your backside off of this. Today was a tough day. The guys have all said it. The track out there was not kind to people, and to be in this grouping and to be where you are with the prep that you've had, mate, that is a bloody solid effort. I'll say that for you.
Yeah, for sure it is, and I put a lot of time and effort into this, and to repay myself with the amount of effort that I put in is good. I really enjoy it, and I just want to keep chipping away at it, and I want to prove some people wrong, so that's what I'm here to do.
Good on you, mate. Well done. List out and roll off the names that helped you out, buddy.
I'd have to just say a big thank you to Brodie Peters and Nicholas in the pits all weekend. They've been awesome. Taylor for doing all my social media stuff, and just E&I is my major sponsor in AMX, Panther Race Fuels, and everyone that's helped out. Massive thank you to them all.
Good on you, Brodie. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brodie Waters. Righto, let's have a chat now to Jai Dixon. Come forward, mate. Let's get you right up here in the front near your helmet, eh? Jai, big day for you today too to finish in that 10.
Yeah, it was a tough day, that's for sure. Pretty happy to end up in the top 10, considering I wasn't even inside the top 20 last year. So, yeah, it's been a good day so far.
Does it actually surprise you, do you think?
A little bit. I prologued pretty good, so I was just trying to put off some clean laps and stay inside that top 10 for most of the race, and ended up inside.
Well, I'll give you the tip. There was quite a few of us that were watching the board as names were changing, and we were watching you floating up inside that grouping, and it wasn't just that you moved up in there because you moved up. Your times were solid all the way through there, mate. So kudos to you for keeping on the gas and doing what you've done, mate. You kept the gun loaded all the way through that today.
Yeah, thanks. I actually got a bit of a second win on them last 2 laps, and luckily got past another 2 blokes. So, yeah, pretty happy with it.
I can only imagine what was going on in the pit area when you came in. You were probably riding in thinking, I'm doing the deal, and the guys in the pits are going here, no, get on the gas, mate. You're right in there, right? They were telling you that?
Yeah, they were pretty good with letting me know where I was at, and they were, get me fired up all day, so big shout out to them.
Well, mate, they did the job for you for sure, because you really stunned it, eh? So well done, buddy. You really think that you got big things ahead of you. Who do you need to thank that hopped on the bus with you today?
Just thank Reese and Brock driving all the way down here, doing fuel stops for me, and just all the guys that helped me out. KTM Newcastle, the guys at Wear Lusty, and everyone else. Big thanks to them.
Good on you, well done. Put your hands together for Jai Dixon, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Reinders, ladies and gentlemen, next man on the journey here for the 10. Johnny, big day for you today too, yeah?
Yeah, it was a pretty big day. We didn't prologue real well, so we started 22nd, so we made a fair few passes today, which was nice. So.
And in this gig, it's a tough game. Everyone knows it. Anyone who's involved with it knows how tough it is. Somebody at the blue camp's going to be happy with this today, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. It's a pretty good... we didn't have the best year last year, so the rebound this year and put her in the top 10 was, really good.
And you know what? It is a tough gig, and all these guys know, the Sherco guys know what it's like, and as I said, they're going to be really pumped that you put it where it needs to be. the best part about it is you're off in the 10 next year, and providing you're on the same colour, that's going to keep them happy too, I'd reckon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so this year we didn't have that top 40 spot, and it sort of made it hard for Prologue. So, yeah, going into next year, that'll be a big help.
Righto, who do you need to thank for your get-together today?
I'd just like to thank the whole Motor Pirelli Sherco off-road team. Derek built his killer bike. We put one day on it Thursday and rocked up here and raced it. All the sponsors that support the team, my family for coming over, and the whole crew that kept me fueling every lap.
Mate, to do a day and to get on that and finish in the 10, mate, that makes you a rock star, I reckon.
Yeah, she's got a little bit more power than the old 300 that I'm used to, but it's pretty good. So.
Power helps, huh?
Oh, definitely.
Good on you, buddy. Well done. Power is king. Okay, let's move into the next of our top 10. Cody Stevens, who made it in the 10. Cody, great effort for you today.
Thanks, mate. It was a wild ride, that's for sure. Absolutely.
It's one of those events that, you know, every time it gives you something, you kind of look around going, right, where's it going to take something back? You know, it never gives you anything for nothing, right, this joint?
Yeah, I reckon about after lap 2, this thing just went wherever it wanted. I just sat on it.
Really? That dialed it in that well, yeah?
Yeah, it was unreal.
Mate, obviously there's a grouping of people, you know, that have helped you out. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd just like to say a massive thanks to Gilesy and Ash from Choice Suspension. They're just killing it. Can't get it any better. And just KTM Newcastle and We're Lusty, the whole group back home, and Mum and Dad for chasing me around.
Mate, those mums and dads do an awesome job, don't they? You know, they get so invested in their kids and doing what they're doing. And here's another classic example, you know, parents that are behind you all the way and just getting you where you need to get to, mate. It's a stellar effort, right?
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't be here without them. Probably couldn't afford this fuel tank myself.
Good on you, mate. Well done. Obviously, coming back to have another crack next year, obviously in the 10?
Yeah, I'll be back. Till about lap 7, I thought I was around the 20 mark, so I had no idea where I was.
Well, pleasant surprise, and Hattah today has smiled on you. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be back.
Good on you. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Cody Stevens. All righty, now I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can't get a hold of 3 bottles out of this box over here. Let's just do that. Whereabouts are my 3 top place getters? Rightio. Mason Simmons, Jack Simpson. Come over here, guys. And Corey McMahon, where are you guys? Come over here to me, you lot. Here, Mason, come over. Come over. And where's Corey? Now, what we do, we're smart, right? One for each of you. And there's that. Away you go. Ladies and gentlemen, as they go to celebrate, give them an even footing on this before you get your corks out, guys. Ladies and gents, that's a wrap for Hattah for 2023. Such a cool thing to see these guys all together doing what they need to do. Well, we hope you've enjoyed not only the race today, but the telecast for the whole weekend. It's been a hoot to have you involved. It's been fantastic to have you around for what would be the most amazing event that we hold in the region here. We certainly love to have your involvement with it. Really special mention to the team at Penrite for helping us out, to all our volunteers and all of our officials that have helped us over the weekend. Thank you so much for your involvement, and also to the guys Living It Live for their work as well. Just been incredible for the footage that we pulled out of this weekend. Again, if you haven't come to Hattah before, you need to get here. You need to come and have a look at this for real. One-on-one, it's the most amazing place. The Mildura region and the Sunraysia Greater region hold their hands open with a warm welcome to get you down here to be part of the event. In the meantime, we hope you've enjoyed your telecast, and as I said, please stay safe out there for the next 12 months. We'll see you back here for the 26th running of this amazing event, the Hattah Desert Race, proudly brought to you this weekend by the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club and, of course, the team at Penrite Oils, a better class of oils. Really keep that gate close, don't let people in.
We go on board with the first person view drone.
Boy, wherever you are around this place, look at this. The arm was up just then. This could be our winner heading our way. So Hattah, I want you when he comes through to really bang your hands together, because this has been an amazing performance. When you think about it early, it was all Jack Simpson. But this man right here, when it counted most, has powered on. Look at this. Absolutely loving it. Heading towards the last few corners. What a moment for Mason Simmons aboard the Katoom. Look at this. What a moment for him. Last corner, heading down this little straightaway here. And we're about to catch him coming straight at us now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together. Here comes your winner, Mason Simmons. What an Ironman ride. And look at the emotion, Liam.
That's so good.
Just on the pin. What a moment for this team. Johnny Contract gets in. This will be fantastic. Look at the emotion. This is what you love about elite sport. Look at the smile on Johnny's face. So good. Shannon Moyler is crowd control. This is where we end up with everybody bunched up
Gets
behind.
very exciting, doesn't it?
We got to keep moving him through though, because we still have top 10 that will follow him on the lead lap. Raw emotion. Boy, you got to feel for Jack Simpson too, because he was the form guy basically that entire race, Liam, until about 3 to go when Mason stepped it up. Now, we still don't know, did Simo get off the bike? Like, was there an unload? That jersey was definitely appeared to look ripped.
It could have well been.
Championships are won and lost on and off the racetrack. When performance is required and reliability matters, turn to an Australian-made and owned product you can trust. Championship winning oils by Penrite.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, Karcher Vacuums deliver. From commercial wet and dry to water filter vacuum cleaners for allergy sufferers, make Karcher your first choice. Whatever the cleaning task, we have the solution at Think Water Mildura.
Experience the new seasonal menu at Verde Mildura. Verde's new wine and seasonal restaurant menu showcases delicious winter warming options, as well as uniquely chef-inspired dishes to satisfy the most discerning palate. And start your day the right way with a Verde-licious breakfast Friday to Sunday 7 till 10:30 a.m. Order with ease using our QR code or wait staff table service. Only at Verde, corner of San Mateo and 15th Street. Book now, online or phone with walk-ins welcome. Verde combines its flair for exceptional food with the relaxed feel of an expansive terrace, welcoming people and unique experiences. Verde, on the corner of San Mateo and 15th Street.
When it comes to everything water, your local...
Rightio, guys, I've got a news flash for you. Everyone's heading off home. You may not want to go yet.
Pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.